Gravis felt incredible nervousness and shock when the Red King unveiled his secret. This would change the whole dynamic between the White Ape and him. The White Ape was extremely powerful and had a high standing in the Empire, while Gravis was basically a weak nobody. Yes, Gravis could be considered as a breeder for the Empress, but how many of those were there? Gravis had no idea, but he was sure that there were more breeders than level 2 emperors in the Empire. Additionally, with the Empress' influence, she could get as many new mates as she wanted, but she couldn't get new level 2 emperors as easily. This meant that this situation had transformed into a situation where a way less valuable resource threatened a very valuable resource of the Empire. Just the danger alone that he posed might be enough reason to kill him. So why had the Red King decided to tell them his secret now? Why was he putting his reward on the line like that? Meanwhile, the White Ape realized several things. He specifically remembered that some minutes ago, Gravis had told him to send another beast if he tried to access the ore. Back then, the White Ape had no idea why Gravis wanted another beast. After all, the White Ape was easily powerful enough to annihilate him. Yet, with the revelation of this new information, it all made sense. Gravis wanted him to send another beast because Gravis could kill him. If Gravis were desperate enough to try to access the ore, it meant that he was in a situation where he saw no other way to survive. At that time, Gravis might even decide to kill him. After all, he would think that he would already be doomed to die anyway. The White Ape looked at Gravis intently. They were currently over 40 kilometers away from each other, which meant that the White Ape was just barely inside Gravis' spirit sense. At such a distance, Gravis would, at least, get an opportunity to formulate a thought. From this distance, the White Ape wouldn't have a chance of killing him. The White Ape also realized the complex threat that they posed to each other. Both of them could kill the other one with a thought. Such a situation had never happened as far as the White Ape knew. Usually, beasts with similar power wouldn't be able to instantly kill the other one. The only situation where that would be possible was if one beast were many times stronger than the other one. Yet, that made it impossible for the threat to carry both ways. After all, one of them was way more powerful than the other one. "Why didn't you tell us earlier?" the White Ape asked Gravis. Gravis looked with narrowed eyes at the distant White Ape. "Because as long as you don't realize my threat, you would have no reason to kill me, which would give me no reason to kill you. If I kill you, the Empress will kill me, but if you kill me, due to your relationship with the Empress, you won't die." Gravis explained all of this coldly and threateningly. The whole dynamic had changed, and he had to make it clear that he wouldn't hesitate if the White Ape decided to attack him. The worst situation would be that the White Ape didn't believe him and attack him to test it. In that situation, either Gravis would die or the White Ape would die, which would also result in Gravis' death. The White Ape tried to wrap his head around this situation. The relationships between beasts were straightforward and direct. A more powerful beast would either ignore a weaker beast, make it join their tribe, or kill it. Complex relationships were uncommon for beasts. Politics was more of a human thing. As soon as you try to test me, I will die no matter if I kill you or not. As soon as the choice needs to be made, my life is over. That's why I can't tell you and can't let you get close to me right now," Gravis threatened. He had to stop the White Ape from trying anything. Surprisingly, the White Ape only put his fingers to the bridge of his nose in an expression of frustration. He took the whole situation way easier than Gravis would have ever believed. "Gravis," the White Ape said after a frustrated sigh. "Why do you make this situation so complex?" he asked. "Because it is," Gravis said. "No, it isn't," the White Ape answered with another sigh. "You're one of my Empress mates. If I were to kill you, I would be trampling all over my Empress dignity. Our situations are identical. As long as one of us makes a move, we both will die. So why would I want to kill you?" the White Ape explained. Gravis' doubt and carefulness didn't decrease. "Normally, I would believe you due to your lightning affinity, but I can't bet my life on something like that. Why do you think I unveiled your secret?" the Red King suddenly asked Gravis. "It was because I know the Grand Elder and the Empress. He is speaking the truth. He can't kill you just like that. So, since you have a similar standing, I decided to unveil your secret." If someone doesn't know that another one can instantly kill them, they don't have all the necessary information to make an informed decision, the Red King said. Isn't that something you said while you still had your tribe? I've heard that from some of my soldiers and thought it was quite a good philosophy. Instead of thinking about these words, Gravis only sneered. That's true for friends. I don't know anyone here, and immediately putting my life in their hands would be naive and foolish, Gravis said. Bang! Suddenly, the Empress hit her throne with one of her hands out of anger. Ridiculous! She shouted. You are part of the same empire as the Grand Elder. How dare you say that you are not friends? She shouted in genuine anger. Gravis wasn't intimidated by this outburst. He already had his back to the wall. So, you're telling me that there are no beasts with ulterior motives and schemes inside your empire, Empress? Gravis asked. Of course there are, the Empress answered immediately with a lot of confidence. Yet, not giving your comrades the trust they deserve because of a minuscule minority of scheming weaklings is disrespecting them. My empire won't allow such a thing. Gravis felt like this situation was strange. The Empress had just acknowledged that there were scheming weaklings in her empire, but she still advocated for trusting everyone. Wasn't that just inviting trouble? Yet, Gravis shouted back, by trusting everybody, you leave your back open to this minority of schemers. If everybody trusts them, they can use everybody's trust to their advantage. Then that just means you aren't powerful enough, the Empress shouted back. Power is everything, and if some scheming weaklings can kill you, it only means that you were not powerful enough. A schemer's path will never reach the top. So, as long as you reach the top, what can they do to you? Now, Gravis was a bit taken aback. That's right. Why had he suddenly forgotten that power was everything? Hadn't he told that to everyone inside the River Tribe? Hadn't he repeatedly said that, in front of supreme power, schemes were worthless? Gravis had also forgotten that these were beasts and not humans. There was an incredible amount of scheming humans, but scheming beasts were incredibly rare. In truth, Gravis had only met a single beast that could be considered lying and deceitful, Shira. He hadn't met any other beast similar to her. Gravis remained silent as he fell into thought. Have I betrayed the very thing that I have taught the River Tribe? Gravis asked himself. In front of power, all schemes are meaningless. Wasn't that what I have told everyone? Yet now, as soon as I got surrounded by more powerful beasts, I fell back into the exact mindset I warned everyone about. Gravis remained silent for some more seconds and looked at the horizon. Surprisingly, the Empress also remained silent. By now, the Empress knew that if Gravis disagreed, he wouldn't hold himself back. Putting up a show also didn't seem to fit his character, judging from what she had seen. As more time passed, Gravis began to feel worse. I'm a hypocrite, Gravis thought to himself with disgust. I have looked down on Cynthia's hypocrisy, yet now I have fallen into the same thing. I said one thing but did the other. After some seconds, Gravis sighed and turned back to the Mountain of Pride. Then, he lowered his upper body and bowed to the Mountain of Pride. I have committed a mistake. I have forgotten that power is everything and have begun to scheme. In the past, I have said that power is everything and have looked down upon beasts that schemed. Yet, I have become just that kind of beast. Thank you, Empress, for showing me my error, Gravis said slowly and sincerely. The Empress remained silent for a couple of seconds, while all the other beasts didn't dare to say anything. This whole situation was way beyond their ability to handle, and they just tried to keep themselves out. This was between the Grand Elder, the Empress, and her new mate. It had nothing to do with them. After some seconds, the Empress furrowed her brows and looked at Gravis. Stop being weird. Gravis was a bit taken aback by the comment. How was he weird? These things were obvious, and someone as powerful as the Empress should be able to see the logic in his decisions. A smart, educated, and thought-through decision couldn't be called weird. How am I weird? Gravis asked, genuinely confused. Your personality keeps changing, the Empress transmitted to him in frustration. None of the other beasts should hear her talking like this. After all, she still needed to keep up her image in front of her subjects. First, you walked with arrogance to the group of lords that said they could defeat a half-step king. Then, you seemed domineering and impressive after killing that level 4 lord. Then, you appear like you don't care after your so-called fight with the Red Hawk. Then, you appear like an embarrassed child after winning against that mammoth. Then, you appear like a schemer with trust issues. And now, you appear like you have just immediately changed your personality just because I have said some words. Even worse, everything points to the fact that you genuinely meant that. How is it even possible that a beast can change that easily and quickly? The Empress nearly rambled. I can't get a read on your personality because it seems all so jumbled up. Then, you have these strange powers that are so strange that not even I, a level 3 emperor, know how they work. Your personality is weird. Your powers are weird. You are weird, the Empress concluded after her rant. Only Gravis and the white ape heard what the Empress had said. Such rambling would show an indecisive side of the Empress and wasn't something that the other beasts were supposed to hear. The white ape only sighed when he listened to the Empress. He didn't like how casually she put it, but he wholeheartedly agreed. Gravis was weird. Gravis felt a bit embarrassed when he heard her ramble. However, he also understood that his conduct seemed weird in the eyes of beasts that didn't know him. Hell, his personality was even somewhat weird when compared to humans. All of these rapid changes of mood and conduct from him had reasons behind them, but it would take forever to explain all of them to her. Additionally, she probably wouldn't even be interested in such a long session of explaining. Yet, the Empress' words relieved Gravis. She had appeared distant and untouchable the whole time. The way how she killed all these lords and kings had also made her appear heartless, arrogant, and cold. On top of that, she had this aura of pride around her, which made her appear even more distant. But with all these casual words and sentences, she appeared to Gravis just like any other beast. Of course, everybody knew that the more powerful beasts were still just beasts. Yet, one often forgot that fact when confronted with supreme power and such prideful conduct. Right now, the Empress appeared much more approachable. Would some heartless god complain like this about someone being weird? Probably not. Gravis shook his head a bit. Okay, he answered. Then he turned to the white ape. So, you won't kill me, right? He asked as he returned to the original topic. Both the white ape and the Empress were surprised about the fact that Gravis had just thrown the Empress rant away with a simple okay. Yet, the white ape was happy to get back to the original topic. No, we are in the same position. We can't kill the other one without the Empress killing us after that, and I don't intend to throw my life away to kill a lord, the white ape said. Hey, don't gloss over this topic by going on a tangent. The Empress interrupted them with annoyance. You were the one that went on a tangent by calling me weird, Empress, Gravis answered. The Empress became a bit annoyed when she heard that, but she decided against dignifying that with an answer, mainly because Gravis was right. Then Gravis turned to the white ape again. So, can you keep watch over the ore? If I have this or available, I won't be able to temper myself. After all, I would always have an option to fall back on with this or, which wouldn't put enough pressure onto my mind. I understand. The white ape interrupted before Gravis could continue. I know how tempering works, and yes, I can promise you that if you are in a fight, you won't be able to touch this or without dying. Great, thank you, Gravis answered. Then he waited a bit. And sorry for thinking that you were going to kill me. I have assigned my thinking pattern to you, which was my mistake. The white ape sighed. I said, stop being weird. The Empress transmitted again. Oh, come on. Gravis transmitted with frustration. How is that weird? Apologies are unnecessary. Words are empty. Let your actions speak for you. No beast cares about anyone apologizing to them, the Empress said. But if I don't apologize first, how will the Grand Elder know which intentions my action have? He might think that I still hold some sort of grudge against him. I said, stop being weird. The Empress interrupted Gravis again. What's with all this convoluted and unnecessary stuff? Just follow your personality and act how you want. Whatever happens, happens. Now, it was Gravis' turn to become frustrated. He knew all these concepts about psychology and knew the most efficient method of clearing any remaining doubt towards himself. Yet, the Empress just said that all of this was unnecessary. To Gravis, this situation felt like he was a father that told his child about two clans fighting, while the child only answered with, "But fighting doesn't help anyone. Why don't they just stop?" There were too many complex and interwoven reasons behind the situation to have such an easy solution. Yet suddenly, Gravis' eyes widened in realization. "I forgot these are beasts, not humans. They act way simpler. Of course, they also wouldn't hold a hidden grudge without letting me know about it. Something as sneaky and conflict-averse as that is only something that humans do. Maybe I am actually in the wrong by overcomplicating a simple situation." Gravis thought to himself while scratching his metallic chin. The Empress and White Ape were confused by Gravis' sudden silence and thoughtful expression. At least they thought it was thoughtful. His face looked more like he needed to take an urgent shit. "You're right," Gravis transmitted to both of them. "I have overthought this situation and have made it more complex than necessary. I will show you how I am with my actions." The White Ape grew confused again while the Empress looked with narrowed eyes at the distant Gravis. "What did I just say?" the Empress asked Gravis seriously. "That I should let my actions speak instead of spouting apologies. That's also why I didn't apologize just now," Gravis answered. "No, that's not what I said," the Empress transmitted back with some annoyance. "I said, stop being weird," she transmitted with frustration. Gravis gnashed his teeth. "How is that weird?" "I did exactly as you said," Gravis transmitted back with anger. "Yes, that's weird. Your personality and conduct keep changing the whole time." "That's weird," she answered with anger. "Well, beasts can be wrong," Gravis answered while crossing his arms. "I just saw the error in my ways and adapted." "What's the problem with that?" Gravis asked. Now the Empress also gnashed her teeth. "The problem is that changing your personality and principles isn't that easy. You can't just hear some words and immediately change how you think," she transmitted back. "Yes, you can," Gravis answered curtly. The Empress waited for Gravis' follow-up, but no follow-up came. This annoyed her even more. "No, you can't," she transmitted back as she stood up from her throne. "Well, I just did," Gravis answered. The Empress stewed in her annoyance for a bit. The White Ape saw that and sighed. He hadn't seen the Empress act this wildly in a while. Somehow, this mere lord was able to get such an intense reaction from the Empress, even though she could kill him with a mere thought. After some time, the Empress sat back down and sighed, not hiding it this time. She just couldn't be bothered right now. "You know," she transmitted to Gravis, "I've never come across such an annoying and frustrating beast like you." Gravis grimaced like he had just heard something ridiculous. "How am I annoying? I'm just learning and adapting. Shouldn't you be happy about my willingness to change?" The Empress groaned after hearing this. She just wanted this whole situation to be over. Or at least that was what she thought. In reality, she felt quite happy inside. Gravis' unusual conduct had blown away the gray clouds of the seemingly infinitely ongoing monotony of her life. She was always here on the mountain just trying to understand laws. After a long while, she could finally release and vent some of her emotions. Of course, she didn't want to admit that to herself. Admitting that she liked being annoyed would make her feel even weirder than Gravis. This was also one of the big reasons why she didn't just kill him. She thought that she wanted this situation to end, but in actuality, she didn't want this conversation to end. "So," Gravis transmitted slowly after several seconds of silence. "About that fourth opponent." The Empress took a deep breath with closed eyes as she tried to calm down. "There is no one willing to battle with you anymore, Gravis?" the Empress transmitted with some annoyance. "Last time, only the wolf was ready to battle you, and I doubt that anyone wants to fight with you now." Gravis grimaced when he heard that. "Okay, but are there maybe some other outstanding level 5 lords around? I really need some tempering," he asked. The Empress sighed again as she massaged the bridge of her nose with her fingers. "Why do you want to temper yourself so badly? I don't get it. You are not ready to learn a new law, but you still want to gamble with your life." What's the reason? She asked. Well, Gravis answered. You saw that aura that made my first opponent slow down? He asked. The Empress nodded. This aura only grows by putting my life on the line. The only reason why it even has such a strong suppressive effect on a beast a whole level higher than me is that I have tempered myself a lot already. If I don't keep tempering myself, eventually, it will become less useful. The Empress remained silent for a bit as she thought about what Gravis just told her. I've never heard of something like this, but your powers are strange to begin with. What's your plan? Why do you want to temper yourself now? Well, as long as I manage to increase it some more, I might be able to win against a king while I'm a level 4 lord, Gravis admitted. If I don't increase it now, I'll have to wait until I'm a level 5 lord to fight a level 1 king. For some reason, the Empress sighed again. Gravis had no idea why she reacted like this. Gravis, she transmitted. Even if your strange aura becomes more powerful, you will still have no chance against a level 1 king. Think about it. The most outstanding level 5 lords in this event can fight 2 levels above themselves. Yet, not even one of them says they can fight a level 1 king even though, theoretically, a level 1 king is 2 levels above them. Why is that? Gravis didn't know why. He had seen the talent of the level 5 lords. They all knew laws that increased their battle strength significantly. Why weren't they able to battle level 1 kings? I don't know, actually, Gravis transmitted. I don't have much knowledge about the higher realms since the Red King is the first king I've ever met. Obviously, due to our relationship, he didn't tell me anything. The Empress was a little taken aback when she heard that. You have had no guidance from any empire or kingdom? She asked. She was so surprised about this fact because Gravis' battle strength and experience in battle were too powerful for some beast that hadn't received any guidance. Had Gravis achieved all of this power without a more powerful beast guiding him? This almost seemed impossible. Gravis shook his head. No, I have only had lords around me, and all these lords had been either my friends or underlings, Gravis explained. Now, a lot more things made sense to the Empress. Gravis' weird behavior and trust issues also made some sense now. After all, he only had underlings and enemies. Have you ever been part of a tribe or kingdom of someone else? Gravis shook his head. No. The only tribe I had been a part of was one that I have created myself. Of course, that tribe doesn't exist anymore. The Empress had no questions regarding Gravis' destroyed tribe. Tribes came and went daily. An enemy invading a tribe and eradicating it with only the tribe leader surviving happened all the time. Instead of continuing the conversation, the Empress looked at the other beasts. Hundreds of kings and lords were still waiting for her to do anything. They had watched the Empress, the white ape, and Gravis just standing around and looking at each other. Of course, the beasts knew that they were talking, but they didn't know what they were talking about. As long as the Empress didn't order anything else, they just continued standing and waiting there. I'll explain some things to you later. First of all, I need to end this whole matter, the Empress told Gravis. Then she turned to the present kings and lords. The competition is over, she announced. Gravis will be my mate. None of the present beasts were surprised about that. Gravis had proven his power, and it was only natural that he would be chosen. Feelings like entitlement were incredibly rare among beasts, and they simply accepted this matter. Their candidates just hadn't been powerful enough. All candidates will join my empire. The kings will all receive the standard reward. The Grand Elder has taken note of your contributions and will remember you, the Empress proclaimed. The Grand Elder nodded and stepped forward. Tell me what kind of rewards you want, the white ape said. After that, everything became silent again. The kings were probably all talking with the Grand Elder via voice transmission. After some seconds, one king after the other left the Mountain of Pride, all flying off in different directions. After around half a minute, nearly no kings remained anymore. Now only the Empress, the White Ape, the Red King, Gravis, and the other candidates remained. Candidates, the Empress announced to the gathered crowd. To the north of the Mountain of Pride, you will find my army commanders. They have gone through many such meetings and know what to do. Fly to the north, and my commanders will contact you. Follow their orders. Starting today, you are part of the Icy Pride Empire, the Empress proclaimed. Icy Pride Empire? Gravis thought. Is that the name of the empire? The Empress does have the water element which can transform into ice. She also has comprehended the law of pride. So, I guess calling the empire Icy Pride makes sense. The lords all lowered their heads to show their subservience. Then, they flew towards the north. Gravis thought that seeing so many several-kilometer-long beasts flying into one direction looked quite imposing. A human sect would probably be quite intimidated if they saw such an endless cloud of massive beasts flying towards them. Gravis wondered if non-natural middle worlds also had such beast empires. After all the lords left, only 4 beasts remained on top of the Mountain of Pride. The Empress, the White Ape, the Red King, and Gravis. Right now, Gravis was, by far, the largest beast present, towering over all other present beasts. Of course, that was only because the other 3 beasts had control over their size. Gravis had already seen the true size of the Red King, which was gigantic. He also wondered if the White Ape and the Empress were bigger or smaller if they revealed their actual size. Red King, the Empress said as she turned to him, you have brought an outstanding mate for me. Tell me, what reward do you want? I want time in the infernal depths, the Red King answered immediately. The Empress wasn't surprised. I've thought as much. As you know, normally only emperors that are part of my empire are allowed to enter the infernal depths. But since you brought me such an excellent mate, I will allow it. You can enter the infernal depths and stay there for 10 years, the Empress said. The Red King's body shook out of excitement. He had wanted to enter the infernal depths for an incredibly long time. 10 years should easily be enough for him to comprehend a more powerful law. The infernal depths was one of the highest graded law comprehension areas in the entire world. The fire inside the infernal depths was on the same level as punishment lightning. If one managed to comprehend all the secrets of the infernal depths, they would gain access to this powerful fire. Of course, the Red King knew that he wouldn't be able to understand everything with his current realm and with only being allowed to stay for 10 years. Yet, even comprehending the weaker laws inside the infernal depths would increase his power by a lot. Theoretically, the Red King could have already become an emperor. Yet, as soon as he would become one, he would only be able to temper himself against other level 1 emperors. However, all emperors were incredibly outstanding. The Red King might be very powerful for his realm, but he would only be slightly above average if he became an emperor right now. That was not what he wanted. The Red King wanted to be outstanding, and to become outstanding, he needed to increase his battle strength as much as possible. Right now, he didn't appear interesting to other level 1 emperors, which gave him the security and time to comprehend more laws. Grand Elder, the Empress said, bring the Red King to the infernal depths and explain everything important to him. Yes, Empress, the White Ape said. Then, he looked at the Red King and motioned with his head to follow him. Follow me, he said. The Red King threw one more glance at Gravis with a smirk. This is where we part ways. I won't miss you for even a second, he transmitted. Same goes for me, Gravis answered. Who knows? Maybe I will already be powerful enough to kill you when you return, the Red King snorted. Sure, good luck, he said sarcastically. Then, he left with the White Ape without saying another word. And with that, only Gravis and the Empress remained on top of the Mountain of Pride. Gravis just looked at the Empress nervously. Now it was official. He was to be her mate. Yet, Gravis still didn't want to have any children, and he really wasn't sure how he should tell that fact to the Empress. Gravis, the Empress said, making Gravis' nervousness rise more. Did you come from a lower world? She asked. Gravis was surprised when he heard that. How did she know? Yet, he quickly calmed down as he realized something. Of course, she would know about the lower worlds. After all, the beasts in many lower worlds would end up in this middle world. I came from a different world, yes? Gravis said. The Empress sighed. That's what I've thought. Usually, when you become a spirit beast, you get scouted by the tribe, kingdom, or empire where you currently reside in. Then, they will teach you all the relevant information. Yet, the Empress said as she looked at Gravis more closely, Even ascenders would be taught the basics. As you surely know, the ascenders appear randomly anywhere in our world, which means that they all get easily found by the tribes. After all, the sudden appearance of a lord inside one's territory will get noticed very quickly. For some reason, the Empress continued, you haven't gone through any of that. I wonder, where have you materialized? She asked. Gravis wasn't sure how he should answer the question. Land beasts obviously had some enmity with sea beasts, and if he told her that he materialized in the ocean, she might think he was a sea beast. Would she kill him then? Gravis sighed. Well, might as well ask, right? Gravis thought. Before I tell you, could you please tell me why there is this enmity between sea beasts and land beasts going on? Also, could you please tell me what makes a land beast and a sea beast? Gravis asked. After that question, the Empress quickly realized that Gravis counted himself as a sea beast. Yet she didn't seem to mind much. The generally accepted reason is that the sea beasts are different from us. They want to transform the land into sea, while we want to transform the sea into land. That's the official reason why we war with each other. Of course, the Empress continued, the environment doesn't really affect us at all. As you know, lords don't care where they live. Water and land make no difference. Therefore, this generally accepted reason for war doesn't really hold under scrutiny. The real reason is just that we all need enemies, the Empress explained. A genuine war where everyone tries to kill the other side with every possible way is great tempering. That's why everyone wants to have enemies. The Empress looked at the horizon. I don't know how everything started, but at some point, the sea beasts and land beasts started encroaching on the other's territory. Everyone acted like this was an affront to them, but in reality, they were excited about the war. Then, everything just became bigger and bigger until the two halves of the world were in constant war with each other. Gravis nodded. So, there isn't really some deep enmity. The beasts simply establish two about equally powerful parties so that they can kill each other for tempering. Yes, that's all there is to it, the Empress said. As for your second question, that's a bit harder to answer. There is no real definition for sea beasts and land beasts starting at the Lord realm. Both can live wherever they want, and they also change their bodies to become more powerful. Due to that, sea beasts start growing arms and legs to further their battle strength. At that point, they also become nearly indistinguishable from land beasts. In reality, there are no real criteria that decide if you're a land beast or sea beast. In the end, the Empress said, it all comes down to your personal choice. Simply join one of the two camps. As soon as you join, you will be part of that side. So, right now, you count as a land beast even if you have been a sea beast in the past. Gravis listened intently. Yet, as he listened to more of the secrets of the world, he realized that everything was way more straightforward than he had expected. So, in the end, it was all about tempering again. This situation could be compared to the relationships of the sex in the lower world, but there was still one crucial factor that was different. In the lower world, the war between the sex hadn't actually been a real one. Yet, the war in this middle world was a genuine one. Both camps tried to eradicate the other side with everything they had. This difference was important. In the lower world, no one had to fear their sect getting eradicated. Yet, in this world, this danger was real. At first glance, this didn't seem much different. After all, the individuals would die either way in a fight. Yet, the difference became important when one looked at the reasons for cultivation of the individual. Not everyone was ready to sacrifice themselves for supreme power, but many were ready to sacrifice themselves for their home. Silva was a good example of that. If Silva were a human in the lower world, he could have lived out his time in peace without fighting. Yet here this wasn't so easy. The sea beasts would want to attack his tribe no matter what. Because of this whole dynamic, even someone as relatively peaceful as Silva would be forced to risk his life in battle. The important distinction here was that the individuals in the lower world had a choice. They could decide if they wanted to become powerful or not. Yet, this choice didn't exist in this world. Either you die or you become powerful. Of course, Gravis also understood another thing which had bothered him for quite a while. And if someone creates a tribe made out of both sea beasts and land beasts, It would undermine the whole feeling of enmity between both parties, right? Gravis asked. The Empress nodded. Every powerful beast knows that it's possible to live together with the other party without any issue. Yet we want to keep the war going. Such a huge war is perfect tempering. So, when a tribe with a mixture of both sides appears, both sides see them as an enemy. The Empress leaned back on her throne. Also, making such a tribe is pointless, she said. A couple of minutes ago, Gravis would have disagreed, but now he understood more about the world. Because if the tribe manages to conquer the world, no more enemies will be left. Yet, since we all need enemies, the beasts would just search for the next best reason to go to war, which would be the difference between sea beasts and land beasts again. The Empress nodded. Exactly. No matter what happens, everything will default back to this war. Why is that? That's because this war is the most effective method of tempering, at least for the greater collective. A mixed tribe could have a better tempering experience since everyone is their enemy. However, it's also very dangerous, she said. The chances of death are way too high. Gravis nodded. Now, he knew more about the world and finally realized why everyone didn't want a mixed tribe to appear. It wasn't because of some deep enmity or belief. It was just that such a tribe encroached on the tempering of both sides. The warring parties didn't mind if beasts joined the opposite side, but they minded it very much if beasts kept themselves neutral. Some seconds of silence passed. The Empress had no more questions regarding Gravis' past, but Gravis had a question regarding something she had said previously. So, he started. Why do you say that I would still have no chance against a level 1 king? He asked. The Empress remembered that this was the original topic. The reason for that is the gift that every king receives when they become a king. Gravis was a bit taken aback. Gift? What kind of gift? He asked. As soon as you become a king, the world will grant you a gift. This gift is the same for every beast, but also different for every beast, the Empress explained. The same but also different? Gravis thought in confusion. Yet, he didn't need to ask since the Empress just continued talking. Every new king receives enlightenment on a law which is most compatible with the king, the Empress explained. Gravis' eyes widened in shock. I'm pretty sure humans don't have that. Gravis thought about what the Empress had said for a while. I'm absolutely sure that no human would get something like that as soon as they reach the nascent nourishing realm. Father said that there is some kind of secret weapon that humans get when they reach the nascent nourishing realm, but this surely isn't it. Gravis looked at the horizon with narrowed eyes. I think this is another one of heaven's ways to keep the beasts powerful enough to serve as tempering. The beasts probably don't have access to this secret weapon that humans have, which is why heaven bestows a law upon the beasts. Additionally, for beasts that haven't come into contact with the laws before, understanding a law might give them the start they need to understand more. I'm pretty sure that heaven teaches the laws differently than when I have absorbed the punishment lightning. Otherwise, this would make no sense, Gravis thought. Then Gravis looked at the Empress again. I've got another question. Go ahead, the Empress said. She didn't really mind talking to Gravis. After all, the whole matter with the competition had passed, and now she had way too much time on her hands again. Are there situations where beasts immediately die as soon as they become kings? Gravis asked. The eyes of the Empress widened. How did you know? She asked. Gravis had already put his armor away and scratched his chin in thought. So there is. That's what I have expected. This is a double-edged sword, Gravis thought. The law of punishment lightning has basically been granted to me by the lightning itself, not by heaven. Father has said that this might make it harder for me to understand my first other law, which had been proven true. Without my father's guidance and the unreal pressure in my fight against the golden dragon, I wouldn't have understood the law regarding the materials. I'm sure that heaven wouldn't give beasts this same disadvantage. After all, heaven wants all the beasts to become powerful. Therefore, heaven must transport the minds of the beasts into some kind of plane where they can fully concentrate on the law that fits them the most. Gravis narrowed his eyes. Yet, not all beasts are able to comprehend laws. This means that some beasts just wouldn't be able to leave this space. According to what I know of heaven's conduct, It wouldn't allow such inferior beasts to survive. "Hey," the Empress said with some annoyance. "I asked you how you knew that." She had watched Gravis looking at the horizon for a while now, even though she had asked him a question. The Empress' words had pulled Gravis out of his thoughts, and he looked back at her. "I was lost in thought. I didn't know that specifically, but it made sense in my mind," Gravis answered. The Empress furrowed her brows. "How does this make sense? If you don't know about this, there is no way to extrapolate something like this from context clues. So how did you know?" she asked again. Gravis sighed. "I have a lot of secrets, and I don't want to tell just anyone about that." "I'm sorry for that," Gravis said. The Empress grew more annoyed. "I've been answering your questions with patience, but you say you can't answer my own?" she asked with annoyance. Gravis sighed again. "It's complicated," he answered. "Due to my background, I know a lot about the workings of the world, but that knowledge is precious. I can tell you with certainty that I know things about the world that no other beast in this world knows." If any other beast had said these things to the Empress, she would have scoffed at them. Yet, Gravis' powers and conduct were incredibly strange and atypical. He had shown powers that could be considered impossible. "What do you want in exchange for these secrets?" the Empress asked. She had thought about threatening Gravis, but as far as she had seen, Gravis didn't appear to be a beast that was susceptible to threats, so she approached with a trade. Gravis' eyes shone as he looked at the Empress. "There is something that has been bothering me for the longest time, and if you can accept this condition, I will tell you as much about my secrets as I'm allowed to share." The Empress' brows furrowed some more. "As much as you're allowed to share? Who can force you to keep your secrets with me present? You said yourself that you are not part of any stronger empire." Gravis had a complicated expression on his face. "Sadly, that's part of my secrets. I can only tell you that I haven't lied to you once," he said. The Empress grew frustrated when she heard that. Why was Gravis so secretive all of a sudden? On top of that, she remembered that he was still a lord. Why did it feel like she was speaking to an equal rather than someone way weaker than her? This whole situation felt surreal to her. After some seconds, the Empress sighed again. She decided to concede. It felt weird to her to concede to some lord, but the potential gains may be worth the loss. If Gravis' secrets were bullshit, she could still kill him out of anger later. "All right, what's your condition?" she asked. "This is it." Gravis thought with motivation. "You have probably noticed that I'm very different from other beasts," Gravis said. The Empress sneered. That much was obvious. "One of these differences is my relationship in regards to a life companion and offspring," Gravis said. The Empress lifted one of her eyebrows in interest but didn't say anything. "To me, children are something that may be even more important than my path to power. I don't want to have children currently since I will be forced to establish an emotional connection with them. As long as they are present, I won't be able to easily move forward on my path anymore. That's why," Gravis said with a sigh, "I don't want to have any offspring while I'm in this world. This is my condition." The Empress furrowed her brows in confusion. "You want to reach supreme power without having any offspring?" she asked in confusion. Gravis nodded. "If I have children, I will love them with all my heart. They would be like another life of mine, and I can't rest and cultivate easily as long as I don't know if they're safe or not. Right now, I don't have the power to protect them from danger. Yet, I also don't want my path to end in this world. As soon as I have enough power to protect them, I would be at the peak of the world, which means that I can ascend into the next world. Because of that, I can't have children in this world. I'm sure that I can help you some other way. If you want, I will also just join the Empire as a normal beast," Gravis explained. The Empress had a very complex look on her face. She wasn't really angry or frustrated about the fact that Gravis just said that he didn't want to do the one thing that his position required of him. Her face looked more like complex pity. "Gravis," she said slowly, "do you know why everyone wants to become my mate?" she asked. Gravis narrowed his eyes as he heard that question. This question seemingly came out of nowhere. Was the Empress trying to entice him to reconsider? Isn't it because of the feeling of power that they might feel after betting an emperor and the associated status? Gravis asked. The Empress shook her head. This might motivate some of the lords, but not so many of them. Additionally, why do you think I give out so many rewards to the kings for a good mate? Gravis also thought about that. You probably also get something out of this, right? He asked. The Empress nodded. Yes, I am searching for powerful beasts so that I can learn about the laws of life, she said. Laws of life? Gravis asked, taken aback. Yes, gaining insights into the laws of life is difficult. Yet, by watching the creation of a new life, I receive a lot of insights about the law of life. As soon as my children are born, I don't care about them anymore. I am simply using this process to further my understanding of laws, she explained. If any human heard these words, they would be shocked and appalled. Yet, Gravis understood that beasts really didn't care about their offspring. Mortal animals might care about them, but it was completely different for beasts on the cultivation path. The beasts were walking a path to power, and an incredibly vast majority would die on that path. Artificially increasing the offspring's power with the parents' help would make it only more challenging for the offspring to become powerful themselves. That's why beasts in the cultivation world didn't care about their offspring. Heaven probably also had a hand in that. If beasts also cared about their offspring like humans, they might not reproduce as crazily as they did now. After all, a child one cared about could be considered a burden if love was involved. Of course, humans would never consider their children a burden. Children brought light and happiness to their lives, and Gravis wasn't different in that regard. If he ever had children, he would love them with all his heart. And what do your mates get out of this process? Gravis asked. You said there is more than just my earlier stated reason. The Empress still retained her look of complex pity. Surprisingly, she remained silent for a couple of seconds, making Gravis nervous. He had expected her to scoff at him or grow enraged by his disrespect. Yet, the Empress only looked at him with pity. What was going on with that? After these seconds of silence, the Empress sighed again. You are really unlucky, she said. Gravis lifted an eyebrow. I'm unlucky? How come? Is it because I don't get that reward the other mates get due to not mating with you? I'm fine with that. Not getting the reward might seem like a loss, but having children might stop my path entirely. I'll accept that trade any day, Gravis said. The Empress looked to the side. That's exactly it. If you want to reach supreme power, you must accept the current circumstance, she said. Gravis was shocked when he heard that. Wait, what? Are you saying that you will kill me if I don't accept? He asked. The Empress shook her head. No, I won't, she said. Then she sighed again. Right now, she actually felt some real pity for Gravis. Why are all the potential candidates in the previous competition lords and not kings or emperors? The Empress asked. Gravis narrowed his eyes. I don't know, he said. The reason for that is the necessary breeding that lords are required to partake in to become kings, she said. Gravis felt his insides shake. Necessary breeding? He asked. The Empress nodded. A level 5 lord can't become a king without having produced a certain amount of offspring, the Empress said, making Gravis' world freeze out of sheer shock. If a beast hasn't produced enough offspring, they will be forever stuck at the level of a level 5 lord. No matter how much they eat or how many laws they comprehend, the evolution to become a king will just never take place. This is one of the absolute rules of the world. Gravis' world had completely stopped, and he couldn't comprehend what was happening right now. What? He asked subconsciously. The Empress still looked at Gravis with complex pity. Normally, a level 5 lord needs to produce around 1,000 children to become a king. Producing so many children is incredibly difficult and time-consuming for lords. The reward that my mates get from me is that their offspring will become divine beasts. For some reason, as long as your offspring is a divine beast, you don't need to have so many children. You only need to bring 3 divine beasts into the world to become a king, the Empress explained. To Gravis, the world was spinning and going out of control right now. What was the Empress saying? He was required to have children in order to reach the nascent nourishing realm? This was a joke, right? Yet, this was only Gravis' optimism speaking. Deep down, He knew that she wasn't joking, as many scenes replayed inside Gravis' mind. He remembered the Red King's laughter when Gravis had told him that he didn't want to have any children due to his goal to become powerful. The Red King had said that Gravis lacked some common information regarding that. He also said that he wanted to see Gravis' face when he finally realized the truth. Involuntarily, the revelation of this new information had also answered a question that Gravis always had had. If the beasts killed and consumed each other this crazily and quickly to become powerful, then how was it possible that there were still so many beasts left? The numbers of beasts should have been way lower. Of course, all the weaker beasts still reproduced like crazy since they didn't have the mental faculties to resist their instincts. But what about the powerful beasts? Why would they have children? This explained everything. This requirement to produce 1,000 beasts would do a lot for the beast population. Heaven couldn't possibly allow the beasts to die out like that. It needed to keep the new beasts coming without pause. Gravis didn't want to think about this, but all the revelations just kept coming. This rule was the best way to keep the world populated. This way was incredibly effective. On top of that, the beasts wouldn't even really care much since they didn't care about their offspring in the first place. To them, this would be an annoyance and time sink at worst. Gravis also remembered the conversation he had with his father. His father had said that Gravis would count as a beast in this world, and that there was a rule that might make Gravis decide against going to a natural world. Back then, his father had shown a similar look to the Empress. He knew the rule, but he had refused to tell it to Gravis. Back then, Gravis had no idea what rule could possibly make him decide against pursuing supreme power. Finally, the truth reared its ugly head. The hidden rule of the world had been exposed. If Gravis wanted to become more powerful, he needed to have children. And if Gravis ever wanted to achieve supreme power, he would be required to leave his children behind and leave this world without them. Gravis was required to create powerful emotional bonds and then sever them. The Empress sighed, something she had done a couple of times in the last 5 minutes. For these last 5 minutes, Gravis had just stared into space. In the beginning, the Empress thought that Gravis was looking at her, but his eyes were unfocused, which made her realize that he was just looking aimlessly into space. The Empress wasn't stupid, and even though she hadn't felt this feeling called love before, she could still empathize with it. She thought that, for Gravis, accepting this situation probably felt akin to having heard that he had to stop his path to power. Because of that, the Empress could empathize with Gravis. "I'm sorry, Empress," Gravis said after these 5 minutes. Surprisingly, his voice sounded stalwart. "I need some time for myself. I will talk to you later. Okay?" The Empress nodded. "It's all right. You're now part of my empire. Take all the time you need. My breeders are allowed to visit my mountain of pride whenever they want," she explained. Gravis nodded. "Thank you." Then, he left the mountain of pride as he flew in a random direction. After a couple of kilometers, Gravis stopped. When he stopped, he just frowned as he looked at the floor with clenched fists. Then he looked at the sky with burning eyes. Who had decided this rule? Obviously, it was Heaven, and Heaven was a sentient being. It had a goal in achieving all of these things, and rules allowed it to reach these things. Yet, if there were a better way to reach its goal, then changing its own rules wouldn't be a problem. Heaven had decided the rules, and it could also change them. What, just because everyone else also had to follow these rules made all of this fair? That's not how the world worked. Rules were always decided by a more powerful party and were used to achieve some goal. For mortals, these rules mostly existed to allow them to live together. But that wasn't the case for cultivators. Heaven had its goal in making these rules, and just because it was more powerful right now, Gravis was supposed to just accept these rules? Hell no. Rules could be inherently unjust and unfair, even if everyone had to follow them. Saying that a rule was fair just because everyone was in the same boat only showed the person's weak will. Gravis wasn't a beast. He was a human. Humans had a completely different relationship with their children than beasts. If Gravis weren't a human, he wouldn't have any issues with this rule. After all, his whole personality would be different. Yet, since Gravis was a human, this rule became a major problem. The fact that this rule was a problem in the first place already showed that something wasn't quite right here. So, even though every other beast had to follow this rule didn't mean that it was fair to put Gravis through this rule too. Gravis was sure that he could convince heaven to change this rule in regards to him. Gravis had a bargaining chip. His bargaining chip was his potential and his inherent advantage against heaven. Heaven might ignore all these other beasts since they would never be able to kill it, but Gravis was different. He had the power to kill heaven. After all, he had done it once already. Gravis would never accept this rule. He was a human, not a beast. He didn't care that every other beast had to follow these rules. Heaven? Gravis said with fiery eyes. I'm a human, not a beast. You know that. The highest heaven also watches, and it also knows that I'm a human. This rule shouldn't apply to me, Gravis said. Of course, Gravis continued. I won't be hypocritical and demand the rewards while ignoring the repercussions. I'm fine with you not granting me this extra law or giving me any other advantage that beasts have over humans. Humans have their own rules, and I'm fine with following those. You can take the control over my body size away. This is also something that I can only do because I am inside a beast's body. I'm fine with you taking away all of these things. I'm a human, Gravis shouted. I only inhabit the body of a beast, and you know that. In comparison to the lower heaven I have killed, you haven't shown any bad conduct so far. You have kept yourself out of my life, and I have no reason to go against you. I know that not all heavens are the same. Just like people, different heavens have different personalities. I won't just go against you because of something that one of your colleagues has done to me. Keep your rules and rewards for beasts away from me, and I will leave this world without doing anything to you or your world in the future, Gravis said. But, Gravis said as his voice transformed into bottomless rage, if you force me to go through this ordeal, I won't leave this world until you are dead. Gravis waited for a minute, but no answer came. Then Gravis released a sigh. I hope you won't make the same mistake as your colleague. I'm not a beast, and these rules or rewards shouldn't take me into account anyway. I'm simply a human cultivating in your world, so treat me like one. After that last sentence, Gravis looked around until he found an uninhabited mountain. The empire was gigantic, and Gravis could probably inhabit anything he wanted with his status. Yet, Gravis would rectify this issue regarding his status soon. Gravis hated hypocrisy, and if he took advantage of his status as a breeder while not fulfilling his duties, he would be ashamed of himself. Yet right now he simply couldn't care less. This whole thing had infuriated him to no end. He needed some time to himself to get his emotions in order. After digging a hole into the mountain, Gravis sat down and closed his eyes. He took in deep breaths to calm down. He didn't need to breathe with his power, but taking deep breaths still helped in calming his mind. I won't follow these rules, Gravis thought. Even if I lose the ability to control my size and everything else that a beast can do, I won't mind. Even if I become an oddity in this world and need to fight against everyone, I still won't accept these rules. Heaven has a goal, and I see the effectiveness of its rules. Without this rule, there wouldn't be nearly as many beasts. Yet, I'm not a beast. I'm fine with giving up all the advantages. Heaven isn't stupid, and it knows that it would be a horrible decision to endanger its own life and world for a mere 3 newborn divine beasts. Over 2 days passed in which Gravis simply tried to get his emotions in order. Yet, even if he was absolutely sure that heaven wouldn't enforce its rules upon him, there was still his nervousness deep inside him. There was always a chance that this heaven was another idiot like the lower heaven, holding supreme power over a whole world for who knew how many years sometimes made people and beasts blind to danger and reason. Additionally, such supreme power might also change their beliefs until they thought they were infallible, and everything they did was just and right. Gravis hoped that this heaven hadn't lost its eye-filled head while trying to shove it as far up its own ass as possible. Yet, even while thinking all these thoughts, he still felt a deep feeling of suppression. He had felt this feeling back when the Red King appeared and during his time in the Red Kingdom. Surprisingly, even though Gravis was basically forced to follow the Empire's rules, he didn't feel a feeling of suppression from the Empress. The rules of the Empire made sense, and Gravis had no problems in following them. Additionally, he could always leave if he decided. Yet, this feeling of having this horrible rule dangle over his head made Gravis feel as suppressed as nearly never before. The only time when he had felt this suppressed was when he had newly arrived in the lower world. Back then, the lower heaven had tried everything in its power to kill him while he had been nearly helpless. Now, he had the power to bargain with heaven, at least. Sadly, this didn't make the situation easier to accept. Gravis still felt like a stronger power was forcing him to go through something he didn't want. Gravis hated this feeling of being suppressed. He hated it so much. Gravis remained inside his newly dug hole for over a week. Even though he believed that this heaven wouldn't be so stupid, his mind still went through a ton of hypothetical scenarios in which he was forced to have children. Every time he thought about having to abandon his children, he gritted his teeth. What kind of cruel and bullshit rule was this? Forcing a human to have children against their consent was incredibly cruel. Gravis was absolutely sure that there was no such rule for humans. If such a rule existed for humans, there wouldn't be nearly as many powerful cultivators. Gravis was sure that the vast majority of humans wouldn't choose to have 1,000 children to become more powerful. If someone decided to do that, everyone, including Gravis, would believe them to be selfish and cold-hearted. His father and mother had given everything to Gravis and his siblings. His parents took the wishes of their children into account and supported them on their path. Someone that didn't want to risk their life would be able to live a long and painless life with the power of an immortal emperor. Someone who wanted to cultivate would get the best possible start. Gravis felt the care that his parents felt for their children, and Gravis couldn't imagine himself being any different. If he ever had children, he would give them all his support. Yet, that would make it incredibly difficult for him to continue on his path to power. He couldn't imagine leaving his new family behind. Additionally, Gravis couldn't just lie to his children. What if one of them asked him why he decided to have children in the first place? Was he supposed to tell them that they only exist because he wanted to become more powerful? Hearing something like that would hurt a child immensely. Gravis would never want to hurt his children like this. On top of that, Gravis felt no love or physical attraction to any beast, including the Empress. So what if the Empress had a human-like upper body? She wasn't a human. She was a beast, and Gravis had no intention of bedding a beast, no matter how similar it was to a human. What if his children asked him about his relationship with their mother? Was he just supposed to tell them that they only existed because the Empress allowed him to reach a new realm while having as few children as possible? These thoughts disgusted Gravis to no end. Gravis would only want children if he found his life partner. He wanted a family, not some randomly scattered people or beasts that shared his blood. He couldn't call something like that a family. Everything about this situation frustrated and enraged Gravis to no end. He couldn't imagine having to decide between his goal in life and family. Additionally, he wouldn't know what he would do if— "Leave, peasant. This is my mountain." A powerful voice suddenly appeared as it resonated throughout the mountain, taking Gravis out of his thoughts. Immediately, his rage exploded as it found an outlet. Bang! Gravis didn't even bother to leave through the hole and just charged through the top of the mountain. Then he looked at the offending beast. It was a 500-meter-long blue crocodile. It was a level 5 lord. The crocodile was taken aback by Gravis' rage-filled eyes. Yes, it had called him a peasant, but that didn't warrant such an extreme response, did it? "You, me?" Gravis said slowly as he pointed at the crocodile and then at himself. "Life and death fight. Do you accept?" Gravis asked with an icy voice. He had a belly full of anger, but he never forgot the rules. The other party had to accept before he could kill them. The crocodile was surprised when it heard that. Did this pathetic level 3 lord just ask it for a life and death battle because it had called him a peasant? This beast was only a level 3 lord. It was normal that more powerful beasts occupied better territories. Also, this mountain had been its residence anyway. Did this weak beast know nothing about how the world worked? The crocodile scoffed. "Don't throw your life away," it said. "I'll overlook your diss. Do you accept or not?" Gravis interrupted it. The crocodile was quite surprised about Gravis' interruption. It had never seen such a weak beast talking to it like that. "Calm down," a third voice said as a newcomer seemingly appeared out of nowhere. It was a green monkey, not even 2 meters tall. Gravis looked at the green monkey and wasn't able to feel its power, which meant that this monkey was a level 5 king, at least. "Elder," the crocodile said with respect, "I am within my right to accept this challenge and execute this weak level 3 lord, but I've held myself back. I'm here as an envoy, and I don't want to hurt our relationship. Please, keep your beasts under control. If this happened in my kingdom, I would have killed this beast already." The monkey looked at the crocodile and nodded. "Thank you for that. Let me introduce you. This," the monkey said as he gestured towards Gravis, "is the Empress' new breeder. He has only been here for a little over a week, so he doesn't know the workings of our empire very well." The crocodile nodded a couple of times. "I see. Then that's Dash. Do you accept or not?" Gravis interrupted both of them again with his rage-filled voice. He didn't break any rules. He was fully within his right to issue a challenge for a life-and-death battle. He was furious right now, and he needed to vent. The monkey furrowed his brows. "Listen." The monkey transmitted to Gravis so that the crocodile didn't hear him. "I'm not doing this because of his pathetic status but because of his power. I know that you must have exceptional battle strength to become a breeder, but this crocodile is also powerful. I know that you can probably fight 2 levels above yourself, but this crocodile has also comprehended a law. I don't want you to throw your life away," the monkey transmitted. Meanwhile, the crocodile was taken aback again. It knew that Gravis must be powerful to become a breeder, but wasn't he taking it a little too lightly? If this happened outside the empire, the crocodile would have already killed this beast. The crocodile looked at the monkey with a complicated look. It really didn't want to cause any trouble, but it was becoming harder to resist. "Listen," the monkey said as he turned to Gravis. This time, he spoke instead of using a voice transmission so that the crocodile could hear their conversation. "This mountain is reserved for visiting envoys. The envoy is in his rights to demand that you leave Dash." "I don't care," Gravis interrupted again. "Power is everything, and if he's more powerful than me, then I will die today. If I'm more powerful, then what right does he have to force me to move?" Both of them were quite shocked by Gravis' unceremonious interruption. It was one thing to interrupt the crocodile, but interrupting the elder was a whole different thing. The monkey scoffed and turned his eyes away from Gravis. He only wanted to help Gravis since he was a breeder of the Empress. Yet Gravis had thrown his goodwill away. Then the monkey turned to the crocodile. "Issuing a challenge for a life-and-death battle is within the rules. Accepting this challenge won't draw any ill will from us towards your kingdom. It's your decision." When the crocodile heard that, it smirked. It knew that Gravis had to be powerful since he was able to become a breeder, but the crocodile wasn't an average level 5 lord either. Could fight half-step kings. Additionally, the crocodile wasn't even eligible to become a candidate for this position. Some small bits of envy and resentment were buried inside it since Gravis had something that it couldn't even hope to achieve. Yet, power was everything and the crocodile was more powerful than Gravis. His status didn't matter at all right now. Today, it would kill one of the illustrious breeders. Then, "I'm sorry, but I will accept the challenge," the crocodile said. The monkey nodded. "I will bear witness to this challenge. Follow me to the fighting grounds. As soon as you enter, no beast is allowed to exit the fighting grounds until the other one is dead." Gravis remained silent as he looked at the crocodile with rage-filled eyes. The monkey had noticed these eyes and shook his head in disappointment. Such a reckless and emotional beast managed to become a breeder? What had the Empress thought when she had decided to accept him? The beasts of the Empire had been informed about a new breeder, but they hadn't been informed about Gravis' power. As far as they knew, Gravis was just as powerful as all the other breeders. That was why the monkey had tried to help Gravis. After all, due to the crocodile's power, this would be a fight with a 3-level difference for Gravis. A breeder was powerful but not that powerful. The monkey turned around and flew away while the crocodile and Gravis followed. The crocodile threw some smug gazes at Gravis, while Gravis only looked forward in rage. He almost couldn't control his anger right now. He just wanted to kill something right now. Meanwhile, beside the mountain of pride, the Grand Elder was looking in their direction. Then he sighed. "It has only been a week," he said helplessly to himself. After some minutes, the group arrived beside some sort of arena. In comparison to the last one, this arena wasn't nearly as big or ostentatious. The last arena had a size of about 50 kilometers, while this one only was 30 kilometers wide. Additionally, the ground wasn't made of some powerful ore. The ground inside the arena was just normal earth, as far as Gravis could tell. Some earth movers probably repaired the arena after every use. The only thing not made out of earth were the walls that surrounded the arena, which were instead made out of some king rank or... Yet, even though Gravis realized all these things, he didn't care about them. Right now, he was completely focused on his own emotions. This whole situation with this stupid rule had frustrated and enraged him to no end, and he wanted nothing more than to just vent right now. It was just the crocodile's bad luck that it had decided to provoke him during this sensitive period. Was it fair to vent all his emotions onto a beast he didn't know? It depends. If Gravis simply attacked someone like this, one could argue that Gravis had no right to attack them. Yet, by issuing a challenge, the decision fell back onto the crocodile's back. By declining, Gravis wouldn't be able to do anything to it without getting killed by some elder. The crocodile had accepted the duel, which conveniently transformed Gravis' venting of rage into some life and death tempering. The reason why life and death tempering took place wasn't important. Beasts fought and killed each other all the time to become more powerful. Bang! Gravis hit the middle of the arena with quite some force, destroying a lot of earth in the process. He only looked towards his empty front with rage-filled eyes. As soon as the crocodile would enter the arena, he would be able to vent some of his frustration. "Go in," the monkey said to the crocodile. "As soon as you enter the arena, you can't exit without killing him." The crocodile only smirked. "I'm looking forward to the fight. I know that all breeders can fight against beasts 2 levels higher than them. I'm not so arrogant to think that this battle will be easy, but that's even better. I've been through a lot of difficult fights in my life, and I enjoy the challenge." Gravis grew more impatient as he waited for the crocodile. This whole thing was taking too long. After lowering its head a little bit towards the monkey, the crocodile flew forward into the arena with a leisurely pace. After some seconds, it reached the middle of the arena, in front of Gravis, and softly landed on the ground. "Today we'll dash bang." Gravis' feet exploded with lightning as he accelerated with insane speeds. He hadn't used that technique in a long while since his lightning transformation was just faster in general. The crocodile hadn't been ready at all, and just when it wanted to evade, a powerful pressure appeared and pressed into it, slowing it down by around 20%. Due to that miscalculation, it messed up its timing. Bang! Gravis punched the crocodile's snout with his fist, lightning violently exploding out of it. The snout of the crocodile broke, and it got shot towards the distance for several kilometers. Gravis' lightning had already reached 393% of its initial power when he had become a level 3 lord. In relation to the general power of a level 3 lord, his lightning was only 7% weaker than the power of a level 4 lord. Gravis had moved his centers of power around crazily during all of this. He made his body weaker and lightning stronger to accelerate as fast as possible. Then, he moved everything into his spirit to make his will aura as powerful as possible. Lastly, he distributed his power into his body and lightning to increase the power of his attack. So, even though Gravis was only a level 3 lord, this attack was still easily powerful enough to injure a level 5 lord. After this attack, Gravis simply looked at the crocodile, which was still flying away from him due to his punch. Meanwhile, the eyes of the watching monkey widened in shock. That was some incredible acceleration for a level 3 lord. Additionally, the attack had broken the crocodile's snout in many places. Near the Mountain of Pride, the white ape also nodded in praise. Gravis hadn't been able to display his full power during the earlier battles a week ago, which made his specific battle strength still a mystery to the white ape and the Empress. The white ape looked forward to seeing more of Gravis' power. Instead of following up with another attack, Gravis just waited for the crocodile. After some seconds, the crocodile managed to regain its bearings after the initial shock. Then it grew furious. It quickly stood up again and looked at Gravis with burning rage. Gravis looked back from a distance. "Normally, I would have already killed you with a more powerful attack," Gravis said coldly. "But today you're not tempering for me. You're just an outlet for my rage. I don't want to kill you with a single attack." "Come!" Gravis shouted. What Gravis had said had been the truth. If he so wanted, he could have unloaded a preloaded lightning crescent into its face. If he had done that, the crocodile would have died already. Underestimating one's enemy was the biggest mistake one could make in a fight. Many people and beasts had died to Gravis because of that reason, and if Gravis so wanted, the crocodile would have become one of them already. When the crocodile heard that, it grew even angrier. Not only has this puny level 3 lord destroyed its snout, but this little shit was looking down on it. Yet, the crocodile realized that Gravis was powerful. Now, it would use everything in its power to kill him. Whoosh! The crocodile flew into the air, but for some reason, its flight looked different from how other beasts flew. Other beasts always hovered in the air like there was some invisible, moving platform underneath them. Meanwhile, the crocodile's body was bobbing up and down slightly, with its feet and tail distorting some air around them. By all intents and purposes, the crocodile looked like it was submerged in water, not air. The distortion around its feet and tail reminded Gravis of small currents of water. It was like the air was behaving like water around the crocodile. Gravis was absolutely sure that this was the doing of that law that the crocodile had comprehended. He remembered that the monkey had said that the crocodile knew a law. Whoosh! The crocodile shot forward at insane speeds. His speed was even faster than an average level 5 Lord Divine Beast. Thanks to Gravis' spirit sense, he was able to take note of all the peculiarities while the crocodile shot forward. The air around it only behaved like water behind its feet, arms, and tail. The front of its appendages and body had no sign of these currents. Gravis immediately realized how the crocodile could become that fast. Water was many times denser than air and therefore also had a lot more resistance. If a mortal flailed their arms and legs in the air, they would only make some very minor headway in their desired direction. It was difficult to push themselves forward with only air resistance. Water was different in the sense that a mortal could easily swim in it and move forward. The human might not be as fast as on land, but they could definitely swim faster in the water than they could swim in the air. By making the air behind the crocodile act like water, it could use the higher resistance to push itself forward. Additionally, since the front of its body still behaved like normal air, the crocodile gained the positive aspect of water movement while ignoring the negative aspects. This allowed it to become this fast. Gravis was sure that this law had something to do with water movement. Laws were able to alter the world around the user. He might not have seen a law that had been used like this, but it made sense. Luckily, the crocodile had been far away, which gave Gravis enough time to react. If it had been closer, he might not have been able to react to such insane speeds. The crocodile quickly reached Gravis. Instead of evading, Gravis simply waited until the crocodile came closer. Twice already, he thought. I could have killed you again with a lightning crescent just now. You can't even distract me properly, he thought with frustration. The crocodile was not using its most effective weapon against Gravis, which would be its element. By shooting some compressed water beams or some icicles at him, he would be forced to defend himself or evade. Sadly, the crocodile only charged at him to bite him. Yet, the crocodile couldn't be faulted for this line of thinking. It was a divine beast, and it was 2 levels higher than Gravis. Theoretically, its body should be around 32 times more powerful than Gravis' body. Therefore, in its mind, its body would be the most powerful weapon against him. Sadly, that was wrong. Gravis' whole fighting style and attacks were designed for close combat. With his weaker lightning, he would need to spend a lot more energy to injure the crocodile from a distance. Additionally, due to the level difference, his lightning wouldn't be fast enough to make the crocodile unable to react. By fighting from a distance, the crocodile would become way more troublesome. The light vanished around Gravis as the crocodile's maw engulfed him. A crocodile's mouth was the most powerful part of its body, and a bite could crush nearly everything. On top of that, only its snout was broken, which meant that its lower jaw remained uninjured. While all of this had been going on, Gravis had readied several things inside his spirit space. He had become incredibly good at forging, and he could make some small alterations to his equipment in a split second. Whoop! For things appeared around Gravis. At first glance, these things looked like sabers with some kind of platform attached to their hilts. If one looked closer, they would realize that these platforms were shields that had been fused to the hilts of the sabers. Two of these things were above Gravis, while the two other things were below him. Then, Gravis placed his hands and feet on the backside of the shields so that the sabers pointed away from him. Shing! Bang! The jaw snapped shut. The crocodile's own power and Gravis' resistance made the sabers dig deeply into the crocodile's mouth. One had to remember that Gravis was around 40 meters tall currently, with his equipment perfectly fitting his size. The crocodile was bigger with a length of 500 meters, but a saber with a length of around 20 meters would still hurt it incredibly. The four sabers pushed through the crocodile's lower and upper jaw until they broke out of the other side. Yet, the power of its bite hadn't been exhausted. Its bite continued pushing down until it hit the shields. A crocodile's bite was powerful, but it was only able to make use of the muscles in its head and neck. Meanwhile, by standing upright, Gravis was making use of his entire body. Additionally, the bite had been weakened by forcing the sabers into the crocodile's flesh. Gravis felt some of his bones crack, but such an injury was nothing for a lord. He managed to resist the bite until it fully stopped. Meanwhile, the crocodile was shocked by the incredible pain it felt right now. These sabers had come out of nowhere, and it hadn't been able to stop its attack in time. Bang! Gravis' hands and legs exploded with lightning, which made the crocodile open its destroyed mouth. After that, Gravis easily flew out of its open mouth and looked at it with cold eyes. "You're not even a challenge," he said coldly. He wanted to distract himself by fighting a beast, but this crocodile had made one wrong decision after the other. Gravis wanted to lose himself in the excitement of a fight, but he felt nothing right now. Theoretically, the crocodile had enough power to become a threat to him, but its shitty decision-making ruined everything. The crocodile tried to close its mouth, but it became hard with these sabers stabbing through its jaws. Its most powerful weapon had been destroyed, which made it nervous. Bang! Bang! Gravis exploded forward again, and his fist exploded onto the crocodile's lower jaw, breaking it too. The crocodile had been too distracted with its horrible circumstances right now and had lost its concentration. The crocodile flew into the distance again, but this time, Gravis chased. Instead of venting his rage, he was only becoming more frustrated. This was supposed to be a challenge. Gravis wanted to distract himself, but this idiotic crocodile was too inexperienced. He had no idea how someone as inexperienced as this crocodile managed to comprehend a law. His disgust for the crocodile grew since it wasn't able to distract him. In order to chase the crocodile as quickly as possible, Gravis transformed into lightning, making the eyes of the white ape and monkey widen. They hadn't seen that yet. Gravis quickly reached the crocodile with his speed and materialized on top of the still flying crocodile. Bang! A kick filled with lightning exploded onto its back, forcing the crocodile to create a crater below it. But Gravis wasn't done. Bang! 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 He charged into the hole and punched and kicked it everywhere, lightning exploding every time he hit it. Its bones broke while its flesh split apart with burns. It was becoming more and more injured as time passed. SSSSSS. Multiple beams of compressed water appeared around Gravis, which quickly shot at him. Even though Gravis was angry, he was smart enough not to forget that his opponent could still kill him. His will aura appeared and broke the will upon the water, making it impossible for the crocodile to control the water after it had been shot out. Then, Gravis evaded most of the water beams, thanks to his involuntary evasion training against the golden dragon. One of the beams penetrated his right chest, but the beam hadn't been wide enough to create a big hole. The crocodile had probably intended to cut him apart with these beams, but it hadn't expected to lose control over its own element like this. Bang! 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 Gravis rained more punches onto the crocodile's body, injuring it more and more. Of course, the crocodile also tried to hit him with more water, but Gravis was already too close to it. Additionally, the constant flurry of punches and kicks made it hard for the crocodile to think rationally. Right now, it only tried everything in its power to get Gravis away from it. It couldn't run since Gravis attacks had pushed both of them deep into the earth. Charging through the earth wouldn't allow it to become fast enough to get away in time. After more attacks, the crocodile's eyes widened in rage and panic. Then, it turned its mouth as quickly as possible to Gravis and opened it wide. Bzzz. Yet, Gravis immediately transformed into lightning and circled to the other side of its body. He had seen the last-ditch attack of a divine beast already, and he wouldn't fall for it again. At his new location, the crocodile couldn't point its mouth at him. By now, Gravis realized that punching the crocodile didn't help with his rage. Actually, it made his rage even increase. Deep inside, he knew that this was pointless. Punching this crocodile didn't help with his situation at all. It changed nothing. He still had this stupid rule hanging above his head, no matter how much he punched the crocodile. Gravis quickly realized how pointless this whole thing was. Fuck this, he said to himself. Shing! Boom! Gravis summoned one of his sabers and unloaded the preloaded lightning crescent into the crocodile's head. All the earth surrounding them got reduced into dust, while the earth further away got thrown into the distance due to the shockwave. The explosion vanished quickly, and only a massive crater was left behind. The lightning quickly entered Gravis' body, and he jumped out of the crater. His body was already beginning to evolve, but he couldn't care less right now. This doesn't change anything, he grumbled to himself as he walked away from the crater. I still don't know if heaven has accepted my bargain or not, and I can't stand not knowing the results. Gravis said all this, not caring who overheard him. Right now, his whole concentration was on his current situation. I need to know for sure, Gravis said to himself as he stopped. Then he turned to the monkey who was still looking at him. I want to join the war against the sea beasts, he commented. Right now, Gravis knew that his will aura wasn't powerful enough to contend with a level 1 king. This meant that he needed to reach the power of a level 5 lord by only eating level 5 lords, and according to his calculations, he would need to eat over 20 of them. The war would surely involve a lot of powerful lords, and getting his food there would surely be more efficient than asking one level 5 lord after the other inside the empire to fight him. Gravis needed to know what heaven had decided. Remaining in this form of limbo only grated on his nerves. He had to become a level 5 lord as quickly as possible and then fight level 1 kings to become a king. Only then would he know what heaven had decided for him. Gravis absolutely hated that some more powerful being could decide his future, but there was nothing he could do right now. He first needed to get clarity on the issue. After that, he could plan his future. Gravis only looked at the green monkey with cold eyes. Venting had not helped him at all, and he needed to get to the war as soon as possible to become a level 5 lord. Right now, he was very impatient as he waited for the green monkey's answer. Meanwhile, the green monkey was still stunned by Gravis' performance. This fight had been way too one-sided. Additionally, Gravis was growing and mutating while he spoke, and he didn't even seem to care about his growing power. Normally, beasts that reached the next level were always excited and tried to revel in their newfound power. The monkey shook his head a little bit to regain his bearings. Then, he looked at Gravis with furrowed brows. You still haven't fulfilled your duty as a breeder. Joining a war is too risky for you right now, he said. Then don't count me as a breeder anymore. I want to temper myself, and if my status is in the way of that, it's nothing more than a hindrance to me, Gravis said coldly. The monkey was taken aback again. Did this beast just throw away one of the most illustrious positions in existence without thinking? The monkey wanted to argue more, but he quickly got a message from the Grand Elder, who said that Gravis was allowed to take part in the war. The monkey didn't know Gravis' personality, and the white ape knew that, which was why he had interfered. Allowing Gravis to temper himself wouldn't be an issue. Gravis would fulfill his duties anyway when he realized that he couldn't become a king like this. They just had to wait. The monkey nodded a bit towards the mountain of pride and then turned to Gravis. All right, the next group will leave in 2 weeks. You can join them, the monkey said. That's too long, Gravis answered immediately. Was this a joke? Gravis was barely able to contain his anger and frustration already. He couldn't wait for another 2 weeks. Point me towards the direction, and I will go by myself. The monkey didn't like Gravis' tone at all, but he kept himself in check. That won't be possible. We need to be careful of spies, which is why we always need to send a powerful escort with the group as proof of their identity. Otherwise, some sea beasts might infiltrate our army, he explained. And if I go either way? Gravis asked with narrowed eyes. The monkey looked back with narrowed eyes. Then the surrounding kingdoms will kill you since they don't know who you are. You might be powerful for your level, but you can't fight a kingdom yet. Gravis clenched his fists and teeth as he heard that. His frustration grew as he realized that he couldn't even temper himself without someone more powerful allowing it. If he just charged off like this, he would run into several kings that would kill him. Gravis was angry, but he hadn't lost his rationality. This was also a form of suppression, though not an aggressive one. Yet Gravis still hated this feeling. All right, Gravis said with barely contained rage. Where do I need to wait? He asked. The monkey was growing more annoyed with Gravis' tone. This lord was looking at him like he wanted to kill him, and the monkey didn't like that one bit. Yet, the rules of the empire didn't allow the monkey to just kill Gravis like this, even if he wanted to. Go to the east. After around a day of travel, you will find 2 high and thin mountains. As long as you stay near them, you will hear the announcement when the time comes. Everything else will be explained then, the monkey explained coldly. Gravis nodded and immediately flew to the east, leaving the monkey behind without another word. The monkey quickly tried to forget Gravis and left to deal with Gravis' mess. The monkey would need to send someone to the Blue Scaly Kingdom to let them know that their envoy had died. An envoy's death was not a small matter. Generally, the envoys from the kingdoms staying in the empire were the most talented lords of that kingdom. They mainly came here to comprehend some laws, which was the incentive that the empire used to keep the kingdoms loyal to them. If the empire didn't offer enough benefits to the kingdoms, they might decide to join another empire. One would think that this wouldn't be such a big issue. After all, the empire had hundreds of affiliated kingdoms under them. What did one kingdom matter? There were 2 reasons why such kingdoms mattered. One reason was a cohesive territory. By having all kingdoms follow one empire in one cohesive pile, it would be easier for the empire and other kingdoms to transport and transfer weaker beasts and lords through them. If one kingdom in the middle of that pile decided to join another empire, all neighboring kingdoms would need to move around the whole thing so that they didn't trespass and enrage the affiliated empire of that kingdom. When a time-sensitive situation occurred, this could cost the empire a lot more. The second reason was the territories of the kingdoms themselves. What did that mean exactly, and why was this different from the first reason? The difference was that those kingdoms might hold areas that helped in law comprehension. In fact, most of the law comprehension areas that belonged to the empire were located in a territory of one of their kingdoms. The empire simply had control over these areas. The empire could send their beasts to these areas inside the kingdoms to learn some laws. If a kingdom with such a law comprehension area joined another empire, the empire would lose one of its areas. And it just so happened that the Blue Scaly Kingdom had such an area. It was some kind of underground lake with insanely strong currents. This was also the reason why the crocodile had been able to understand its law. Obviously, the crocodile hadn't had as much combat experience as Gravis' usual opponents. A beast like the crocodile wouldn't have been able to comprehend a law without the help of a law comprehension area. So, the green monkey had to deal with the Blue Scaly Kingdom delicately and explain to them that one of their most talented beasts had died inside their empire. Sure, all of this was within the rules, and the crocodile had accepted the challenge, but not all beasts were the same. The fact that such an inexperienced beast had been chosen as an envoy already showed that the blue scaly kingdom had a kind of different mindset from the usual beasts. Obviously, the crocodile hadn't gone through a lot of genuine life and death tempering but had still been chosen to be an envoy, which was basically a waste of an envoy's position. This meant that the blue scaly kingdom probably valued the number of powerful beasts over their individual battle strength. The bigger picture of the kingdom was more important to them than to risk losing some beasts to make them go through tempering. Of course, if the blue scaly kingdom left, the empire wouldn't be too sad. After all, the kingdom just had one law comprehension area of many. Sure, the empire might help the kingdoms here and there, but the empire wouldn't change and ignore its own rules just because some kingdom threw a hissy fit. This was one of the crucial differences between humans and beasts. Humans might have forced Gravis to spare the crocodile to keep up their good relationship with the associated kingdom. After all, on paper, a whole kingdom with a law comprehension area was more valuable than one lord, right? Meanwhile, the empire was a bit annoyed that Gravis had killed an envoy, but they wouldn't stop him from doing it again. He was the more powerful beast, and therefore, he was allowed to kill the crocodile as long as Gravis kept following the rules. That's why the green monkey hated having to explain this situation to the blue scaly kingdom. Gravis was the more powerful beast out of the two, and everything should have ended with that fact. Yet, because of this political mess, the monkey still had to talk to the kingdom, which felt incredibly unnecessary to him. Meanwhile, near the Mountain of Pride, the Grand Elder and the Empress talked to each other. "He has a lot of mysterious abilities," the Grand Elder said to the Empress. They had watched the fight, and they had already talked a lot about Gravis. The Empress nodded. "He has also said a lot of confusing things in the past week. It was almost like he was talking to someone. Yet I didn't feel the presence of any being," she answered. "I have noticed," the white ape said. "As far as I see, he thought he was talking to some kind of being called heaven. I've never heard of that before." If Gravis heard that the white ape and the Empress had never heard about heaven, he would become shocked. Yet, after thinking about this for a while, it actually made sense. The heaven in this world kept itself completely out of all affairs. There were no heaven-born or beasts suddenly getting struck by lightning. The beasts had never seen heaven do anything, which made them not even think about the possibility that some powerful being controlled the entire world. Everything they had seen had been natural and made sense. As far as they knew, the whole world was just a construct made out of many different laws. One had to remember that the existence of heaven had only been public knowledge in the lower world because heaven had actively interfered with nearly everything. It had created heaven-born and had killed people. In the lower world, it had shown itself as the hegemon that it had been. In this world, heaven was so silent and distant that nobody knew that it even existed. Gravis flew towards the east without halting for anything. The green monkey had said that it was a day's journey, but Gravis was sure that he meant that relative to the general speed someone of his level would have. Of course, with Gravis' ability to make his body lighter and spirit stronger, he was faster than any normal level 4 lord, even if they were divine beasts. Gravis could fly even faster by transforming into lightning, but he had no interest in attracting the attention of other beasts. Right now, he only wanted to deal with all the rage and frustration he felt while readying himself for any future fight. While flying, Gravis was fully concentrating on creating new armor, but he walked into an issue. Theoretically, Gravis had the power to manipulate or one level higher than the peak unity realm, but such a level didn't exist. Nascent nourishing rank materials were 2 levels higher than the peak unity rank, not 1. This made it impossible for him to increase the power of his equipment. Yet, he still needed to forge new equipment. After all, he was a level 4 lord now, and he had grown to a height of around 100 meters. Obviously, his old armor didn't fit him anymore. However, Gravis also knew that it was basically pointless to create a new armor. He hadn't needed to use his armor ever since he created it. This armor was designed to fight beasts 3 levels above himself, but he hadn't been able to fight one of them. The whole creation of his armor felt pointless to him. After all, he was already creating his 3rd set of armor while having never used the previous 2. And now, he couldn't even create a proper 3rd set of armor due to there not being any materials with a rank between the peak unity rank and initial nascent nourishing rank. This created the awkward situation where he wouldn't need his armor to fight a lord while his armor would be too weak to be of use against a level 1 king. A frustrated mindset often brought one bad thought after the other. While Gravis was grumbling about his armor's uselessness, he also realized something else that made him also frustrated. That was his body. He had created this body to be as effective as possible in a fight, but his current opponents never allowed him to make use of his body's advantages. Gravis could only use his body's physical power when fighting against beasts that were 1 or 2 levels higher than himself. That was okay in and of itself, but his body became nearly useless when fighting against someone 3 levels above himself. After all, one hit from such a powerful opponent would kill him immediately, and just his body wouldn't be fast enough to evade such an attack. This meant that in such a fight, he had to fully rely on his lightning transformation, lightning crescent, and spirit to win. He had put so much work into designing and planning this body, but all these weapons on his body became useless as soon as an actual threat appeared. What was the point of having it if it only helped against enemies that weren't a major threat to him to begin with? Of course, Gravis knew that the design of his body would become more useful in the future. Right now, he could only fight beasts that were simply too gigantic. Evading with his flexible waist was useless since the weapon of his enemies were many times bigger than his whole body. Also, what was the use of his powerful scales if he couldn't allow himself to get hit anyway? Yet, that would be different in the future. Right now, Gravis could only fight beasts which had incredibly powerful bodies. In the future, when he would fight against humans again, all of this would be worth it. The body of a human wouldn't be able to compare to Gravis' body. Additionally, the humans wouldn't be as huge and gigantic as his current opponents. Gravis knew all this, but it was still frustrating. His armor hadn't been useful up to now, and his body won't be useful until he became an immortal. It was like he was sitting on a giant pile of wealth that he couldn't access. Of course, Gravis readied his new armor anyway. If there were actually a king that wanted to kill him, the armor might be the difference between his death and survival. Gravis flew for around 16 hours while creating his equipment inside his spirit space. He hadn't left all of his or beside the Mountain of Pride since this Unity rank or wouldn't have been a help in the fights anyway. That meant that he still had a lot of Unity rank or remaining inside his spirit space. After these 16 hours, Gravis finally arrived at the place that the green monkey had described. He saw 2 absolutely enormous but thin mountains piercing into the sky. By Gravis' estimate, they were probably just a little bit smaller than the Mountain of Pride. Of course, the Mountain of Pride was way broader and made out of harder materials. These 2 mountains looked imposing, but they couldn't be compared to the Mountain of Pride. Gravis looked around and noticed some other beasts sitting here and there. All of them were lords between the 3rd and 5th level. Gravis guessed that these beasts were probably also waiting for this announcement that the green monkey had described. Gravis simply ignored all the other beasts and sat down some kilometers away from the 2 mountains. Right now, he couldn't care less about other beasts. He just wanted the time to pass as quickly as possible. He tried to distract himself by thinking more about laws, but he just couldn't focus on them. As soon as he started concentrating on the CMO, his mind wandered and showed more signs of his potential future. Scenes of his kids being born and innocently talking to him appeared in his mind. Yet, whenever he saw these kids in his imagination, he felt a deep, dark pain inside his chest. These children would only exist for his own benefit, and he hated that. He wasn't some kind of selfish psychopath that used others to further his own agenda. Some beasts had already noticed Gravis, but they felt some kind of unease when looking at him. To them, Gravis felt like some disturbance inside the calm and serene surroundings. Nearly nobody fought in these surroundings, and only a light wind rustled the leaves on the trees. Even the sun was shining down from the blue sky. Yet, when the beasts looked at Gravis, it was almost like his surroundings were trembling slightly. It felt like his surroundings were not filled with warmth but with aggressive heat. The wind around him wasn't calm but violent and chaotic. Of course, all of this didn't actually happen. This was just how Gravis' aura felt to the beasts in the surroundings. They were simply waiting, comprehending, and sleeping to wait for the war. Because of that, they were rather calm and lazy. Yet, Gravis felt like an unstable, chaotic funnel of nervousness, frustration, and rage. Because of that, the beasts kept themselves away from him. Maybe that was for the better. Gravis remained completely silent and motionless for 2 weeks. More beasts gathered around the mountains as time passed, but none of them had any interest in getting to know such an unstable beast. Gravis' aura made it very unpleasant for the other beasts to be around. In these 2 weeks, Gravis hadn't been able to focus on anything other than his current situation. He tried to calm himself down and forget the whole issue, but that also didn't work. Right now, he felt like he was wasting his entire time since he wasn't able to comprehend laws at all in his state. Of course, this made Gravis even more frustrated. All members of the Empire willing to go to war, gather on the right mountain. A voice echoed throughout the surroundings. Gravis opened his eyes and immediately charged to the right mountain. He had waited arduously for 2 entire weeks for this announcement, and he didn't want to waste another second. The feeling of not being able to do anything was driving him insane. Bang! Gravis violently landed on the right mountain, right in front of a small cheetah. Yet, like every other king, this wasn't the real size of the cheetah. Surprisingly, the cheetah was only a level 1 king. Gravis had expected a more powerful beast to lead the charge. The cheetah looked at the 100-meter-tall Gravis. This beast seemed to be quite eager to go to war. After some more seconds, the other beasts also gathered on the mountain. Only a select few fit on the mountain due to the mountain being so thin and the beasts being so massive. Due to that, a kind of unspoken agreement formed. Only level 5 lords were allowed to set foot upon the mountain while the other lords kept hovering around it. The only exception to this rule was Gravis. Most of the level 5 lords didn't bother Gravis since they had no interest in coming into contact with such an obviously unstable beast. If they said the wrong thing, he might go crazy and attack them. Of course, that was only how most of the beasts thought. There were some exceptions. "Hey, leave!" an elephant said from beside Gravis with disdain. Gravis turned his head and looked the elephant in the eyes, and when the elephant saw Gravis' eyes, it felt a cold shudder go across its body. Beasts had very honed instincts, and the elephant felt like it had made a mistake. "Sorry," the elephant said as it took a step to the side, away from Gravis. Gravis had already realized that beating up some beasts wouldn't help with his frustration and rage. Therefore, he ignored the elephant after it stepped away and turned back to the cheetah. The cheetah looked around at the gathered beasts. There were around 70 lords present, with around 10 of them being level 5 lords. The majority were level 4 lords, and only a small minority were level 3 beasts. The cheetah hummed for a bit as she looked at the present beasts. "We need a couple more level 5 lords," she said. The gathered beasts understood why the cheetah said that. Before nearly every invasion, a powerful king would scout out the forces of their target. Due to that, they knew exactly how powerful their opponents were. Obviously, the cheetah judged that they needed some more level 5 lords to stand a chance. "No, we don't," Gravis said as he looked at the cheetah with cold eyes. The gathered beasts were surprised that Gravis dared to talk back to their future commander. Was Gravis tired of living? The cheetah looked with furrowed brows at Gravis. "You have nothing to say here, soldier?" the cheetah said. "Yes, I do," Gravis answered immediately. The cheetah narrowed her eyes. Suddenly, a powerful, suppressive aura appeared around all the beasts. The level 5 lords nearly couldn't move anymore, while even the cheetah felt a small bit of suppression. Gravis had activated his will aura. "I can suppress level 5 lords," Gravis said coldly. Bzzzzzzzzz. An unreal amount of lightning gathered around Gravis, and the beasts felt the power of the lightning. This lightning was no joke. If it hit them, they might die. One had to remember that there were no divine beasts among these soldiers. Gravis had met one divine beast after the other in the last couple of weeks, but that was only because he was in a place where they all gathered. Divine beasts were still considered very rare. A divine beast might have some resistance to the lightning due to its powerful body, but these beasts didn't have such a resistance. "I can annihilate level 5 lords," Gravis said after that as the lightning returned to his body. "We don't need more level 5 lords," Gravis stated with his cold and aggressive voice. The cheetah was surprised by Gravis' display, but Gravis still wasn't a danger to her. Yet, she acknowledged Gravis' power and thought about his words for a bit. "Okay," the cheetah said after some seconds with a casual tone. "If you're fine with dealing with about 10 level 5 lords, I see no problem in going." The cheetah sounded surprisingly calm. It was almost like she didn't care about Gravis' disrespectful attitude. Of course, the main reason for that was that she was a king of the Icy Pride Empire. The members of the Icy Pride Empire often came into contact with the law of pride, and some beasts had even comprehended parts of the law. Due to that, experienced members of the Icy Pride Empire didn't mind when someone showed arrogance, disdain, or pride. After all, if the beast was powerful enough to back up their boast, they were allowed to boast. Due to that, the cheetah didn't mind Gravis' attitude. Gravis nodded. "No problem. I need a lot of food anyway," Gravis said. Right now, there was a huge open space between Gravis and the other beasts. They had felt the lightning and retreated to the side to not get hit accidentally. The cheetah nodded again with a smile. "Good," she commented. Then, she turned to the other beasts. "We will move out soon. As per the usual procedures during invasions, if you manage to kill a beast, you get to keep and eat the entire corpse. If another beast made a major contribution to the fight, you need to share with that beast." The beasts looked back at the cheetah and nodded with fighting spirit. These were the usual rules. "We have a little more level 3 lords than the enemy," the cheetah said. "Level 3 lords. Search for your targets and kill them as quickly as possible. Then, fall back for further orders. Of course, if you want, you can try to band together to kill a level 4 lord, but you don't have to. It's up to you." The level 3 lords nodded in excitement. Less level 3 lords meant that they could quickly take out their targets and retreat. In this war, they would be surrounded by many more powerful beasts than them, and every second spent in this war would endanger their lives. "Our count regarding level 4 lords is around the same as the enemies," the cheetah said. "Remember that this is not some casual tempering or a one-on-one duel. You must use everything in your power to kill as many enemies as possible. The fact that we don't use any tactics and that our power is about equal to the enemy is tempering enough." The level 4 lords also nodded to show that they've understood the command. "As for level 5 lords, we are outnumbered 2 to 1. Level 5 lords, try to distract as many level 5 lords as possible to give our black lizard some time to deal with them," the cheetah said as she motioned to Gravis with her head. The level 5 lords nodded. Then the cheetah turned to Gravis. "Black lizard, if you manage to decimate the enemy's level 5 lords to a number which is equal to or lower than our level 5 lords, I would ask you to leave the remaining enemies for your comrades." Gravis nodded. 10 level 5 lords would already be enough for Gravis to become a level 5 lord himself. With that, he would have achieved his goal. The cheetah nodded back. "The enemy has one level 1 king, and I will be dealing with that one. In the event that I die, act according to circumstance. If the level 1 king is majorly injured, try to overwhelm them with numbers. If you see no way to win, retreat back to our lands. Help will arrive quickly." "Any questions?" the cheetah asked as she looked at the gathered beasts. The beasts remained silent for a couple of seconds. Then the cheetah nodded again. "All right, then we will set off now. Follow me." The cheetah turned around and flew to the east. The other beasts also took to the sky and followed her. Unknowingly, the beasts all remained behind Gravis during the flight. They had already accepted him as their superior. The group flew for many days. By Gravis' estimate, they had already traveled for 3 weeks, which irked him to no end. He hadn't expected that they would travel for such a long time. One reason why this took so long was that they had to adjust their speed to the slowest level 3 lord in their group, but another reason was the sheer distance. The world was gigantic, and the front lines were quite far away. Yet Gravis was lucky. The empires nearly all resided near the core of the continent. If he had to travel around the outer rims of the continent, it would take many times longer. Along their journey, they had felt the sense of some powerful beasts enveloping them for a short time. These were probably the local guards and commanders of all the kingdoms they were passing through. Without the cheetah leading them, they would have been stopped a long time ago. After these 3 weeks of travel, The cheetah changed directions and flew towards the southeast. When Gravis saw that, he realized why she had changed directions. Gravis remembered the map that his father had shown him of the world. To the east of the continent was a huge ocean that stretched far into the continent. It even touched the center of the continent. Gravis was pretty sure that they had arrived near the ocean and now needed to fly further along the coast to get to the actual territory. Judging by the continent's shape, if they attacked here, they would walk into mighty kingdoms or even empires. One had to remember that the closer a territory was to the continent's core, the more powerful the beasts became. Obviously, their force was only powerful enough to contend with a level 1 kingdom, which was led by a level 1 king. If they directly invaded the ocean from here, they wouldn't even know how they died. Gravis didn't see the coast or ocean yet, but the fact that the cheetah had changed direction showed that they were close to the coast. Not all beasts knew the outline of the world, but they didn't care. They trusted that their commander would lead them to the appropriate area. Then they traveled for another 2 weeks. By now, Gravis was incredibly angry and frustrated. Every additional second it took to reach their destination was another second in which he couldn't comprehend laws or become more powerful. Normally, he would be able to distract himself by looking at the CMO, but this proved to be impossible with his current mindset. Gravis hated this situation so much. Many of the beasts talked to each other during the travel, and some of them were even interested in Gravis. Yet, as soon as they tried to strike up a conversation with him, he just ignored them. He had no interest in talking to anyone else right now. He was too busy stopping himself from venting his frustration. When the beasts saw that talking to Gravis proved impossible, they stopped trying. It didn't really matter if he talked to them or not. He was here because of his power and not because of his social skills. So, the beasts didn't really mind. After these 2 weeks, the cheetah finally stopped. Right now, the whole group was hovering over a forest. Surprisingly, no weaker beasts were inside this forest. The only beasts they could spot were level 3 lords or stronger, which was weird. Normally, territories overflowed with weaker beasts and animals. They were absolutely everywhere. Yet, since they weren't relevant to the tribes, kingdoms, and empires, no one paid attention to them. However, as soon as there were no beasts at all, it became apparent that something was missing. The gathered beasts were all from the empire, and only a select few had taken part in the war before. Due to that, only some beasts knew why this place was devoid of weaker beasts. Gravis overheard some conversations and got to know the reason why there were no weaker beasts present. This was contested territory. This meant that this territory was very close to the ocean. The borders of the ocean and the land constantly moved, with many battles being won and lost for both sides. Since this was a war between land beasts and sea beasts, the winning party wouldn't even let the weak beasts survive. As soon as one side won, they would either submerge the whole territory in seawater or push all water into the ocean by raising the land, depending on which side won. Beasts weaker than spirit beasts would die from that, while the spirit beasts would be eradicated by the winner. Because of this, no weaker beasts managed to inhabit these lands. It took a long time to populate such a vast territory, and just when some spirit beasts appeared, the territory would fall to the other side again, ruining the efforts of the past years. The lords that were already present were border guards that acted as a powerful defensive line. There were also some kings. This defensive line was obviously powerful enough to take the targeted territory for themselves, but they didn't. Gravis already had a pretty solid guess of why that was. If they had such a defensive line, the enemy probably also had one. If the two defensive lines clashed, it would become a bloodbath. Usually, such a thing wouldn't be bad. After all, this would be good tempering, right? Theoretically, yes, but tempering was only valuable if your side was the one coming out victorious. If your side got eradicated, all this tempering would be for nothing, and the enemy would have become even more powerful. Both sides were unsure if they could win a fight against the enemy's defensive line. It would be a huge risk to blindly attack an unknown amount of enemies. This was where the conquered territories came into play. By conquering a territory between the two defensive lines, the winner would gain a foothold for reconnaissance. With that territory, the winning side would be able to keep watch over the enemy's defensive line without unveiling their own power. Additionally, Such an outpost would also give the defensive line a lot of time and information to formulate an appropriate strategy to deal with the enemy. In short, this meant that the invasion that Gravis was part of would not give their camp a permanent expansion but would just give their camp a nearly minuscule edge for a potential battle in the future. This seemed like a small and unimportant contribution, but one shouldn't forget that a great victory was built on many such small contributions. This was all just a small part of the grand strategy of the land beasts. Gravis felt some senses of some kings pass over him, and he was quite surprised about the sheer number of them. By Gravis' estimate, there were over 30 kings paying attention to them right now. The defensive line was truly powerful. The defensive line has taken note of all of you and will remember your auras and looks, the cheetah said. If I die and you retreat to the defensive line, they won't attack you. If I die, act as discussed, and if you flee to the defensive line, you need to ask for an escort that will bring you back to the Empire. The beasts remained silent as they listened to the cheetah. We will attack at sunset, and we will arrive at our destination in the middle of the night. When we arrive, you will simply charge forward and kill as many opponents as possible, the cheetah explained. The beasts nodded again. Then, everyone simply waited and readied themselves for the battle. Gravis' frustration lessened a bit since he was one step closer to his goal. This night, he would become a level 5 lord. After that, he would only need to fight some level 1 kings to get his answer. He needed to know if heaven accepted his bargain or not. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, dusk had arrived. Let's go, the cheetah commanded. The beasts nodded again in silence. Then, everyone flew to the east, and after some more hours of travel, they finally saw water. From now on, they would enter enemy territory. It was time to go to war. Charge! The cheetah shouted, her voice resonating throughout the surroundings. Rayara! The beasts echoed with war cries of their own. Bang! 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 And all the beasts charged, creating powerful explosions of water as they violently entered the ocean. The beasts all charged into the water violently. As soon as they had arrived, stealth was already thrown out of the window. The enemy would notice them anyway since they were land beasts and couldn't simply act like sea beasts. Therefore, there was no sense in trying to sneak in. Every human would think that such a frontal assault would be reckless and stupid, but that was only true for human standards. Beasts didn't have things like formation arrays and walls. All they had was some advantageous natural terrain and their bodies. All in all, it didn't make much difference to beasts if they were the ones attacking or defending. Gravis was in the middle of the group while the level 5 lords were at the front. The first thing they would do is find their opponents and fight, while Gravis would take out one level 5 lord after the next. After some minutes of charging, they already saw several enemies. These sea beasts had different levels, but most of them were only level 1 or level 2 lords. One had to remember that this territory also had some weaker beasts living here. These weak lords were annihilated by the level 5 lords even before they could react properly. The level 5 lords simply threw some casual elemental attacks at these weak beasts, which was more than enough to completely decimate them. They didn't even care about leaving the corpses intact. After all, no beast in their army would care about such weak food. In no time at all, the army approached the abyss. Just like the abyss that the river tribe had had, this one was a deep hole in the ocean that worked as a kind of defensive barrier and headquarters for the sea beasts. Gravis hadn't seen a single level 3 lord or stronger on his way here, but that was to be expected. This was contested territory. A choke point like the abyss served as the best defensive line for sea beasts. Sure enough, as soon as Gravis saw the abyss, he noticed an incredible number of lords. Luckily for them, the enemy's numbers and power were identical to the intelligence they had received from the cheetah. The enemy had noticed them, and they built a wall of beasts a little behind the entrance of the abyss. Without killing these beasts, they couldn't proceed. Surprisingly, the whole wall was only made out of level 4 lords. Gravis couldn't see any stronger or weaker lords present. Gravis' eyes narrowed as he realized the reason for that. With enough level 4 lords, even a level 5 lord might die. The fight between the kings is what will decide which side will win the battle, but the fight between the level 5 lords will decide which army will survive. Gravis looked at his own army for some seconds. The survival of our level 4 and level 3 lords lays on the shoulders of our level 5 lords and me. I would hate to be in their shoes right now, unable to have the power to decide my own destiny. Gravis sighed and shook his head a little. What am I saying? Isn't the fact that I need to rely on heaven's generosity the entire reason why I'm even here? Gravis thought with frustration. Level 4 lords, attack! The cheetah transmitted to everyone. She could send in the level 5 lords to kill a huge amount of level 4 lords, but that might exhaust the level 5 lords. If the enemy level 5 lords appeared, they might lose because of such a decision. Rhea! The beasts shouted in unison and charged forward. The level 5 lords and level 3 lords kept themselves back to intervene when necessary. According to what Gravis had seen with his spirit sense, the level 3 lords of the enemy kept themselves completely hidden behind the defensive line. Guess our level 3 lords are lucky, Gravis thought. If the enemy's level 3 lords attacked, the land beasts' level 3 lords would need to counterattack. During that time, they would be fighting inside a massive battle between more powerful beasts. Their survival chances would sink dramatically. Since the enemy's level 3 lords kept themselves back, their own level 3 lords could wait until the main battle was over. This would allow them to fight without any outsider interfering. The two walls clashed, and Gravis felt like a small apocalypse had arrived. Whenever the beasts clashed, the water around them would become vaporized in an instant. The energy output that such powerful beasts could produce could make incredible amounts of water boil in a split second. Soon after, elements of all kinds kept being shot around. Space shook as Gravis' spirit sense, and the beast's senses stopped working. When so much power clashed, it became nearly impossible to discern anything. As soon as the battle erupted, everyone could only rely on their feeling, instinct, and sight. Gravis stood behind the battle together with the cheetah and the level 5 lords. Right now, in front of them, everyone could see a violent steam tornado, which made it nearly impossible to discern anything. The steam tornado had a width of over 100 kilometers. This massive size made the steam tornado appear like a wall instead of a storm. It was simply too wide to comprehend its true form with their eyes alone. Boom! 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 Shock waves parted the tornado at many places, revealing some openings in the steam tornado. Water beams split the tornado apart as they flew into the distance. Icicles shot out of the tornado and flew into random directions. Sometimes one could even see a ball of steam leaving the tornado. These were fireballs that were obscured by the steam, which continually surrounded them. Any level 4 lord or weaker would be terrified of this violent storm since any of these attacks could prove deadly to them. It was obvious that this battle had no tactic or order. The beasts inside the steam tornado had already lost their rationality and simply attacked anything that looked like an enemy. Gravis scratched his chin as he looked at the tornado. If they were human, such a violent battle would do wonders for their will auras, Gravis thought. Everyone participating in the battle obviously feels terrified. After all, any random attack from the side might kill them. As the violent battle continued at the front, Gravis turned to the cheetah. How will you know when the level 5 lords get involved? He asked with a voice transmission. The cheetah continued watching the battle intently. The senses of a king are superior to the senses of a lord. You might not be able to keep watch over the battle, but I can. As soon as the level 5 lords make a move, I will inform you, she transmitted to him. Want me to get involved? Gravis asked. No, the cheetah answered immediately. You need to be in top condition for your fight against the level 5 lords. As long as I can kill my enemies, I have unlimited stamina, Gravis answered, making the cheetah open her eyes wide. If I kill a level 4 lord, I regain 20% of my total power, and I don't need more than 10% to kill a level 4 lord. I can kill thousands without a break. The cheetah was shocked when she heard that and remained silent for some seconds. If the battle were not in our favor, I would accept that offer, the cheetah answered. But right now we are slightly ahead. If you interfere, you might be able to save the lives of many beasts, but instead you will take away their tempering. Let them temper themselves for now. Gravis shrugged. If the cheetah knew that the battle was currently going in their favor, the enemy's king probably also knew that. This probably meant that the level 5 lords would get involved soon anyway. To Gravis, it made no big difference since he would get his fair share of food sooner or later. Gravis continued watching for a couple more minutes until he noticed that the cheetah started smiling. "Why are you smiling?" Gravis asked. Normally, the commander wouldn't talk with their soldiers while a battle was ongoing, but Gravis' power won the cheetah's respect. "One of our soldiers has just comprehended a law." "Oh? That's nice," Gravis said. "What law is it?" The cheetah laughed a bit. Fittingly, it's a law related to steam. It seems like she is able to control the steam around her somewhat. There is too much power in the steam right now, which makes it impossible for her to control all of it. Yet, that law is still incredibly useful in this battle. "Could you elaborate?" Gravis asked. The cheetah didn't mind. She can use the steam as a medium for her sense. Like this, she is basically the only beast inside the battle that can keep watch over their surroundings. Additionally, she can control the steam to restrict some movements of the enemies and to blind them. This is not a law about attack. This law is all about defense, utility, and evasion. I would say that such a mixed law is pretty weak when compared to other laws, but in this circumstance, it's the best one she could have comprehended. The cheetah explained. Gravis nodded. "Attack immediately!" The cheetah suddenly shouted at every beast as she herself charged forward with her full speed. "The king has gotten involved. I will deal with him. Level 5 lords. Go through the steam tornado and kill the enemy's level 5 lords below it." "Rhea!" the level 5 lords shouted. Then they all charged violently into the steam tornado. Gravis narrowed his eyes. Finally! Then, he also charged into the steam tornado right behind the other level 5 lords. Boom! Suddenly, the steam parted below Gravis and the others. The reason for that was apparent. The cheetah had revealed her true size, which was an impressive 10 kilometers. The rapid expansion of her body had pushed all the steam to the side for a while. Boom! Below the cheetah, more steam parted as the enemy king also revealed their size. It was a moray eel nearly 30 kilometers long. Gravis was a bit surprised that this moray eel had no additions to its body. Kings had another opportunity to evolve, and they had enough battle experience to see the imperfections in their bodies. Normally, a king should have a more combat-oriented body than that. Eels were not really designed for combat. That was why Gravis was surprised by the enemy king's appearance. Meanwhile, Gravis also noticed that the cheetah looked a bit different. Her tail was incredibly long and thin, nearly double as long as her whole body. Gravis realized the utility that such a long and flexible tail brought. She could use this tail as another weapon or defense. Gravis turned away from the battle as he looked down into the abyss. For a short moment, when the steam had parted, he had been able to see the level 5 lords behind it. Surprisingly, they didn't charge into the battle. They probably hoped for the enemy's level 5 lords to get injured in the chaotic battle. Such a decision had advantages and disadvantages. The advantage quickly showed itself as some of the level 5 lords, currently charging through the chaotic battle, received some minor injuries from some stray attacks. Yet, the disadvantage also showed itself. Around 10 level 4 lords died as the level 5 lords casually attacked them in their charge. Such a devastating strike had already decided the victor for the battle of the level 4 lords. The land beasts had a numerical advantage now. After some seconds, the level 5 lords of the land beasts and Gravis exited the steam tornado above them. Now the enemy could finally see their forces, and with that came surprise. The enemy only saw 10 level 5 lords while they had 20. Usually, the forces of both sides were equally powerful to allow the armies to receive some tempering. Yet, the land beasts had only arrived with half the level 5 lords. What was going on? The level 5 lords of the sea beasts looked at each other and then charged violently forward. They had to take advantage of such an opportunity. Bang! 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 Several beasts immediately clashed as an insane amount of steam also appeared here now. As soon as Gravis counted that a little more than half of their level 5 lords had already found their opponents, Gravis decided to become active. Bzzzzzzz. Gravis immediately transformed into lightning, which made his speed climb to ridiculous degrees. None of the enemies saw his transformation since he was surrounded by steam right now. This was the perfect opportunity for him. He charged forward violently as he passed the currently fighting beasts. Then, he immediately moved from side to side in an effort to find some enemies. The beasts had issues seeing their surroundings due to the chaos, and the same thing was true for Gravis. After around a second, Gravis found a level 5 lord charging forward, and Gravis shot right at him. The lord noticed a lightning bolt coming towards him and felt the power of the lightning. Immediately, the level 5 lord dodged to the side to evade. Bang! Yet, Gravis immediately changed his trajectory and charged at the new position of the lord. In no time at all, Gravis charged right through the head of the level 5 lord, still inside his lightning transformation. The head of the lord exploded as Gravis felt his realm become weaker. Yet, not even a second later, the whole body of his enemy had been consumed by lightning. Due to that, Gravis felt his realm increase even further than it had fallen just now. As I expected, Gravis thought. This is a bit of a waste. I should have gotten 4 units of power equivalent to level 4 lords, but I've only gotten 2. If I kill level 5 lords like this, my realm will only increase half as quickly. Gravis immediately searched for his next opponent and quickly found another one. Gravis charged at him violently, and just like the last lord, this one tried to evade. Yet, Gravis simply transformed back into his body when he arrived beside the beast. An unreal pressure pressed into the lord, making it nearly impossible for him to move. Gravis retrieved his saber and slashed downward. As soon as he performed this action, he moved all his power into his body. Xing! Gravis' timing had been perfect. By moving all his power into his body was 75% as powerful as the enemy's body. Together with his powerful weapon, it was enough to behead the enemy without needing to waste any lightning. Bzzz. Gravis transformed back into lightning and moved through the corpse, absorbing it instantly. His realm increased by the expected 4 power units, and he continued on his search for more enemies. He found 3 at once and closed in on them. They tried to evade, but Gravis materialized in the middle of the 3. He activated his will aura, suppressing all 3 of them. Then, he summoned a small lightning bomb and let it explode between them. Boom! The 3 lords couldn't even react as they were consumed by lightning. All the lightning gathered and shot back into Gravis, increasing his lightning's power by a lot. Gravis killed another 3 lords after this, bringing his kill count to 8. After searching for some more seconds, Gravis found no more enemies in the backlands. This meant that all level 5 lords were currently fighting. Bzzz. Gravis immediately turned around and shot into the chaotic battle. He searched for some shockwaves and charged in the direction they came from. After a second, he found a one-on-one duel between 2 lords. Xing! Gravis immediately killed the lord, surprising the land beast that had just fought the now-dead sea beast. I can't search for the 2-on-1 battles, Gravis transmitted to the level 5 lord. It's easier this way. Sorry for your food. Try to find a 2-on-1 battle and grab one of the opponents. The level 5 lord wasn't really happy about that. He had already used quite some resources to fight his current opponent, and if he searched for a new one, he might have a disadvantage. Yet, there was nothing he could do. Without saying anything to Gravis, the level 5 lord left. Gravis also searched some more and luckily found a 2-on-1 battle. He also noticed that his comrade was already quite a bit injured. Xing! Gravis activated his will aura, killed one of them, and created a gigantic gash in the second opponent's body. This should make it fair, Gravis transmitted to both of them. Then he left again. The second level 5 Lord Sea Beast was in fear as it hadn't been able to defend against such an attack. Additionally, a huge gash had opened at the side of its body, making it feel incredible pain. Bang! The land beast managed to land a powerful hit on the sea beast. The land beasts had already seen Gravis' strength, which was why this land beast wasn't surprised. When it had noticed that its opponent had let their guard down, it had taken advantage of this opportunity. Meanwhile, Gravis swam upwards and left the steam tornado. His work was done, and the number of the level 5 lords should be equal now. Everything else depended on them. Gravis was close to reaching the next level, but he was just short. He probably only needed one more level 5 lord to become a level 5 lord himself. After leaving the steam tornado, Gravis paid special attention to the fight between the kings. They were fighting outside the steam tornado, and since they didn't use as many attacks as the level 4 lords, their surroundings were still visible. Additionally, their bodies were rather big. The cheetah moved around with incredible speed, and Gravis also noticed that she had the wind affinity. A cheetah with wind affinity? No wonder she's so fast, Gravis thought. Gravis also noticed that she used her tail and claws to create wind blades, which shot at her opponent. Gravis had a lot of experience with cultivators and beasts with the wind affinity, and he was sure that the cheetah had comprehended a law which allowed her to fight like that. Normally, wind cultivators needed to gather a lot of energy and then shoot such a wind blade out. These wind blades would, therefore, also be made out of energy. Yet, the wind blades that the cheetah used didn't use any energy whatsoever. Her wind blades acted like extensions for her attack. They simply transformed her physical attacks into a shockwave that traveled forwards without losing any of the power. This allowed her to attack from range without needing to consume any energy. Quite a powerful weapon. Meanwhile, the moray eel blocked these wind blades with mud. Apparently, it had comprehended a law that allowed it to summon the mud and control it. This was very similar to the law that the golden dragon had comprehended. The mud concentrated on different spots and became dense enough to block the wind blades. Yet, the cheetah obviously had the speed advantage, and Gravis noticed that the moray eel found it harder and harder to block the wind blades in time. The fight continued for half a minute, and Gravis saw that the end of the fight was approaching. By now, the mud shields lacked behind the wind blades, and the moray eel only barely managed to block them. Bang! Suddenly, the cheetah's speed exploded to a ridiculous degree as wind energy gathered around her. Such an insane acceleration probably ate up around 50% of her entire reserves. Gravis thought with narrowed eyes. The moray eel couldn't even react as the cheetah arrived directly in front of it. Then, the cheetah performed a somersault as her tail accumulated a ridiculous amount of energy. Shing! And the head of the moray eel got severed by the tail. Crunch! Yet, in an instant, a second head grew out of the moray eel. The cheetah was wide open, and the second head bit into the cheetah's neck as she passed it. The bite crushed her entire neck and half her head. CRSH. Then, the moray eel pulled its head away and tore the head off the cheetah. Gravis watched this with narrowed eyes. The law of disguise, same as Orthar. It kept its second head hidden with that, making us believe that it only had one, Gravis thought. This king knows two laws. The moray eel didn't waste any time and turned to the steam tornado, but not before noticing the lone Gravis standing outside it. Then, the moray eel looked at Gravis with cold eyes. The moray eel unleashed a powerful mudball, which shot directly at Gravis. In the mind of the king, Gravis was only some level 4 lord. Such a casual attack would be more than enough to kill him. Bzzz. Gravis transformed into lightning and dodged the mudball, surprising the king. Then, Gravis immediately charged forward at the moray eel. Even though his lightning transformation increased his speed by a lot, he was still quite a bit slower than the moray eel. Yet, the moray eel was not taking him seriously right now. Gravis had an opportunity to end it. Bzzz. Gravis transformed back in front of the surprised moray eel and summoned a powerful lightning bomb with 75% of his power. Then, Gravis slashed through it with his saber, absorbing it in the process. After that, he released a powerful lightning crescent which shot directly at the moray eel. The moray eel saw the approaching lightning crescent and was shocked due to its immense power. This was not an attack from a level 4 lord. This attack had the power to even injure a king. Whoop! The moray eel transformed into a worm instantly with his disguise ability, dodging the lightning crescent due to its new body shape. The lightning crescent passed it and continued on into the distance. Whoop! The moray eel transformed back into its usual form and looked at Gravis with narrowed eyes. "Impressive," it said, a deep male voice thundering through Gravis' spirit. "You're not a divine beast, but you managed to release an attack that's even a threat to me. I've never seen anything like you." Gravis grimaced as he looked at the moray eel with narrowed eyes. Plan A has failed. Time for Plan B, Gravis thought. "You're fine with wasting time by talking to me?" Gravis asked. The eel harumphed. "The battle between the level 4 lords has already been decided, while the battle between the level 5 lords is even right now. I won't take away their tempering since none of you will be able to escape today anyway," he said calmly. Then the eel smirked a bit. "I've also seen your performance. You've killed 10 of my level 5 lords, and you can even transform into lightning. You have many special powers, but you chose the wrong side. Though I have to say that your speed, while your lightning, is remarkable." Arr. A brown armor appeared around Gravis' body as he carried his saber in his right hand. Then, Gravis gestured with his other hand for the moray eel to come to him. "I'll show you something even more remarkable," Gravis said with a smirk, which was hidden behind his helmet. The king was surprised by the appearance of Gravis' armor again. This beast just had so many weird and remarkable abilities. After some seconds, the king simply smirked again and chuckled a bit. "Good. Show me," he shouted. Bang! The king shot forward with all his speed. His powerful tail fin created a mighty explosion that transformed kilometers of water into steam. Even though speed wasn't the eel's specialty, one still had to remember that this was a king. His body was many, many times stronger than Gravis' body. Gravis almost couldn't react to the king's ridiculous speed. He only managed to barely take out his shield and grab it with both of his hands due to the initial distance between them. Boom! The shield exploded as it couldn't resist the power. Several bones in Gravis' arms cracked as he got shot into the distance. Thankfully, due to all the different formation arrays in his armor, he was able to keep his torso and legs safe. The king looked at Gravis' body in surprise. He wasn't dead? Also, he flew away with more force than the king had used. Gravis shouldn't have been thrown that violently into the distance. Gravis flew so far away due to the formation arrays inside his broken shield, which increased the attack's physical power. Like this, it would become difficult for the enemy to directly use another attack since he quickly left their perimeter. Surviving one attack and stopping the enemy from following up was the goal of this setup. The king looked at Gravis for about 2 seconds and then decided to chase. If Gravis survived this attack, the king just had to perform an even more powerful attack. At some point, Gravis would die. Of course, Gravis also knew this, which was why it became challenging for him to find ways to survive. He had a plan, and he needed time for his plan to come into effect. If he didn't manage to distract the king until his preparations were complete, he would die. The moray eel shot at Gravis again with ridiculous speeds, but thanks to the distance between them, Gravis was able to react appropriately. Whoop! Gravis summoned another shield and charged back at the king. The king was surprised by the appearance of another shield. Also, the fact that Gravis shot towards him instead of defending was confusing to him. Yet, he had already launched his attack and couldn't cancel it anymore. Bang! The tail hit the shield that Gravis was carrying, but he had managed to get closer to the eel, which weakened the attack. Yet, the power was still immense and it shot Gravis diagonally to the back. Thanks to the angle in which Gravis had received the attack, he didn't get injured. Surprisingly, since Gravis didn't block the attack at the end of the tail extended behind Gravis until it was nearly around him. Due to that, Gravis didn't shoot into the distance but directly at the moray eel's tail fin. Immediately, Gravis retrieved the shield and summoned a saber, crackling with lightning. Boom! The preloaded lightning crescent engulfed the whole tail, but even such a powerful lightning crescent wasn't strong enough to decimate the whole thing. Instead, only the fin and the scales were destroyed, while the majority of the muscles and bones remained uninjured. Rea-ia! The king released a mighty shout of pain. He had lost the entire outer layer of his tail, which inflicted incredible pain on him. He immediately retracted his tail and looked at it with burning and enraged eyes. Suddenly, The moray eel's body became slightly smaller as a new outer layer appeared around his tail. Additionally, the fin was also restored, though smaller than before. Gravis saw this and narrowed his eyes. So he can also use the law of disguise to transform parts of his body into replacement parts. Yet, I'm pretty sure that this slightly decreases his physical power. Of course, such a trade was still better than leaving the tail in such a vulnerable and unusable state. They were not fighting in the air but in the water. Due to the water's resistance, the inherent ability of flight of beasts wouldn't be nearly as fast as using a powerful tailfin. If he hadn't healed his tailfin, his speed would have suffered even more. The king looked with hatred at Gravis. "I will enjoy killing you," he shouted with rage as an unreal amount of mud appeared around the moray eel. He had enough of Gravis, and he would no longer only use his tail to attack. Gravis looked at the eel with narrowed eyes. "I might have lost my saved-up lightning crescent, but you have become slower. Now I can react to your attacks," he thought. Boom! Suddenly, the mud around the moray eel exploded into the surroundings and clouded everything. Arrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr grinding on his armor. Such an attack would grind an enemy into dust, especially if they had weak spots that the mud could hit. Of course, Gravis' armor had no such weak spots. The mud continued grinding, but such a wide-area attack wasn't powerful enough to destroy his armor. As long as Gravis kept his face safe with his shield, his armor could hold out. Yet, the disturbance in space made it impossible for Gravis to discern his surroundings with his spirit. Additionally, the mud completely clouded his eyes, making it impossible for him to see the king. Some more seconds passed as the mud continued grinding on Gravis. He will soon realize that he can't kill me with this and will attack. This time, it won't be something as weak as a tail swipe. More seconds passed with nothing happening until bzzz. Boom! Gravis transformed into lightning and shot through the mud, leaving his mud prison. The mud ate up some of his lightning, but it was bearable. Directly after that, the sound of an explosion thundered behind him. The moray eel had violently bitten down at Gravis' previous location, destroying everything. He quickly realized that he hadn't hit Gravis with his bite, which shocked him to no end. It should have been impossible for Gravis to see anything past the mud barrier. How could he have seen him coming? It was true. Gravis hadn't been able to see or feel anything behind the mud barrier. Yet, he had another preparation that allowed him to keep track of the eel. Pack. Gravis used this opportunity to charge at the moray eel from the side. Then, he gripped one of the king's back fins and penetrated it with his saber. His realm had fallen, but his concentrated physical power was still enough to penetrate the soft skin of a fin. Gravis ran across the king's back, destroying nearly the whole fin in the process. Yet, the king quickly regained his bearings. Hope! Suddenly, Gravis only stood on a thin body, which was even thinner than himself. Bzzz. Boom! Gravis transformed into lightning again as he shot away. The eel had transformed into a thin and long worm, which allowed him to crane and angle his body so that he could attack Gravis. His mouth extended until it was many kilometers tall and tried to bite Gravis. Luckily, Gravis had not hesitated to flee. If he had, he would have been crushed. Hope! The king transformed back and used more of his body to restore his backfin, weakening his body more. Then, he looked at Gravis with even more hatred. An incredible amount of mud gathered before the moray eel and transformed into gigantic sabers. He had seen the effectiveness of Gravis sabers and had copied their design with his mud. Now, he had sabers of his own. A total of 4 sabers floated before the king. Gravis felt their power and knew that they were powerful enough to destroy his shield. He couldn't underestimate them at all. Whoosh! The sabers shot forward and slashed at Gravis. Thankfully, Gravis had a ridiculous amount of experience in evasion and managed to dodge them barely. Their speed was still many times faster than Gravis, and he needed to pre-dodge them. Whoosh! 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 The sabers continued circling Gravis and attacking while he just dodged. Yet he was slowly making his way to the moray eel. When the moray eel saw that, he retreated to keep his distance. Gravis wasn't fast enough to reach him like this. Some more seconds passed, and the king became more experienced in using the sabers. By now, it became harder and harder for Gravis to dodge. Bzzz. Gravis transformed into lightning to increase his speed. If he continued dodging like this, he would be hit sooner than later. He needed the additional speed of his lightning transformation. Boom! When the king saw Gravis transforming into lightning, he exploded forward with all his speed. Then he swiped his gigantic tail at him. Gravis realized what he was doing and grew nervous. He's trying to extinguish my lightning with his body. Boom! Gravis transformed back and summoned another shield to block the tail. His shield exploded, and he flew back, right into an incoming saber. If he didn't do anything, he would be sliced in two. Gravis activated his will aura and destroyed the will on the saber. He had kept this ability secret until such an opportunity revealed itself. The saber wasn't able to change its trajectory anymore, and Gravis used his right hand to hit the saber on the side of its edge. With this, he managed to push himself out of the way. Crash! The saber hit the tail of the moray eel, burying itself deep into the king's flesh. Sadly, the bone was hard enough to block the saber. "Rah!" the king shouted as he used more of his power to heal his tail. Then, he immediately destroyed the sabers and made them return to mud, which circled him. Boom! The mud exploded and shot at Gravis in a wave. The king immediately realized that Gravis could destroy his control over the mud, so he simply shot it at Gravis as a wave. Like this, Gravis needed to deal with it directly. Gravis summoned his shield and destroyed the will on the mud wave. He blocked the mud wave with his shield. Boom! Yet, some thin but powerful thing hit his shield, destroying it instantly. The eel had transformed his body to be as thin as possible and rammed the shield with his head. All his power was concentrated on the attack, and the shield wouldn't stop him. His head would penetrate the shield and then destroy Gravis behind it. Yet, due to the formation arrays on the shield, Gravis shot away faster than the eel moved. Sadly, this attack had all of the king's power behind it, and Gravis' arms exploded into a mist of blood. Additionally, the impact injured his organs severely, making blood flow out of Gravis' mouth and nose. Bang! Gravis used one of his legs and kicked to the side, hitting another thin appendage of the eel. The eel had morphed his body into a thin amalgamation with lots of tentacles. Lightning exploded out of Gravis' foot as he used up his last reserves. His leg got destroyed in the process, but he managed to shoot himself out of the way of a second tentacle charging at him. Bzzz. Gravis had no other choice and had to transform into lightning again. Yet, he had used up so much of his power that he would barely be able to remain in the 4th level. All his powers were already nearly 3 times weaker than when he had reached the 4th level initially. This was the bare minimum to remain a level 4 lord. Yet, Gravis managed to evade the follow-up attacks and flew into the distance. Then, he transformed back and felt incredibly weak. Right now, their power difference could basically be counted as 4 levels instead of 3. The king transformed back into his normal body and looked at Gravis with narrowed eyes. Yet, Gravis could see exhaustion inside his eyes. Gravis had forced the eel to consume a lot of his power. Every time the king was forced to use his law of disguise or control his mud, he lost more of his energy. The king had transformed many times and had used an incredible amount of mud in the fight, which severely sapped his stamina. Yet, even though the moray eel's energy storages were nearly empty, he still had a lot of stamina for his body. His speed had fallen, but Gravis' realm had also fallen immensely. Right now, the speed difference between them was about the same as it had been at the beginning of the fight. "You're powerful," the king said slowly. "You forced me to go all out. I would have never thought that I would need to go all out against a level 4 lord. To be frank, I admire and respect your incredible power. You have the most powerful battle strength I have ever seen." Gravis only laughed bitterly. "Yet, I still couldn't kill you with my current power," he said. The moray eel shook his head calmly. You were simply unlucky. If I had only comprehended one law, you might have had a chance of victory. It was just your bad luck to run into me. Gravis only revealed a bitter smile. Bad luck, huh? He commented. Was it really bad luck? The moray eel nodded. What else? Instead of fighting one of the many level 1 kings with only one law, you found me. I would consider this bad luck. The moray eel sighed. Anyway, even though I respect your power, I can't just let you live. It's time to end this. Gravis narrowed his eyes again as he looked at the moray eel. Boom! The moray eel used his full power to accelerate. Even though Gravis was completely exhausted, he didn't take Gravis lightly. The king would use his full power, even to the bitter end. The moray eel opened his mouth widely to bite Gravis. With their speed difference, Gravis wouldn't be able to evade anymore. Yet Gravis didn't need to evade. Suddenly, Gravis' face transformed into an absolutely insane grin. I would have lost against you in a one-on-one duel, but this is not a one-on-one duel. Gravis thought crazily with burning eyes. A saber appeared inside Gravis' hands. Then, an absolutely insane amount of lightning gathered inside the saber. It was so much lightning that the crackling lightning destroyed all water in a 1,000-meter radius. The saber shook as it was breaking apart due to all the power gathered inside it. Then Gravis slashed forward, right into the opened mouth of the moray eel. All the lightning left the saber and formed the most powerful lightning crescent Gravis had ever performed, far exceeding his peak power. The eyes of the moray eel widened in shock and terror, but it couldn't evade anymore. Boom! The lightning crescent entered the moray eel's mouth and exploded. It destroyed everything in a radius of 20 kilometers. The earth was destroyed. The water was destroyed. Even some king or was destroyed. And of course, even the moray eel was destroyed. The lightning consumed everything but Gravis and then swiftly entered his body. Gravis released a deep sigh as he felt his realm soar to incredible heights. If this had been a one-on-one duel, I would have lost. Yet, this is a war, not a one-on-one duel, Gravis said with narrowed eyes. What had happened? Where did all this insane power come from? The reason for that was the war. When Gravis had unleashed his first lightning crescent at the beginning of the battle, he had used 75% of his whole power. If it hit the moray eel's head, the king would have become severely injured. Yet, if it missed, it would trigger Gravis' backup plan. What was his backup plan? As the lightning crescent continued on, it transformed back into normal lightning and shot towards the war in the abyss. Yet, it had to wait until the moray eel was sufficiently distracted. At the beginning of the battle, the moray eel still didn't feel pressured enough to ignore the ongoing war. Gravis first had to pressure the king into only looking at him. Additionally, he needed to move the fighting stage away from the war. The further away they were, the less the king would pay attention to what was going on there. When Gravis had destroyed the moray eel's tailfin, the lightning bolt charged into the war and ate up as many corpses as possible. Of course, this lightning bolt was a second Gravis which he had created with his lightning fork. When this second Gravis ate enough corpses to become as powerful as the peak state of the main Gravis, he created a third Gravis who also continued consuming corpses. After consuming nearly all the corpses, the two Gravises charged back to the main Gravis, leaving behind an army of shocked land beasts. As long as they didn't transform back into their bodies, the moray eel wouldn't pay attention to them. After all, there had been a lot of energy attacks shooting around. By now, the fighting stage had moved many kilometers away, which was farther than Gravis' spirit sense could reach. As soon as they came close enough to the main Gravis, they got summoned into his spirit space. Gravis had found out that, as long as one body remained outside, his other bodies could enter his spirit space, but only while they were still in their lightning transformation. 5 seconds before the moray eel had unleashed his last attack, all Gravises had gathered inside his spirit space. By now, Gravis was no longer in danger of dying. After all, as long as another Gravis survived, he wouldn't die. Yet, if his main body died, the moray eel might notice these Gravises and flee. Then, he wouldn't be able to get his food. Then, Gravis infused his saber with all of the Gravises and unleashed a lightning crescent, which was about as powerful as the ultimate attack of a level 5 Lord Divine Beast. Such an attack would definitely kill a king. If the king hadn't started talking towards the end, Gravis maybe wouldn't have had enough time to gather his other selves. The king had thought that he had won, and that mindset had become his undoing. Never think you've won until the very end, Gravis commented coldly as his body started transforming into a level 5 lord. Gravis' body changed and began to grow violently. After around a minute, his body had reached a height of 400 meters, which was colossal for human standards, but small for beast standards. Gravis closed his eyes and felt the power of his new body, spirit, and lightning. Most of my absorbed power has been used to kill the moray eel, but his death gave me even more energy. My lightning has already reached a power of 250% relative to my level, which should be the halfway mark to the next realm. Another half and I will know my answer, Gravis thought with narrowed eyes. Gravis had absorbed a lot of corpses from level 4 lords and level 5 lords. He had basically cleaned up the whole battlefield. This was an incredible amount of energy, even for him. If he hadn't used the energy to kill the king, he would have been able to become a king. Of course, without using that energy, he wouldn't have been able to kill the king in the first place. It was a necessary sacrifice. By now, the fighting had calmed down, and the land beasts all looked at Gravis with stunned eyes. The mighty lightning crescent had blinded them, but a minute was more than enough to heal their eyes. Temporary blindness wasn't difficult for them to heal quickly. Meanwhile, Gravis looked upward with furrowed brows. My will aura has also increased, though not as much as I would have liked. As soon as I managed to absorb the corpses, my survival had been guaranteed. But hey, at least it increased, right? Gravis thought as he tried to remain positive. Gravis sighed, creating some bubbles. My will aura has not increased faster than the progression of my realm. This little growth only allows me to keep the relative strength of my will aura equal to my new realm. Then Gravis turned to the beasts and looked at them. All the sea beasts had died, and some more corpses littered the seafloor. When Gravis had absorbed the corpses, the war hadn't ended yet. Sorry for absorbing your spoils, but without them, I wouldn't have been able to kill the moray eel, Gravis transmitted to the beasts. The beasts were a bit taken aback. Hey! An elephant transmitted to everyone as he swam forward. This was the same elephant that had told Gravis to move back on the 2 mountains. What are you talking about? He asked. Without you, we all would be dead. All the beasts nodded with victorious smiles. Yeah, so what if we lose some corpses? That's still better than dying. Another beast shouted. A lot of beasts agreed and transmitted similar thoughts to everyone else. Gravis was taken aback when he heard them. Their thoughts all appeared genuine, and Gravis saw no falsehood in them. This meant that they really didn't mind that he ate nearly all the corpses. Some seconds later, Gravis chuckled a bit. I forgot these are beasts, not humans. Humans would have made a huge deal about this to gain more resources for themselves, but beasts don't think like that. They see that I have saved their lives, and they don't care about what I have taken from them. I really prefer the attitude of beasts over humans. Gravis turned to the beasts with a smirk. Then let's gather the corpses and see who gets what. Even though I had to use up a lot of the corpses, there is still a lot to go around. We will just check who fought W. Gravis' spirit sense picked up an unreal amount of power, moving towards him at absolutely insane speeds. His new spirit sense already managed to keep watch over the surrounding 160 kilometers, but the power was still so fast that Gravis could barely react. Gravis just barely managed to see what was approaching. What he saw shocked and terrorized him to the core. 4 gigantic dragons made out of ice were shooting towards him from a distance. All the water around them froze as they left behind a vast tunnel made out of ice. Gravis felt their power, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to resist such an attack. Hell, he couldn't even react. These 4 dragons were not beasts but elemental attacks that had been created with the help of laws. A powerful king had launched an attack at Gravis from a distance. Gravis just barely realized the approaching danger before it already arrived. In no time at all, the dragons were only 40 kilometers away from him. There was nothing he could do. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a gigantic wall of earth, many kilometers tall and wide, appeared between the ice dragons and Gravis. 2 ice dragons crashed into the wall, nearly destroying it in the process while the 2 remaining dragons moved around the wall. Then they continued shooting at Gravis. Attack! A powerful voice thundered throughout the world as the bodies of all beasts trembled. Boom! Bang! Bang! The earth before Gravis exploded violently as something gigantic rose from the ground. 2 powerful and gigantic arms, nearly 5 kilometers long, caught the ice dragon and crushed them in their grip. Gravis could barely comprehend what was happening right now. Someone much more powerful than him had just tried to kill him. Then, another powerful beast suddenly appeared in front of him to block the attack. I'm not dead, Gravis thought in shock. The gigantic beast was a pangolin, around 50 kilometers long. Yet, it had incredibly long and muscular arms with fingers on them. The pangolin had an amazing body made for combat. Boom! The pangolin shot forward with astonishing speed. Gravis had barely been able to feel the power of the pangolin. Level 4 King, Gravis realized. Something humongous passed over the water's surface, just barely within Gravis' spirit sense. This thing had also charged violently into the same direction as the pangolin. Hum! 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 More gigantic and powerful beasts shot past Gravis with insane speeds. All of them charged into the direction where the ice dragons had come from. Lords, retreat to the defensive line! The powerful voice from earlier echoed throughout the abyss. The beasts were shocked for a second but quickly got back their bearings. Then they shot some unwilling looks towards the corpses in the abyss. Hope! All the corpses vanished suddenly, surprising all the beasts. I have stored the corpses in a separate space. We will distribute them later, Gravis shouted at the beasts. Retreat! The beasts were shocked about Gravis' peculiar ability, but they couldn't hesitate now. In just 1 second, all beasts started swimming crazily back to their territory, including Gravis. What had happened? Gravis already knew what happened based on context clues. A powerful king from the enemy's defensive line had probably seen Gravis' talent and wanted to kill him. A level 4 lord able to defeat a king would become a devastating enemy in the future. The enemy had to kill Gravis. Yet, the powerful land beasts had kept watch over the battle. Gravis guessed that, as soon as the pangolin realized that Gravis had a high chance of victory, he started gathering nearly the entire defensive line. Such powerful beasts were very smart, and the pangolin probably realized that the enemy would try to kill Gravis. This was a perfect opportunity for a counterattack. One of the enemy's powerful kings would be isolated and out of position. Based on how the pangolin blocked the attacks, Gravis guessed that the attacking king had also been a level 4 king. Only 2 of the ice dragons were enough to nearly destroy the earth wall. A level 4 king was the peak power of the defensive line. When Gravis had passed the defensive line on his way to the war, he had seen the power of the kings. There had been 2 level 4 kings, 10 level 3 kings, while the rest were level 2 kings. If the 2 level 4 kings from his side managed to kill the enemy's level 4 king, they might be able to annihilate the sea beast's entire defensive line. This was not a fight that Gravis could participate in. If he had some nascent nourishing rank or on hand, he might be able to quickly create a set of armor and fight a level 2 king, but he left all the powerful or back in the empire. A level 2 king would tear apart his current armor like paper. All the lords swam as fast as they could and fled back to their territories. They could already feel the shock waves of the battle happening behind them. Those shock waves were powerful but not powerful enough to injure the lords. Yet, these shock waves demonstrated the violence of the battle. After fleeing for 30 seconds, the lords left the water and reached land. But they didn't stop. They were still too close to the battle. Shing 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 shing. A storm of metallic spikes suddenly shot out from below them, right at Gravis. Ambush, Gravis thought. Whoop. Luckily, Gravis could use his will aura and spirit instantly. The The spikes moved so fast that Gravis wouldn't be able to evade with his body. But he didn't need to. Like an instinct, his will aura destroyed the will on the ore. Then, his spirit absorbed all the spikes into his spirit space. The assaulter was shocked, but they immediately charged at Gravis. It was a 10-kilometer-long manta ray made out of metal. Additionally, it spouted several long and sword-like appendages all over its body. Gravis narrowed his eyes and summoned his saber. Level 2 King, he thought with seriousness. Gravis' mind went into overdrive. The ambusher was a metal attribute beast, and the manta ray had already transformed fully into metal. Even a fully powered lightning crescent wouldn't be able to injure it. The defense of such a beast was just too powerful. One had to remember that the golden dragon had only been 2 levels higher than Gravis. This attacker was 3 levels higher than him. I need your help, Gravis transmitted to the gathered beasts. Then Gravis summoned a huge saber. As soon as the ice dragons had arrived, Gravis had already begun forging a new weapon. After all, there was a big possibility that he would get ambushed again, which had proven true. Bzzzzzzz. The saber crackled with an incredible amount of lightning. The saber began breaking down as the power nearly overwhelmed it. Gravis had just converted all the corpses inside his spirit space into lightning and had infused a lightning crescent into the saber. This lightning crescent was more powerful than what Gravis could produce with only himself right now. Then, Gravis slashed at the approaching enemy. The powerful lightning crescent left the saber as the saber broke apart. The enemy felt the power of the attack, and their eyes widened. Boom! A gigantic explosion, just as powerful as the one that had killed the moray eel, appeared and destroyed the surroundings. Yet, Gravis controlled the lightning to not attack his comrades. The explosion vanished just as quickly, and the attacker appeared again. Right now, the attacker was blinded and couldn't see anything. Additionally, a lot of the ore inside his metallic body had melted down, including some of his sword-like appendages. Yet, the enemy wasn't fatally injured. Bzzzzzzz. Gravis summoned the molten ore and forged it into a gigantic nail. As long as he managed to produce enough power to melt the ore, he would be able to forge it. With the added power of the corpses, he had achieved just that. Bang! Gravis used his whole power and threw the nail at the manta ray's head. Boom! Suddenly, another mighty explosion made out of lightning appeared behind the nail. Gravis had gathered all his power after throwing the nail and had unleashed a lightning crescent with all his power, which hit the back of the nail. The lightning crescent wasn't powerful enough to melt the nail again, but that was not Gravis' goal. Instead, the power of the lightning crescent made the nail shoot forward with incredible speed and power. Xianxia. The nail buried itself into the head of the stunned manta ray. It was still blinded and couldn't look at its surroundings due to the disturbances in space. Therefore, the nail managed to hit it before it could react. Yet, the nail didn't manage to reach its brain. It just dug into the skull of the manta ray. Bang! Gravis shot forward and kicked the back of the nail with all his power. Sadly, he only managed to make the nail move slightly. It still wasn't enough to kill the manta ray. Now! Gravis shouted at the other beasts. The other beasts had already gathered their powers and were ready to fire. When Gravis had told them that he needed their help, he had also told them to ready their most powerful attacks. Because of that, everyone had been prepared. A powerful storm of attacks rained down, and the surroundings exploded again as the elemental storm hit the back of the nail. Gravis, who already knew what was going to happen, had fled behind the body of the manta ray. The manta ray had also been unable to react to this attack. The stabbing pain of a nail piercing its head had made it unable to react. Because of that, the gathered power of all beasts exploded onto the back of the nail, forcing it further into the manta ray's head. The nail reached the manta ray's brain and stabbed into it. Normally, such an injury wouldn't be enough to kill a king. After all, they had an incredible amount of life energy. Yet, Gravis had angled the nail to hit the manta ray's beast core. The nail cracked the beast core, and all the power of the manta ray left it. It lost control over its laws and element and transformed back into flesh. Boom! Gravis returned and kicked the nail again, burying it even deeper into the enemy's head. This completely destroyed the beast core, and the manta ray died. Gravis breathed heavily. He had just unloaded all of his power instantly, exhausting him to no end. I had to absorb the remaining corpses, but I will leave this corpse to you. If you share it among yourselves, you will gain even more than you would have by eating the corpses, Gravis said. Later, a beast shouted as it started flying into the distance. They were still too close to the battle and needed to retreat further. All the other beasts followed the fleeing beast. Gravis gathered the corpse and nail and shot after them. Split apart! The mighty voice from earlier suddenly resounded throughout Gravis' head. Gravis trusted the voice and immediately dodged to the side. He couldn't transform into lightning right now. If he did, all his gains from consuming the moray eel would be lost. Gravis' spirit sense saw another ice dragon shooting at him from a distance. Yet, this time Gravis was prepared. Earlier, the attack had come out of nowhere, but not this time. Gravis destroyed the will on the ice dragon, but he couldn't absorb it into his spirit space. Gravis could only absorb elemental attacks that hadn't been created by the user themselves. The manta ray had used some or that was close by to use its attack, which allowed Gravis to absorb the spikes. Yet, this ice dragon was completely created by the attacker. Gravis changed directions and barely managed to flee from the ice dragon. Boom! The ice dragon hit the ground and split apart into a wave of icicles. If the ice dragon still had the will of its owner on it, it wouldn't have split apart. Yet, Gravis had destroyed that will. These icicles weren't as powerful as the ice dragon, but they still shot at Gravis with incredible force. Shing! 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 Gravis summoned the corpse of the manta ray between himself and the icicles. The icicles dug deep into the manta ray, but they stopped after going through half the corpse. Even one of them would have been able to create a massive hole in Gravis' body. Luckily, the corpse had been enough to block the attack. A huge body shot at Gravis from the side. Gravis' mind was in full battle mode, and he managed to react appropriately. He immediately retrieved the nail in the manta ray's corpse into his spirit space and then summoned it in front of him. Bang! Many of Gravis' bones broke from the powerful impact. A humongous shear from a crab had hit the front of the nail with its full power. Level 1 King, Gravis thought. Pack. Even though half of Gravis' bones had broken, he still used everything in his power to hold onto the nail. The nail had just broken the hard carapace of the crab, and this was a perfect opportunity. Rhea! The crab shouted with pain as its shear was destroyed. Pack. Gravis put his right hand on the back of the nail, his eyes filled with madness. Die! Boom! Gravis absorbed part of the corpse of the manta ray, just enough to refill all his reserves. Then he infused the nail with all his lightning. The lightning passed easily through the nail and exploded from inside the broken shear. The whole shear got reduced into dust while the carapace of the crab broke apart over its whole body, pieces of it flying into the distance. The crab felt like it was submerged in an insanely hot fire as the lightning burned all over its body. Fucking die! Gravis shouted again as he retrieved the nail and kicked it with his full power. Bang! The nail perfectly hit one of the broken spots of the crab's carapace and buried itself deep in the crab's head. This crab wasn't as humongous as the manta ray. Thanks to that, the nail was wide enough to kill the crab. Bzzzzz. Gravis absorbed the whole crab and returned to his peak condition. Additionally, his lightning became far stronger. Now, he was only missing 10% to reach the nascent nourishing realm. Run! Gravis shouted at the shocked beasts, who immediately continued running. Of course, Gravis followed them. They fled for some more seconds. Brrrr. Suddenly, a powerful fire beam shot at Gravis. Luckily, he stood apart from the other beasts. If he hadn't, those beasts would have been burned into nothingness. Gravis immediately realized the power of the fire beam and summoned the nail in front of him. Brrrr. Gravis continually used his will aura to destroy the will on the fire while hiding behind the nail. The fire beam pushed Gravis into the distance while the nail became hotter and hotter. Gravis' back was to the nail, and his scales started fusing with the nail due to the heat. Boom! A mighty explosion came from the direction where the beam came from. Then, several more explosions appeared as the beam vanished. A king of their side had gotten involved and had attacked the ambusher. Arrrr! Gravis tore his body away from the nail. Any mortal would scream in pain, but Gravis had gone through worse. He was away from his group and was in a territory that he didn't recognize. I have to flee. Gravis was in a place that he didn't know, but he was pretty sure that he was pretty close to the defensive line. The fire beam had pushed him for a considerable distance, maybe 500 kilometers or something, but such a distance wasn't that far for his speed. Additionally, he felt some distant shockwaves, which proved that the battle was still relatively close to him. Bzzz. Gravis transformed into lightning immediately and charged towards the west. Right now, by killing and eating the crab, Gravis was back in his peak condition, which meant that he could use his lightning transformation without any fear of his realm dropping. Some seconds passed in which Gravis only traveled to the west. Arrrr! Suddenly, a thick column of earth rose out of the earth and blocked his way. Gravis simply moved around the column and flew further to the west. Arrrr! 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 More walls of earth blocked his path, confusing him a little bit. If attackers had summoned those walls, they wouldn't just block his path. After all, the enemy's goal was to kill him, not to stop him from fleeing. Bzzz. Gravis tried to move around the walls of earth, but new ones popped up to block his path forward. When Gravis saw that, he realized that the earth element beast blocking him wasn't from the enemy camp. This beast had no idea about Gravis' powers and simply thought that he was some elemental attack. Gravis transformed back into his body. I'm not a sea beast, Gravis shouted. Some seconds passed in silence. Who are you? A deep voice said as a hog rose from below the earth. Gravis was a bit surprised since he hadn't noticed that hog at all. It had been hidden perfectly within the earth with not even his spirit sense being able to see it. This had to be the workings of a law. I was part of the invading force, and I'm the reason why this whole battle is taking place. The sea beasts want to eliminate me at all cost, Gravis explained. The hog looked towards the northeast for a bit. The northern defensive line has become active, but I refuse to believe that it has anything to do with you. You're only a level 5 lord. Why would the sea beasts be ready to sacrifice a big part of their defensive line for you? Because I have the most powerful battle strength they have ever seen, Gravis explained coldly. He was beginning to get frustrated by this hog. A new ambusher of the sea beasts could arrive at any second, and Gravis might not survive the next attack. He had no time for this whole explaining shit. Meanwhile, the hog looked at him with disdain. It was one thing to boast about one's powers, but Gravis was taking it too far. The most powerful battle strength they had ever seen? The hog wouldn't believe such a blatant lie. Stop lying, the hog demanded. I don't have time, Gravis shouted back. The enemy might appear here at any second. How about this? I attack you with a lot of power and you can judge for yourself. As long as you don't take this attack lightly, you won't get injured too much. The hog huffed. You're a level 5 lord while I'm a level 2 king. How would you dash? Bzzz. Gravis created a lightning bomb with 70% of his power and absorbed it into his saber. No time, he shouted. Take this attack and use all your power to defend. I need to get away from here. Gravis slashed down and shot the lightning crescent forward at the hog. First, the hog was shocked by Gravis suddenly attacking him, but then he grew disdainful again. Yet, at the last second, due to a gut feeling of his, he decided to also use his earth element to block. Boom! The lightning crescent exploded onto the hog and destroyed the earth armor on it. Then, the lightning burned an incredible amount of the hog's skin, while some of its flesh even received some burns. The hog was in incredible pain as it felt like it had been submerged in searing lava. There! Do you believe me now? Gravis shouted. The hog was nervous, angry, and shocked as he tried to process what had just happened. Yet, the pain awakened his battle instincts, and he looked at Gravis with fiery eyes. You wanted this, Gravis shouted back. This is the fastest method to prove my allegiance. If we don't retreat now, the sea beasts die, the hog shouted. The hog immediately shot forward at Gravis while gathering all its earth essence. Gravis gritted his teeth in rage and frustration. Fuck! Now I'm supposed to kill my own companions too? I can't waste my time like that, Gravis thought. Then, Gravis engulfed the corpse of the manta ray inside his spirit space in lightning. Halt! A female voice thundered throughout the surroundings. Gravis aborted his absorption, but the boar continued charging at him. By now, the boar was so close that Gravis wouldn't be able to react anymore. Shing 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 shing. An incredible amount of sharp wind blades passed between the space of Gravis and the boar. Gravis wasn't hit by them, but the boar lost his tusks and front half of his face. I said halt! The same voice from earlier shouted. Right now, the boar only felt pain and terror. What had he done? Had he just ignored an order from his commander? A 10-kilometer-tall mantis appeared suddenly beside the boar and Gravis. Her speed had been unreal, and Gravis also felt her power. Level 4 King, Gravis thought in surprise. Not only was Gravis surprised by the mantis power, but he was also surprised by her relatively small body. Obviously, she had reverted to the true size of her body, but as a level 4 king, she still was only 10 kilometers long. This was the smallest level 4 king Gravis had ever seen. Commander! The boar stammered in fear. I've lost control of Dash. Shut up! The mantis shouted at the boar. I'll deal with you later. Then, she turned to Gravis and looked at him coldly. You have attacked one of my soldiers. What is your explanation for that? My explanation is that I don't have any fucking time. Gravis shouted aggressively at the mantis. The sea beasts are chasing me like I'm some sort of holy food that will give them supreme power and eternal potency. This was the best way to convince this stupid fucking boar to let me pass. The boar took a deep breath as he saw Gravis talking to his commander like that. Did he have a death wish? Meanwhile, the mantis looked at Gravis more closely. Gravis wasn't sure what she was feeling right now since her insect eyes made it hard for him to discern any of her emotions. I sense no falsehood from you, the mantis said coldly, but Gravis also felt rage hidden beneath her voice. You will come with us to our defensive line, and you won't be able to leave until everything has been cleared up. If you have lied about anything, I will have you digested. Sure, Gravis said with an aggressive tone back. I agree, he said. Why was Gravis so aggressive? The reason for that was that he, again, had no control over his life. He had to wait for the other defensive line to return victoriously and explain everything to them. This was another form of suppression and powerlessness, and Gravis hated feeling like that. Your agreement is not of importance, the mantis said coldly, demonstrating her authority and power over Gravis, which he hated with all his being. You will follow me, she ordered. Gravis narrowed his eyes but didn't answer. The mantis turned around, and Gravis flew behind her without saying anything. He had just become many times more powerful, and his will aura has risen by an incredible degree. But he wasn't happy right now, not even a little bit. He was so close to knowing the answer from heaven, but now he was being suppressed by something else. This whole thing made him feel like the growth of his power hadn't changed anything. He had been suppressed before, and now he was suppressed again. After some minutes, they all arrived. In front of them was a massive wall of earth that seemingly blocked the entire horizon. On top of these walls, Gravis saw a lot of small beasts. Of course, all of these small beasts were kings, which had shrunk their bodies. The mantis flew upwards, towards the top of the wall, and Gravis followed. When they reached the top, all the beasts slightly bowed to the mantis. Take him into custody. He is not allowed to leave until I say so, the mantis ordered to one of her assistants, who was a small badger. Yes, Commander, the badger said. Then it looked at Gravis evenly. Follow me, it ordered. Gravis didn't like this one bit, but he followed anyway. Surprisingly, this badger was a level 3 king. The commander had probably acknowledged Gravis' power and had sent one of her valuable level 3 kings to keep him in check. They landed behind the wall and stopped at its foot. "We will wait here," the badger said. When Gravis heard that, he sat down and closed his eyes. Right now, he was helpless to change anything, but at least he was behind the defensive line now. After some seconds, Gravis took a deep breath in an effort to calm down. Only one more king to go. Then I will know my answer, he thought. Just a bit more. Half an hour passed in which Gravis only waited and thought about his current situation. He hated this feeling of having to wait for someone to come through for him, but there was nothing he could do. I've really had enough of this constant suppression, Gravis thought. First, the thing with Stella. Then, the lower heaven forced me through hell. Now, this middle heaven might force some bullshit rule on me. On top of that, my life is completely in the hands of some kings from my own side. I hate this so much, Gravis thought as he gritted his teeth. He started his cultivation journey for 2 reasons. One was to take revenge for the highest heaven's schemes, while the other one was to never feel so helpless again. Yet, along with the growth of his power, the feeling of suppression increased instead of decreasing. The night is at its darkest before dawn. At least that's a saying I have heard a couple of times. My goal is not pointless, and as long as I become more powerful, at some point, I will be free. Eventually, there simply won't be anyone powerful enough to suppress me anymore. Even if they want to, Gravis thought to himself. Trying to think positive was the only thing he could do right now. After all, he had no alternative right now. I come from the northern defensive line. A voice suddenly appeared as it echoed throughout the surroundings. Of course, the defensive line had already noticed the approaching beast, but they all knew the new arrival. This was indeed a beast from the northern defensive line. Welcome. What brings you here? One level 3 king asked. I am here for the retrieval of a black, lizard-like beast around 0.4 king units tall, the voice said. By now, the beast was close enough for Gravis to see it with his spirit sense. It was a hippo with the power of a level 2 king. Gravis immediately knew that this hippo was referring to him. 1 king unit, funnily enough, was about 1 kilometer. Currently, Gravis was around 400 meters tall, and the description fit him perfectly. It seemed like the northern defensive line had managed to win the fight, or at least hold. Sure, come over, the level 3 king said. Wait! The mantis suddenly spoke up, surprising the beasts. Why did their commander get involved in such an unimportant issue? Gravis' eyes narrowed as he noticed that. Did the mantis plan to take revenge on him by making it difficult for him to escape? What is the reason for your retrieval? The mantis asked as she floated forward. Right now, she was only 20 centimeters tall, not bigger than a mortal pet. Everyone would think that this was just some bigger, normal mantis. The hippo was a bit taken aback. Excuse me for my ignorance, but I don't know you, the hippo said. I'm the newly appointed commander for this defensive line, the mantis said. Right now, this defensive line is under my supervision. So, I ask again, what is the reason for your retrieval? The hippo seemed a bit confused. He was just supposed to take the black lizard thing away, and normally such a retrieval went very smoothly. The black lizard has left an ongoing battle and put our soldiers in jeopardy by doing that. Such a thing is a grave violation of the rules, and the punishment is death, the hippo shouted. Bullshit, Gravis shouted immediately as he stood up. Bang! The badger before him suddenly shot at him and hit him in the stomach. For some reason, this attack from the badger stunned Gravis and made it hard for him to think. Even though the badger was a level 3 king, Gravis shouldn't have been this helpless in front of it. Silence! The badger shouted aggressively at Gravis. The mantis remained silent for a while, and the hippo looked with disdain towards Gravis' direction. 2 seconds later, the mantis nodded. Then, she turned to the defensive line. Boys! She shouted with a smirk. Seems like our level 2 kings get some tempering today. The beasts were taken aback. What did the commander mean? The hippo was also confused when he heard that. Who wants the hippo? The mantis asked the beasts. The beasts were still taken aback, but some of them were very good at claiming opportunities. Me! One of them shouted loudly. All right, come on up. the mantis said. What's the meaning of this? The hippo shouted in outrage. I demand to speak with Commander Tang. The mantis wasn't able to smile, but Gravis was absolutely sure that she was smiling right now. Additionally, he also noticed that the badger, who had hit him just now, was also smirking. How nice of you to ask for the old commander, the mantis said with a mocking tone. I think I haven't told you where he is right now, have I? The hippo felt like something was wrong and became nervous. No, he simply said. Some laughter came from the mantis. Well, you see, our dear Commander Tang has had some very suspicious past few years. Right now, he is being detained in the Vicious Fire Empire for colluding with the enemy. The hippo felt sweat break out all over his body. This situation was rapidly going out of control. I have not lied up to now. Everything I have said is the truth, the hippo shouted. Gravis grew angry again when he heard that, but after seeing the badger's smirk, he knew that more was going on. Because of that, Gravis remained silent for now. The mantis chuckled a bit. You're right. I've detected no falsehood in your words, she said. But you have also chosen your words very carefully. You said that the black lizard had left his group, which is probably true. Yet, I would like you to tell me that he left voluntarily. She put special emphasis on the last word. The hippo became nervous. The black lizard left his group voluntarily, he said as he looked into the eyes of the mantis. The mantis remained expressionless, but the badger had a disdainful smirk on his face. You know very well that you can't lie to a beast much more powerful than you, the mantis said with a victorious voice. Also, thank you for asking for Commander Ting. That was just what we needed to convict him. Before the hippo managed to react, the mantis turned to the beast that had claimed the tempering opportunity. Go ahead, she said as she flew back to the wall. This has been a mistake. I'm Inno-bang. The hippo couldn't finish his sentence before the other level 2 king charged at him. In no time at all, the hippo and the beast were fighting all out. The mantis flew over to Gravis and landed in front of him. So, how did I do? The mantis asked. Gravis was a bit confused that the mantis asked him. Not bad. The badger from beside Gravis suddenly spoke up. But you should have been the one initiating the conversation. By interfering halfway, you gave the enemy a chance to suspect something. Now, Gravis realized that the mantis wasn't speaking to him but to the badger. You already knew? Gravis asked the badger and mantis. Yes, the badger answered as he turned to Gravis with a smile. But only my soldier and I knew about this. Everyone else has been kept in the dark to make this as convincing as possible. Your soldier? Gravis asked as he looked at the badger and mantis. The badger smiled, and suddenly, his aura fluctuated for just a split second. Level 5 King, Gravis realized. This short split second had been enough for Gravis to feel the power of the badger, which had surprised him quite a bit. It's possible to make yourself appear weaker? Gravis thought. What did you feel? The badger transmitted to Gravis so that no other beast could hear their conversation. You're a level 5 king, Gravis transmitted back. The badger nodded with a smile. Quite impressive, he transmitted back. Our empire has already planned to take this defensive line for a while, which was why I've been sent here. Yet, who would have expected that we would find a corrupt commander? Gravis remained silent for a bit as he thought about this. How did you know that this commander was corrupt? Simple, the badger transmitted back. He constantly asked for reinforcement, always saying that he got some intelligence about the power of the enemy's defensive line. Like this, he was weakening our other fronts. Meanwhile, the enemy can just put a small number of kings on this defensive line for show and help the other fronts. Gravis nodded. That actually made sense. Should I go ahead and give the signal to attack? The mantis asked the badger. The badger nodded. Our little friend here has given us a great opportunity by pulling the main force of the northern defensive line out of position. Go ahead and gather the soldiers. The mantis nodded and left without looking at Gravis. You want to watch the battle? The badger asked Gravis. No, Gravis answered immediately. I have other things to worry about. Can I leave for our northern defensive line now? I still need to deliver something to my companions. Gravis was still a bit mad about the suppression and the punch of the badger. Of course, he understood the reasons and knew that he shouldn't be mad. But his lightning disagreed. Apparently, his lightning was a bit grumpy about the current situation and wanted to strike something. Gravis readied himself to leave, but he got interrupted by another question from the badger before he could. "You're from the Icy Pride Empire, right?" the badger asked. Gravis didn't want to talk right now, but the badger and the mantis have helped him, even if it was in a way that he didn't like. "Yes," Gravis answered. The badger hummed. "According to your level and battle strength, you're probably a mate to the Icy Pride Empress, correct?" "My status says I'm a mate, yes," Gravis answered. "Interesting," the badger answered. "Who knows? Maybe we will see each other again." Then the badger gestured towards the north with his head. "Go to the northern front line, and don't worry. If some sea beast tries to ambush you, I will kill them before they can react." Gravis nodded and flew towards the north without saying anything. Meanwhile, the badger just rubbed his chin with a smirk. "Meeting one of the Empress mates is rare indeed. What a nice day," the badger mumbled to himself. Gravis didn't hear anything of the badger's mumblings as he flew to the north. The distance from here to the other defensive line was probably around 2,000 kilometers, but that was nothing he couldn't clear in a couple of minutes. A minute later, Gravis saw someone else enter into his spirit senses range. It was a level 2 king, and by the looks of their body it was a sea beast. Gravis narrowed his eyes and looked at the incoming beast. Terror. Suddenly, the earth beneath the king moved with insane speeds, and spikes of hardened earth penetrated the entire beast. The king was dead in less than a second. Sure enough, the badger wasn't lying, Gravis thought. Error. Then, the earth beneath the corpse rose and carried the corpse to the south. Gravis hadn't killed that beast, so he had no claim to the corpse. Gravis stopped and looked towards the south. Then, he turned to the east, towards the territories of the sea beasts. "They're really dead set on killing me. They have sent so many kings to their deaths just for a chance of ending my life." Gravis sighed. "Though, I guess it makes some sense. According to logic, there should be over 10,000 level 1 emperors in this world, but beasts that can kill 3 levels above themselves are probably only in the single digits. In their eyes, killing me is probably worth more than killing an emperor." Gravis shook his head slightly and left towards the north again. Thinking about this didn't change reality. Right now, he needed to become more powerful and get back to the Empire. Additionally, the whole thing with the rule weighed heavier on his mind than some enemies coming his way. Nothing of note happened until Gravis finally arrived at the defensive line. As soon as he approached the forest, a level 2 king cat contacted him. "Welcome back," she transmitted with excitement. "You have done a great service to the land beasts. Please return to your comrades and wait for further instruction. I will escort you back to the Icy Price Empire in a couple of hours." Gravis sighed. Surprisingly, he felt rather relieved that his comrades had survived. He didn't know the name of any of the beasts that had fought alongside him in the invasion, but for some reason, he felt some connection with them. Such a feeling was new to Gravis, but it wasn't something unusual. The only time Gravis could remember when he fought together with someone against a common enemy had been with Old Man Lightning and Laser in the Darkness sect. Even in the Heavens trial, Gravis had been more of an onlooker and coach to the group instead of a participant. Yet, Gravis also remembered the time when 2 level 3 lords had invaded the River Tribe's territory. Back then, the situation could be described as Gravis fighting together against a common enemy with Morn, Orthar, and Silva. Of course, it was still different in the sense that those 3 beasts had been his friends even before the battle happened. Is this a feeling of belonging? Gravis thought. We are all under the same banner, and because of that, I feel for my companions? Could be possible. Gravis shook his head slightly to refocus. The cat was already looking at him weirdly since he had remained silent for several seconds now. "Thank you," Gravis said. "Where are my companions?" The cat smiled. "Slightly to the west from here. You can't miss them," she said. "Wait for my signal and we will return. The battlefield is still unstable right now, and we need to search for any stragglers. I guess our side has won the war? Gravis asked. The cat laughed a bit and nodded. Yes, their commander had personally tried to kill you, which had forced him to move out of the defensive line. Our 2 level 4 kings have then engaged him together and killed him rather quickly. As soon as that happened, the battle was already won. Was it, though? Gravis thought with skepticism. There were still a couple of powerful kings that tried to kill me. Even 2 traitors have exposed themselves in the battle. 2 traitors? Gravis was right. There had been 2 traitors. One obviously had been the hippo, while the other traitor had been the beast that had shot the fire beam at him. Sea beasts with an affinity for fire were extremely rare. The chances of the attacker being a traitor was higher than a sea beast having a fire attribute. Gravis nodded once more to the cat and then flew to the west. The cat flew to the north to do whatever she had to deal with. Some seconds later, Gravis found his companions sitting in a forest. As soon as he approached, the beasts became excited and cheered for him. "You're alive!" Many of them shouted in joy. Gravis could only smile bitterly when he heard these cheers. He felt a bit embarrassed and also felt a bit distant from them. Obviously, they felt more for him than he felt for them. Whoop! The gigantic corpse of the manta ray appeared in front of the beasts, surprising them. "As I've promised, this corpse is yours," Gravis said. Instead of being happy, the beasts felt a bit apprehensive. "Are you sure you want to give us the whole corpse?" one of them asked. "This corpse is worth more than the entire enemy army that we have killed." The beast was right. Even though Gravis had already used parts of the corpse, it still had around 50 times the power of a level 5 lord remaining. With the remaining circa 50 beasts, every beast would get the equivalent of 1 corpse of a level 5 lord. Gravis nodded. "I have eaten my fair share in the war, and I have said that I will repay you. I won't go back on my word," he said. Even if Gravis wanted to go back on his word, his lightning would disagree vehemently. The beasts were still a bit unsure. "Hey!" the elephant from before shouted aggressively at the group. "This is the repayment we earned. Don't forget that it wasn't only the black lizard that risked his life. We have also risked our lives." Then, the elephant moved forward and tried vehemently to bite something off the corpse. It wasn't easy, but he managed it eventually. The concept of herbivores and carnivores stopped being relevant as soon as a beast became an energy beast. At that point, every beast could eat whatever they wanted, as long as it was something living. Due to that, even sheep and cows started eating meat. Slowly, more and more of the beasts walked forward to grab a bite. The stronger lords helped the weaker lords to cut off some pieces of the corpse. If the manta ray had still been alive, this would have been impossible, but the hardness and resistance of the body became weaker as soon as it died. After around an hour, the entire corpse had vanished. Not even the bones had been spared. The beasts weren't powerful enough to break the bones, but the bigger beasts could just swallow them whole and slowly grind them down in their stomachs. After they had finished eating, a lot of beasts wanted to strike up a conversation with Gravis, but he politely declined. He was not in the mood for talking right now since the whole thing with the rule still hung above his head. "My will aura has become even more powerful," Gravis thought. Judging by its compression, its power should be equivalent to the later stages of the nascent nourishing realm. Yet, it probably still needs quite a bit to become equal to the law comprehension realm. The fight with the moray eel hadn't done much for Gravis' will aura, but the subsequent ambushes had been excellent tempering for it. All in all, I think the war has given me quite some benefits. I'm very close to my answer, and my will aura has increased tremendously. Soon I will know my answer. Half an hour later, the cat appeared before them with a smile. "All right, everything is dealt with. I will escort you all back to the Icy Pride Empire and inform the relevant commanders and elders of your contributions. Along the way, I will also inform the kingdoms we passed through. The movement of a defensive line is big news." All the beasts stood up and readied themselves for travel. The cat looked at the gathered beasts and nodded. "All right, let's go," she said as she flew towards the northwest while all the beasts followed behind her. The group traveled for a couple of weeks, But the travel time back to the Empire wasn't as long as their travel to the invasion. A couple of level 3 lords had died in the invasion, while the remainder became level 4 lords due to the manta ray's corpse. Because of that, everyone could travel faster. Surprisingly, the group didn't stop even once during the travel. The small cat had said that she would inform the kingdoms on their path back. But apparently, it was enough to do that in passing. Kings had a far greater reach with their sense than Gravis. Even with their speed, the cat probably had enough time to inform the relevant kings. The fact that a lot of kings started moving around quickly as soon as they passed a kingdom also showed that the cat had already informed them. All those kings were probably preparing to set off. No one knew how the sea beasts would react to one of their defensive lines collapsing. However, one thing was true. A bloody battle between the two camps was imminent. After some weeks, the group finally arrived at the borders of the Icy Pride Empire. As soon as they arrived, the cat stopped for the first time and turned to the beasts. "All right, we're back. Everyone, go back to your relevant commanders and tell them of your accomplishments. I will inform one of the elders about what has transpired." The beasts released a collective sigh. They all wanted to become more powerful and had fought wildly in the invasion, but they also wanted to rest in their homes. Finally, they were back home. All the beasts scattered in all directions while the cat shot off into the distance with much more speed than before. Now, she didn't have to throttle her speed anymore, and in nearly no time at all, she left all the beasts behind. Gravis remained hovering at the borders of the Icy Pride Empire and narrowed his eyes. On the way back, he had had plenty of time to decide his next course of action. For that, he needed to go to the Empress. Gravis only hoped that she would agree to his offer. After some seconds, Gravis also shot into the distance, right towards the Mountain of Pride. Of course, the Empire was still absolutely gigantic, and it took him quite some time to get to the Mountain of Pride. Yet, even before he reached the Mountain of Pride, he received a voice transmission. "Gravis, come to the Mountain of Pride." The voice of the Grand Elder resonated inside Gravis' mind. "I was planning on going there anyway," Gravis simply commented as he continued flying. Some minutes later, Gravis arrived at the Mountain of Pride. The white ape was already waiting for him at its foot. "Come, the Empress wants to see you," he said. "And by the way, you're welcome." Gravis furrowed his brows. "What do you mean?" he asked. The white ape smiled calmly. "I've sent the badger to the defensive line south of yours, just in case. I didn't want the possibility of a traitor to be your downfall. Yet, who would have expected that there actually was a traitor there?" "I sure didn't," the Grand Elder commented. "Huh?" Gravis asked. Then he remembered the badger. "Oh right, that badger." "Yes," the Grand Elder said. "I already knew that as soon as you revealed your power, you would force the sea beast's defensive line to overextend. The commander of your defensive line is very trustworthy. But the commander of the one south to that wasn't as trustworthy." Gravis listened to the Grand Elder as he continued explaining with a calm smile on his face. "The badger has also given instructions to your defensive line and told them about my worries and suspicions. That's why their commander has always been close to your group during the invasion." Then the white ape chuckled a bit. Of course, they wouldn't have gotten involved as long as the enemy's defensive line didn't get involved themselves. "After all, I don't want to stand in the way of your tempering." Now, all that had happened made much more sense. Gravis had already been surprised when that huge pangolin had revealed himself. The enemy commander should have been just as powerful as the pangolin, and on top of that, they had made a surprise attack. By all intents and purposes, the pangolin shouldn't have been able to arrive there in such a short amount of time. Gravis sighed. "Thank you, Grand Elder," Gravis said. He didn't like to rely on others, but the Grand Elder had helped him this time. If the old commander of the southern defensive line had still been present, Gravis would be dead right now. This also explained why that one fire beast had shot him towards the south. That beast probably belonged to the northern defensive line, but didn't know that the traitorous commander had already been replaced. As long as Gravis went there and not towards the northern defensive line, he would surely die, at least by the fire beast's estimates. Gravis narrowed his eyes further. "I have underestimated the beasts," Gravis thought. I've trusted in their inherent directness and honesty and failed to take the outliers into account. Such schemers are many times rarer among beasts than humans, but there are still some of them. I've been careless. The Grand Elder and Gravis quickly reached the top of the Mountain of Pride. Gravis landed in the middle of the Mountain of Pride's peak and looked at the Empress, who was still sitting on her throne, bored as usual. Now that Gravis had seen so many kings unveil their body's true size, Gravis also wondered how big the Empress' true body was. How gigantic would she be if she unleashed all her power? "Welcome back, Gravis," the Empress said calmly. "You've done a great service for all land beasts. Tell me, what reward do you desire?" "I get a reward?" Gravis asked with skepticism. The tempering and food had already been reward enough, in his opinion. The Empress chuckled a bit. Normally, she would never do that in front of another beast. But there was no sense in acting mysterious and prideful in front of Gravis. She had already shown her true self to him anyway. Of course there is a reward. The movement of a defensive line is a momentous occasion. Winning an invasion only gives us a temporary outpost to gather more intel about the enemy. But if the defensive line moves, we get that territory permanently or as close to permanently as you can get, the Empress explained. "Well, this is quite convenient," Gravis thought. "Actually, I already have something in mind," Gravis said. "Good. Then tell me," the Empress answered. The white ape had walked over to her by now and stood beside her throne, also looking at Gravis. Any lord or king would feel incredibly nervous in Gravis' position. Two emperors were looking at him with no one else present. Of course, Gravis didn't feel that way. The Empress and the white ape were not his enemies, after all. "I want to stay inside the law comprehension area for punishment lightning until I become a king," Gravis said. The Empress and the white ape were a bit surprised when they heard that. The Empress and the white ape looked at each other in confusion. Then they both turned to Gravis again. "Why do you want to enter the law comprehension area for punishment lightning?" the white ape asked. "You already have comprehended the full law of punishment lightning, and you can't comprehend anything else in there." Gravis sighed a bit. He really didn't want to explain why right now. "Because I can absorb lightning to increase my realm," Gravis said, making the Empress and the white ape widen their eyes in shock. "What?" the white ape asked. "How is that possible?" Gravis sighed again. That was why he didn't want to explain. "It's a very long story, but I really don't want to tell it right now," Gravis said. "But I promise that I will tell you all relevant secrets as soon as I am a king. Right now, there's something weighing heavily on my mind. I just want to get this over with as soon as possible." The white ape was a bit confused, but the Empress knew the reason. After all, she had seen Gravis' reaction when she had told him about the necessary procreation that every king needed to go through. "That's fine," the Empress said. "But I still need to know what impact your absorption of the lightning will have on the law comprehension area." Gravis nodded. "I can tell you that. I guess punishment lightning isn't weak, and maybe even some emperors need to be careful of it. Due to that, it must have an enormous amount of energy inside it, enough to injure an emperor at least. The only thing I will do is absorb lightning until I become a king. Since the punishment lightning has so much energy inside it, I won't be able to absorb much of it anyway before becoming a king. Due to the difference in energy, my presence won't have a big effect on the whole area," Gravis explained. The white ape nodded along as he listened to Gravis' explanation. Then he turned to the Empress. "That makes sense," he said. "Additionally, I wanted to return there anyway sometime soon. While I'm at it, I can also keep watch over him." The Empress hummed for a bit. Then, she looked at Gravis with a complex expression. "I presume that you decided to reach the level of a king via that way instead of tempering because of the uncertainty you're facing right now, right?" she asked. Gravis sighed and nodded. "Yes. I can't wait anymore and need to see the truth with my own eyes." The Empress closed her eyes and nodded as she leaned back. "All right," she said. "You can go. If you realize you can't become a king, you can return. Then we can have a long talk and think about the future," she said. Gravis looked at the Empress and nodded. "Yes. And thank you for your support." The Empress opened her eyes again and furrowed her brows at Gravis. "We've already talked about this. Saying thank you is meaningless," she said. "To you it is, but not to me," Gravis answered. "I'm not saying thank you so that you like me more, but to show to myself that I won't forget this." The Empress looked at Gravis like he said something incomprehensible. "Have you already forgotten my past orders?" she asked. Gravis chuckled a bit. "I should stop being weird, right?" he asked. "Yes, that," the Empress said. "Try to keep that in mind." "Sure," Gravis said. Then he turned to the Grand Elder. "Can we go?" he asked. The Grand Elder sighed when he heard that. Nothing went normal with Gravis present. He didn't bow to the Empress or him, and he didn't show any of the common courtesies and shows of respect. Usually, that wouldn't be an issue for the Grand Elder since he could simply admonish the beast, but for some reason, he just couldn't be mad at Gravis. It just kind of felt natural that Gravis acted this way. Also, the Grand Elder didn't want to admit it, but the change of pace felt a bit refreshing. "Sure, follow me," the White Ape said. Then he turned to the Empress. "I will report my findings as soon as I return." The Empress nodded. "Go," she simply said. Then the White Ape left with Gravis following him. After leaving the Mountain of Pride, the White Ape changed directions and flew towards the south. 2 minutes later, the White Ape suddenly became bigger until he was the same size as Gravis and turned to him. "You're too slow," he said. "Grab my hand." Gravis came closer and grabbed the White Ape's hand. Immediately, their speed multiplied. Gravis even felt pain all over his body due to the insane acceleration, but his body was still able to withstand that. Gravis looked at the White Ape and saw a lot of lightning leaving his backside as he left a streak of it behind him. This was obviously different from the way Gravis, lightning cultivators, or beasts moved. He wondered how this worked. "This is the lightning speed law," the Grand Elder said as he noticed Gravis staring at him. "When you transform into lightning, you're unknowingly using it already. Yet, I haven't seen you use it with your actual body before." Gravis remembered that he had transformed into lightning while he had fought the crocodile. The Grand Elder's eyes were rather sharp since he noticed that part while only seeing Gravis transform into lightning once or twice. "My guess is," the Grand Elder continued, "that you haven't comprehended the law yet, but since it's an aspect of lightning, you use it automatically in your lightning transformation. I would recommend focusing on that law for now." Gravis was taken aback when he heard the Grand Elder's words. "How do you know the name of my technique?" Gravis asked. He hadn't told the White Ape about the name of his lightning transformation. In actuality, he had told that name to basically no one. The Grand Elder was a bit surprised when he heard that. Then he laughed genuinely. "Wait, that's really the name of your technique?" the Grand Elder asked. "I simply called it like that since it's the best description for, well, transforming into lightning." "Oh," Gravis commented as he face-bombed. "Okay, that makes sense. Yes, that's the name I gave this technique. I think I don't have any particular talent in naming things." For some reason, the Grand Elder appeared much more relaxed now. Apparently, he had found that turn of events quite amusing. "Then what about that lightning beam you've used to kill the crocodile? Is it called lightning wave? Lightning beam? Lightning crescent? Lightning explosion?" he asked. Gravis sighed again. "It's lightning crescent," he commented defeatedly. "Ha-ha!" the Grand Elder laughed again. "Don't you think that's boring? Shouldn't your ultimate move have a domineering name? What about Moon's Descent or Lightning's End? Thunder's Focus?" Gravis remained silent as he listened to the Grand Elder. All the names sounded quite domineering, and the Grand Elder hadn't even needed to think about them. Meanwhile, Gravis just thought about the words lightning bomb, lightning crescent, lightning transformation, and lightning fork. On their own, they sounded quite nice, but if he thought about them all together, he thought that they sounded boring. "I think my naming sense is shit," Gravis said, making the Grand Elder laugh more. Gravis and the Grand Elder talked a bit more during the journey. The Grand Elder had a lot of experience, and he told Gravis about some other laws that lightning had that Gravis didn't know yet. Apparently, there were laws associated with every facet of lightning. There were laws about its destruction, its life, its speed, and more mysterious ones like its accumulation and presence. Gravis still remembered that, back in the Red Kingdom, he had no idea on which laws to focus on except life. Yet, just by talking a little bit, the Grand Elder gave him more than enough directions. Gravis had always thought that he already knew all the facets of his own lightning since he already managed to understand the law of punishment lightning. Yet, punishment lightning was only a kind of lightning. He knew its specifics but didn't know anything about the more general workings of all kinds of lightning. It often happened that someone couldn't see the forest due to all the trees blocking their vision. Oftentimes, the answer stared someone right in the face without them knowing. Then, "Why did you say that I wouldn't be able to learn anything in the law comprehension area for punishment lightning?" Gravis asked. By now, the Grand Elder appeared much more open towards Gravis. "Because you can transform into lightning. Why would you need to go to a specific area if you can just look at yourself?" The Grand Elder asked with a smile. Gravis remained silent for a bit as he looked at the rapidly passing surroundings. "I guess you're right," he said. He had always only transformed into lightning, but he hadn't really looked closely at himself. He simply thought that he was lightning and that was it. After some minutes, they arrived. Gravis was a bit surprised about the distance. The Grand Elder had moved with insane speeds for several minutes, and according to Gravis' guess, they had long left the borders of the Icy Pride Empire. As soon as they stopped, Gravis' attention was immediately claimed by the area in front of them. Tall but thin mountains pierced the dark clouds in the sky as powerful lightning rumbled throughout the horizons. Bang! Bang! Swathes of punishment lightning hit the mountains. Yet, surprisingly, the mountains weren't destroyed or broken by the punishment lightning. Gravis noticed that these mountains were made out of a lightning-resistant material in the law comprehension rank. Such a terrifyingly powerful mountain range would provoke world wars in middle worlds with humans present. Just one of these mountains would equip an entire sect for a lifetime. Yet, in this natural world, nearly no one cared about such or usually, only beasts with metal and earth affinities would care about these mountains. But the difference between these beasts and humans was that the beasts wouldn't want to change or take the mountain range. They would simply just lay beside it. Of course, no earth or metal beast rested near these mountains. Punishment lightning was incredibly destructive in nature, and if they wanted to stay near these mountains, they would need to continually resist the avalanche of lightning assaulting them. By now, the mountain range was within Gravis' spirit sense, and he furrowed his brows. "There are other beasts present," Gravis said. "Of course," the Grand Elder said. "Most of our emperors are not within the Icy Pride Empire all the time. We keep a set amount of them on standby, but all the others are free to go to these areas and understand the laws. The more powerful our beasts, the better." "Grand Elder back so soon?" a silver snake said as it flew closer to them. It wasn't big since it hadn't revealed its true size yet, but Gravis wasn't able to feel its power. This meant that this snake was an emperor. The Grand Elder looked at the snake, and his demeanor returned to his usual calm. "Yes, I will try to understand more about punishment lightning," he said. "Then good luck," the snake said as it flew back. It didn't pay any attention to Gravis since he came together with the Grand Elder. Gravis looked at the retreating snake with a glint in his eyes. "Well," the Grand Elder said to Gravis, "you can find any free mountain and sit upon it. With me present, no one will be able to sneak up on you, so you can fully focus on what you need to do." Gravis remained silent for a bit, which elicited a raised eyebrow from the Grand Elder. Gravis' demeanor had changed as soon as they had arrived. However, that was to be expected. After all, Gravis had some serious reason to come here, and now that they have arrived, his mindset was probably fully focused on that. The Grand Elder turned away from Gravis after some seconds and flew towards the mountain range. "Grand Elder," or at least he tried to, but Gravis stopped him. "Yes?" the Grand Elder asked as he turned around. "I have two things to show you," Gravis said slowly with an even voice. The Grand Elder felt a bit suspicious because of Gravis' new tone. "Yes? I'm listening," he answered. "First of all, please look at this," Gravis said as he raised one of his hands. Bang! 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 Bzzzzzzz. Over 20 bolts of punishment lightning shot out of the clouds and gathered above Gravis' hand. The air around them started to warp due to all the power present. The Grand Elder took a deep breath through his teeth due to shock and terror. Such a compressed ball of punishment lightning would even be able to injure him severely. I have absolutely full control over all kinds of lightning, Gravis explained with the lightning ball still present over his hands. No matter how powerful the lightning or what kind, it doesn't matter in front of me. I control all lightning. Gravis' sudden change in demeanor, together with the deadly lightning ball in his hands, made the Grand Elder nervous. Bzzzzz. All the lightning on Gravis' hand scattered and returned to the clouds. I did this to demonstrate to you the control I have over lightning, Gravis said. The Grand Elder was unsure what Gravis was trying to say. Now, please don't get nervous, but I will demonstrate my control over the lightning in your body for a second. Don't worry, nothing bad will happen, Gravis said. The Grand Elder was a bit taken aback and felt nervous. Yet, he realized that if Gravis wanted to do something to him, he could have already killed him with his control over the punishment lightning in the surroundings. All right, go on, the Grand Elder said with furrowed brows. Gravis slightly extended his hand towards the Grand Elder. Immediately, the Grand Elder felt the lightning inside his body go wild and circulate around his body without his will. Yet, it stopped very quickly again. The Grand Elder had heard the Red King talk about the fact that Gravis could control all the lightning inside beasts with lightning affinity, but it was something entirely different when he felt it performed on himself. I have just shown you my trust in you, Grand Elder, Gravis said. Many beasts would immediately attack me if they knew what you know about me. If you decide to kill me due to a spontaneous reaction, I would be dead right now. I hope you understand the display of trust one have just shown you. The Grand Elder breathed heavily due to shock, but he understood everything Gravis said. Now, Gravis continued, I have a question. When the Grand Elder heard that, he looked at Gravis intensely. Yes? He asked. He was pretty sure that Gravis would now tell him the reason for his demonstration. Are only beasts with a lightning affinity allowed in here? Gravis asked. Yes, the Elder answered. Sending beasts with other affinities here would be pointless and a waste of time. Gravis' eyes narrowed. Well, then I have another question. Go on, the Grand Elder urged. Why is that snake here? Gravis asked. The Grand Elder was unsure what he should make of Gravis' question. Because he is an emperor with a lightning affinity that is affiliated with our icy pride empire. Gravis nodded. The reason why I demonstrated my power to you right now is to show you that I have no reason to attack anyone in our empire right now. Additionally, you would obviously be a more valuable target than any other emperor, except the Empress. Another reason was to show you that there is no doubt in my abilities regarding lightning. I have shown my trust in you by demonstrating my power in front of you without keeping the deadly lightning ball in my hand. So, please reciprocate that trust when I tell you that. This snake has absolutely no lightning inside of it. The Grand Elder's eyes widened. The Grand Elder was a bit taken aback for some time while his face went through a lot of different emotions. It went from shock to disbelief to deep thinking, and then to uncertainty. How sure are you about this? The Grand Elder asked. The whole point of my demonstration was to show you how sure I was, and that I have no reason to target any emperor from our empire, Gravis said evenly. The Grand Elder looked at the law comprehension area in deep thought. I have known him for a long time, the Grand Elder transmitted to Gravis while looking into the distance. I have seen him use lightning and the laws associated with it also a couple of times. And that makes it impossible that he managed to fool all of you? Gravis asked back. The Grand Elder sighed. No, there are ways to fake an element. If someone understands a law related to imitation, they can fake something like that. To everyone present, it would look like he had a different affinity. Of course, the attacks wouldn't have the imitated powers. They simply look very convincing. It doesn't matter that you have seen it. You're only considering the fact that you've known each other for a long time. To me, this sounds more like an emotional reason than a logical one, Gravis answered. The Grand Elder remained silent for a couple more seconds. Are emotional reasons so bad? He asked. He has risked his life many times for the Empire. If I would doubt him just like that, all his loyalty and hard work will be ignored. So, you're saying that if he is a traitor, he has earned his place as a traitor or spy by working so hard, Gravis said back. When the Grand Elder heard that, he sighed again. Of course not, he commented. But I feel like I would be violating my trust in him and devaluing what he has done for us by even considering that. Gravis shook his head slightly. Beasts were really different from humans. If a human heard that a long-standing member of their group had been working for the enemy the entire time, they would be even angrier than if it were someone new. The reason for such a reaction was that the long-standing member had much more time and opportunities to endanger their goals. Gravis still believed that most beasts could be called naive. They were simply too honest, too straightforward, too direct, too forthcoming, and too trusting. They would kill their enemies without hesitation, but if someone managed to become their companion, they would trust them with all their heart. The reason for that was the relatively small number of traitors in the beast ranks. Yes, Gravis had met some of them before, but those had only been some single individuals among thousands. Ironically enough, the fewer traitors there were among a group of trusting individuals, the worse it was for the collective whole. This might sound contradictory, but it made sense if one went through some examples. If there were a group of 100 naive individuals with one psychopath among the group, the psychopath would quickly be able to become the most powerful individual of the group by manipulating everyone. Yet, if there were 10 psychopaths among the group, not everyone would be swayed to one side. Naive individuals might not spot the psychopath, but psychopaths can spot each other very well. So, in order to reach their goals, they needed to stop the others that proved to be a danger to them. Such a clash might go on for a very long time with no conclusion. Additionally, with more of these individuals present, the naive portion of the group might be able to notice the actual situation. They would have more dealings with these individuals and gain experience with them. Due to this reason, traitors among beasts proved to be more devastating than traitors among humans. Humans were used to traitors, and it was not a unique occurrence to find one. Additionally, humans often had so much experience with these people that they might even use the traitor to achieve their own goals. Feeding false information to the traitor was one of the things the group could do. The Grand Elder was much older than Gravis and had much more experience. His power and knowledge about laws had helped Gravis immensely. Yet, not everyone lived the same life and received the same experiences. In terms of laws, power, wisdom, and many other things, the Grand Elder was superior to Gravis, but in terms of knowledge about psychology, Gravis was superior. All of these thoughts went through Gravis' head in about a second. By not acting upon this information because of such an emotional reason, you're endangering the very members of the Empire, Gravis said. The Grand Elder sighed. I know that, he said back. I'm not some young and foolish beast that hasn't seen the world. Of course, I will act upon this information appropriately. It just hurts me to see someone betray us. Gravis nodded. Then that's good. I believe you to 99%, but I still need to see it for myself, the Grand Elder said. Gravis lifted an eyebrow. How? By confronting him, the Grand Elder answered as his eyes narrowed. Yet he turned to Gravis again. Are there any other beasts without the lightning affinity present? One other one, Gravis answered. It's some kind of mole that stays at the foot of one of the mountains. The Grand Elder nodded. That's fine. She's a special case since she has the earth element and quite some lightning resistance. She's here to understand the destruction and defense of Earth. Anyone else? No, Gravis answered curtly. All right, then let me just deal with that snake for now, the Grand Elder said. Try to remain at a distance for the eventuality that he wants to attack you for some reason. As long as I'm more than 40 kilometers away from him, I'm in no danger. This entire area is under my control, and if I will it so, the sky will collapse upon them, Gravis commented dryly. The Grand Elder nodded one last time at Gravis. He had seen the powerful lightning ball that Gravis had summoned. If he could gather 20 of these lightning bolts without showing any exertion, he could surely gather more. With that number of lightning bolts, no level 2 Emperor or weaker would be able to stand against him. Then just wait here, I will be back soon, the Grand Elder said. Gravis nodded. Then the Grand Elder flew further into the mountain range. After some seconds, he arrived in front of the snake. Hello, Grand Elder. Do you need something? He asked with surprise. Obviously, he hadn't heard anything of what Gravis and the Grand Elder had talked about. At most, he maybe saw Gravis' demonstration of his control over lightning. The Grand Elder looked with narrowed eyes at the snake, who quickly felt like something terrible was going to happen. Attack me with your lightning, the Grand Elder commanded. The snake was taken aback. Excuse me, what? You want me to attack you with my lightning? He asked. You are under suspicion of being a traitor that knows a law related to imitation. Prove that you're not a traitor by attacking me with your lightning. If you can't, I will kill you right here and now, the Grand Elder said coldly. The snake and the other elders were shocked to the core. This time, the Grand Elder didn't transmit his thoughts but publicly spoke them. All the elders naturally had their senses spread out, which made them involuntarily hear the Grand Elder's words. There was a traitor among them? Is this a joke, Grand Elder? The snake asked with an offended expression. What have I done to warrant such a baseless suspicion? What you have or haven't done isn't important. Some evidence has come to light that you do not have a lightning affinity. If you had told us that earlier, there wouldn't be an issue right now. Yet, you have kept it secret and lied to us regarding that, which demonstrates malicious intent, the Grand Elder explained. Oh? The snake asked with a sneer. What evidence? He asked. That's unimportant right now, the Grand Elder answered. The only important thing is that you need to prove your innocence right now. You can't talk your way out of this. The snake's face transformed into a grimace. This is a blatant humiliation. I have fought for our empire for many years, and that's how you thank me? The snake shouted with fury. As I've said before, what you have or haven't done isn't important. Prove your innocence right now or die. This is the last time I'm going to say this. You have 10 seconds, the Grand Elder said coldly as he looked into the snake's eyes. The body of the snake shook as his rage intensified. Some seconds passed, but just before the 10 seconds were up, the snake's body relaxed, and he sighed. All right, I give up, he said. Yes, I don't have the lightning element. I have the darkness element and understand the law of imitation. The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes more at the snake. Yet the snake seemed to be relaxed just now. I didn't want to tell you because I was afraid that you would doubt my allegiance. Everyone knows that beasts like me are the perfect spies. As soon as you know my power, you might start suspecting everything I do and might interpret malicious intentions in actions that were not there in the first place. The snake looked into the eyes of the Grand Elder. Please understand my position. I'm not some spy of the sea beasts. I was simply afraid for my own life. The watching beasts were unsure what they should think right now. The reasoning of the snake made sense, but he had still lied to all of them. This was not an easy situation. The Grand Elder looked at the snake and sighed. Boom! Before anyone could react, the Grand Elder had killed the snake. He simply shot forward with unreal speed, put his hand on the snake's body, and then the snake just exploded. The watching beasts were shocked and terrified as they saw this happen. Gravis simply nodded from a distance. If you had good intentions, the Grand Elder said to no one in particular, you wouldn't have become so angry and enraged by my confrontation. I saw no guilt in your eyes for being exposed. This shows that you had no feeling of belonging to the Icy Pride Empire. The Grand Elder's eyes narrowed again. I'm not so naive that I would believe such a blatant lie. The watching elders weren't sure what they should feel right now. On one hand, they felt betrayed by such a close companion being a traitor the entire time. But on the other hand, the Grand Elder had just killed the elder ruthlessly. Yes, logically it was the correct decision, but the simple way that the snake died just left a bitter aftertaste in their mouths. The Grand Elder remained silent after saying his piece and sighed again. He hated that he had to act like this for the interest of the Empire. If it were up to him, he wouldn't care about the snake being a traitor. They had been comrades for many years, and the affiliation of a comrade wasn't very important to the Grand Elder. He valued the beast, not their belonging. Yet, since the Grand Elder was the Grand Elder, he had a responsibility he had to uphold. He had the responsibility to protect the Empire, and that forced him to kill the snake. He was the Grand Elder, and he needed to fulfill his duty. Gravis watched the Grand Elder and could empathize with his emotions. Holding a position of power also came with responsibilities. These responsibilities could also be seen as suppressions or shackles that someone had to deal with. Gravis had also been confronted with these things when he had been the leader of the River Tribe. A good example had been Liza joining the tribe. Back then, she had asked if she was allowed to kill Orthar. Gravis obviously didn't like that one bit, but he had established the rules, and he had been forced to uphold them. Because of that, he had given Liza permission to kill his best friend in this world. As Gravis fell back into memories, he thought about his surviving friends in this world. Orthar, Silva, maybe also Liza, but he wasn't that close to her. Was Orthar still alive? If so, how powerful had he become already? Was Silva able to live peacefully, or had he been forced onto the path of power again due to how the world worked? Gravis had no idea what had happened to them. It had already been over 5 years by now. Yet, Gravis quickly shook his head to regain his bearings. Right now, he needed to focus on himself. The rule was still weighing heavily on his mind, and he was about to find his answer soon. A small part of Gravis didn't want to know the answer due to the possibility of it being a no, but he wouldn't hesitate because of something like that. A mortal might be afraid to take such a step, but Gravis had gone through worse. Yet, if the answer was truly a no, Gravis wasn't sure what he should do. The pain I have felt in the past has made me grow and become more powerful than everyone else in my stage. This pain I'm feeling right now is only temporary, and when everything is over, this will increase my power too. Gravis thought with determined eyes. I need clarity. Gravis flew towards one of the mountain peaks and sat down. I will be sitting here for the foreseeable future, Gravis transmitted to the Grand Elder. Gravis' voice transmission brought the Grand Elder out of his thoughts, and he nodded. All right, if you need to leave, tell me. I will send an elder from here back to the Empress to inform her of what has transpired. All right, Gravis answered. Then he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Bzzz. A very thin strand of lightning left the dark clouds and hit Gravis. It quickly got absorbed without any issue, and Gravis felt his realm become more powerful instantly. This small strand of lightning was already more than enough for him to become a king. His lightning strengthened but quickly weakened again as the power from his lightning was siphoned into his body and spirit. In less than a second, Gravis' lightning had gone past the threshold for becoming a king. Gravis remained sitting there for a couple of minutes, just feeling his body, but nothing happened. Gravis grew more nervous as the mutation for becoming a king didn't appear. Bzzz. Another strand entered Gravis, and his lightning increased even more. Even though this strand was just as powerful as the last one, this one increased the power of his lightning 3 times as much as the one before. Gravis quickly realized the reason, and his heart started beating faster. His body and spirit had reached the threshold, which left all the energy to his lightning since his other centers of power couldn't absorb anything anymore. He had never been in this kind of situation before. Let's try some more. I shouldn't jump to conclusions immediately, Gravis thought as he tried to remain calm. Bzzz. Another strand entered his body, and his lightning started growing again. By now, it was at 480% in relation to its initial power when he had become a level 5 lord. Bzzz. Another strand came, and Gravis' lightning jumped to 510%. Bzzz. Another one, but this time it was different. It entered his body, but as soon as his lightning reached around 525%, Gravis felt some kind of resistance. Gravis felt a strange feeling. It felt like he carried too much in his hands and couldn't hold all of these things. Yet, the difference between this analogy and Gravis' situation was that in the analogy, he might simply drop the things, while in reality Gravis' self might dissipate into nature. If that happened, Gravis' will would vanish, and his self would just become normal will-less lightning. Gravis' insides shook as he realized all these things. He opened his eyes and looked at his own body with a frown. Is this your decision, Heaven? Gravis spoke silently to the surroundings. You do realize that the rules have only been created to create as many powerful humans as possible, right? I'm not some beast, heaven. You might think that forcing me to adhere to the rule is fair because everyone else also follows them, but my situation is entirely different. You might think it's fair to put me through this, but I don't believe so, Gravis said with a cold voice. I have had no problems with you up to now. Everything was going fine. Yet, you decide to go against me now. I know that the highest heaven is watching and judging by what I have experienced up to now. The highest heaven probably left the choice to you. Both outcomes are acceptable to the highest heaven. One outcome would be following the rules, while the other one would be an acceptable exception. I know that this decision lies on your shoulders, Gravis said. Of course, no answer came. Gravis was honestly a bit confused. It was honestly a better decision for this heaven to allow Gravis to simply become a king. Such a situation was posing a real danger to his path to power. Additionally, Gravis had already stated very clearly that this would make him this heaven's enemy. Gravis was sure that this middle heaven knew about what Gravis had done. Because of that, Gravis was also sure that this middle heaven knew precisely what kind of danger Gravis could pose to it. Did it really not fear for its own life? Gravis couldn't believe that. The rules are there to create as many powerful humans as possible, Gravis thought as he trailed off. Wait! Gravis suddenly realized something. I think I know what's going on, Gravis thought as his eyes became colder. I see, Gravis said to his surroundings. I think I understand you better now. The elders in the surroundings didn't pay attention to Gravis and simply focused on their own comprehension. None of them knew that Gravis was about to unveil the true personality of this middle heaven right in front of them. The rules are there to make as many powerful humans as possible, Gravis repeated again. And I have also said that this pain will increase my power in the future. Therefore, by forcing me to follow this rule, the rule has fulfilled its purpose. Gravis laughed bitterly for a bit. You're quite selfless, right? Gravis asked. No answer came. You see an opportunity to increase the power of a human by following the rules. The cost isn't important to you. The fact that you know my potential makes it even better since I have a very high chance of becoming truly powerful in the future. I would become a supreme energy magnet then. Gravis looked with unamused eyes at the sky. In your mind, you're sacrificing yourself for the greater good. You think your own life as unimportant in front of the goal of the highest heaven. In order to make me become even more powerful, you are willing to throw your life away. Do you think yourself to be noble? Do you think this makes you a martyr? Do you think yourself better as all the other selfish heavens? Gravis asked rhetorically. While sacrificing oneself for a greater cause is seen as noble, it breaks down when the greater cause is not actually a greater cause. A fanatic cultivator of an evil sect sacrificing their life for the benefit of the evil sect is not something that people or beasts would consider noble. Gravis' eyes became colder as he looked at the sky. The highest heaven's goal is about as selfless and noble as a marauding rapist, Gravis said coldly. And for the first time, the middle heaven answered. The world started trembling. Everything from the oceans to the core of the continent started trembling wildly. Mortal animals and beasts grew fearful as they felt something happening. The lords asked the kings what was happening, and the kings asked the emperors what was happening. Sadly, not even the emperors knew what was happening. This had never happened before. A violent wind picked up that threw everything in disarray. Everything up to the emperor realm lost its control as it was picked up by the violent storms and was thrown into the air. Yet, surprisingly enough, not a single life ended due to this. It was like the world wanted to show its rage but didn't want to kill anyone. The air above the law comprehension area for punishment lightning vibrated as the stormy clouds parted for the first time in eons. A shining light peered through the parted, stormy clouds as it concentrated onto Gravis' surroundings. Only Gravis and his immediate surroundings were illuminated by this blinding light. The emperors in the area had no idea what was happening, but they noticed that this mysterious and powerful light was entirely focused on Gravis. None of them had listened to what Gravis had said, so they didn't know why this was happening. Had this mere lord done something that had shocked the entire world? This couldn't be possible. Gravis looked at the sky with a sneer. "Stop your empty threats," Gravis commented with disgust. "The lower heaven has done this time and time again. You can't intimidate me with this. Even though I despise you for your ignorance and mindset, you're not as bad as the lower heaven I have met. So, don't lower yourself to its level." Bang! 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 Powerful punishment lightning chaotically stormed through the sky. Something had completely riled it up. Yet, surprisingly, the lightning didn't strike the earth, the mountains, or Gravis, but the source of the light. It was like the punishment lightning was angry at the source of the light, not Gravis. Gravis was lightning, and the light showed malicious intent towards Gravis. This was akin to showing malicious intent towards the lightning. Yet, not even 2 seconds later, the punishment lightning calmed down again. Heaven had interfered and calmed the lightning down. As long as Gravis didn't try to control it, it wouldn't do anything anymore. You are ready to lay your life down for the highest heaven's goal. Yet, you are ready to break the rules it has established now. Look at how hypocritical and childish you're acting right now, Gravis said with a sneer. Surprisingly, none of the present emperors could hear anything that Gravis had said. It was like he was isolated by something, and no sound could escape his surroundings. They could only see his mouth moving. Gravis waited for some seconds. "Do you dare strike me?" Gravis asked with icy eyes. "Do you dare to break the highest heaven's rules?" The sky rumbled. Gravis sneered in disgust at the heavens. "You think so grandly of yourself and your devotion to the highest heaven's goal. Yet, you're ready to break the very rules of the foundation of your belief due to my words. The highest heaven is watching." "I know that for a fact," Gravis said. "And you know that too. The highest heaven has not done anything during this time, but you have stepped forward. Does that not mean that you are ignoring the orders of the very being you believe in so much?" The sky rumbled more, but in a matter of seconds, everything suddenly stopped. The earth stopped rumbling across the world as the skies and winds calmed down. The light also vanished from above Gravis as the clouds became one again. Was it due to Gravis' words? No. The highest heaven had gotten involved. It had seen that the middle heaven was about to attack Gravis and told the middle heaven to stop. Initially, the middle heaven couldn't understand how the highest heaven could accept such disrespect. It wanted to strike Gravis down and lay down its life to protect the highest heaven's pride. Yet, some simple words from the highest heaven had shocked the middle heaven. So what? Gravis hadn't insulted the highest heaven. The highest heaven knew fully well that its own goal was selfish. Gravis was only speaking the truth. The highest heaven wasn't some weak-willed or ignorant mortal that felt themselves to be holy. This entire cosmos only existed for the highest heaven's benefit. So what if its goal was selfish? This didn't change the reality. It didn't matter what Gravis or anyone believed. The reality was the reality, and dignity was a shackle and something only weaklings needed. Dignity and respect were only necessary for beings that needed their egos stroked. Just let Gravis say whatever he wants. It won't change anything. His words were as unimportant as the grumbling of an ant. Every single beast in the world could hate and despise heaven, and nothing about the world would change. They would still need to continue cultivating. They would still need to have offspring to become kings. They would still need to kill each other. Absolutely nothing would change. The middle heaven quickly calmed down as it listened to the highest heaven. It also realized that it had committed a mistake and thanked the highest heaven for its guidance. It had seen its mistake and would do better from now on. Due to that, the world calmed down again. When Gravis saw that, he shook his head. "You see? This whole display was for nothing but your own fragile ego. I'm certain that the highest heaven didn't even give the smallest of shits about my words. But you did." Even though the middle heaven had calmed down, Gravis' words riled it up again. It had never cared what Gravis or anyone else in the world had ever said. But as soon as Gravis managed to reach it once, it was like its emotional barrier of isolation was broken. Now, even such a relatively weak comment managed to anger it again. Yet, it had not forgotten the words of the highest heaven. It wouldn't get involved anymore and would let Gravis say whatever he wanted. Even if it grew 10 times as mad as now, it wouldn't dare to do something like that again. The teachings of the highest heaven were the highest of truths, and this middle heaven fully believed in them. Meanwhile, in the highest world, the opposer simply smirked. Gravis sat back down and took a deep breath. I tried my best to reason with you and explain why all of this was such a bad idea, but you wouldn't listen. You have made your choice. Instead of allowing us both to benefit, you chose the path that will bring pain to both of us, Gravis silently said. So be it, Gravis said with icy eyes. I can't abandon my children and can't properly cultivate without knowing their whereabouts. Not everyone is like me, and not everyone would have these issues, but I know myself. I know that this is how I will feel when all of this comes. So, the only option I have left is to look over and watch my offspring until they are either living happily, have taken a stable foot in cultivation, or are dead. I don't know how many years this will take, but it's only time. It might seem like an eternity to me now, but I still have over 900 years of longevity. That's plenty. Gravis looked at the now cloudy sky again with narrowed eyes. I will simply split myself in two. One of me will watch over my children while the other one will comprehend laws during that time. This is the best compromise I can find. Suddenly, Gravis smiled in disdain. Yet, you have overlooked a certain detail in all of this. I will now tell you this detail, Heaven. Maybe, you will decide to change your decision when you hear that. Gravis chuckled coldly. Have you ever heard that advantages have disadvantages and disadvantages have advantages? Gravis said. I use that phrase quite a lot since it has been proven true time and time again. Did you know that your suppression of my mutation has shown me something incredible? Gravis shook his head with a smirk. I have noticed that trying to absorb more lightning into my body tears at my will. The more lightning I have inside myself, the more I need to will myself to keep existing. You know what that means, don't you? Gravis asked. The many eyes of Heaven in an unknown place widened in shock. That's right, Gravis said. I can temper my will aura while just sitting here. I wonder, have you thought about that? I wonder how powerful my will aura will become. The middle heaven truly hadn't considered or noticed that. Gravis' cultivation was very special and often deviated from the intended path. It was not an overstatement to call Gravis' cultivation unique. He was the only one in all the worlds who had a spirit attuned to something other than energy. Theoretically, the middle heaven could have extrapolated this fact by all the knowledge it had received from the highest heaven about Gravis. Yet, it had taken him too lightly. However, the middle heaven had made its decision. Wasn't the fact that Gravis was growing even more powerful even better? Yet, the middle heaven just couldn't like this fact for some reason. It didn't know why, but it got a bit nervous when it heard that Gravis' will aura would become even more powerful. Maybe, deep in the middle heaven's mind, it still thought that it could just throw Gravis out of its world if he became too powerful. Yet, if his will aura became too powerful, this would become impossible. It had decided to give its life for the highest heaven's goal, but when confronted with the actual reality, it didn't feel as calm and acceptant as it had expected. Gravis waited for some seconds, but nothing happened. That's also a no then, Gravis muttered to himself. Grand Elder. Gravis transmitted to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder was still shocked by everything that had happened. However, he didn't dare to interfere with what Gravis was doing. This display of the middle heaven had scared him, and he wanted to keep himself out of this. Yes? He asked nervously after Gravis had contacted him. You don't need to be afraid. Nothing will happen to anyone in the Empire, Gravis said. I will remain here for a couple of years due to a special reason. Don't worry. I won't damage the law comprehension area in any way. And, Gravis said after some hesitation, as soon as we return to the Empress, I will tell you too everything about myself. Then you will understand why all of this has happened. The Grand Elder still wasn't sure about anything regarding this situation, but he decided to go along with what Gravis had said. All right, he transmitted after a sigh. I will wait here for the time when you're ready to return. Thank you, Grand Elder, Gravis said. Then he closed his eyes. Gravis still felt like his being was spread over too vast of an area. This was the feeling of having too much lightning inside of him. Normally, If he had so much lightning inside of him, his body and spirit would simply absorb its power until he reached the next realm. Yet, with the middle heaven suppression, this became impossible. Gravis chuckled a bit. You wanted this. You wanted me to become as powerful as possible, middle heaven. I hope you don't regret your decision in the future. No answer came. Gravis concentrated on his being and shut himself off from his surroundings. The Grand Elder was present, which allowed him to do that. Anything weaker than the Grand Elder wouldn't be able to kill him during this, and if something stronger than the Grand Elder appeared, Gravis would be helpless either way. Time lost its meaning as Gravis lost himself in his own being. To Gravis' spirit, his being looked like a pool. His will aura was the size of the pool, while the lightning was the water inside it. Right now, it looked like the lightning was incredibly close to flowing over. A faint feeling of fear and anxiety appeared inside Gravis as he looked at the filled pool. This was only a metaphorical picture for his current situation. But as soon as the pool flowed over, Gravis knew that he would cease to exist. Gravis knew that even though he was not in a dangerous fight right now, managing this situation badly would also result in his death. The tempering of the will was always a dangerous affair. Time passed in which Gravis tried his best to stop the lightning from overflowing. It wasn't easy, but as more and more time passed, it became easier. Gravis didn't know how much time passed, but as soon as it became manageable, Gravis summoned a bit more lightning. Bzz. Inside Gravis' mind, he saw more water appear inside the pool. The water in the pool started vibrating as waves appeared. Gravis felt a deep feeling of emptiness, like he was about to lose consciousness. Thinking became harder, and his focus started waning. He changed the shape of the pool to counteract the waves of the pool. Waves made the water rise and fall, which meant that its volume moved around. If one of the waves hit the edges of the pool, the water would leave it, and Gravis would cease to exist. By changing the pool's shape, Gravis adjusted his will aura to the concentrated points of the lightning inside him. It was like the lightning wanted to break out of its prison as it tried to strike everything around it. This action of wanting to escape was reflected in the waves of the pool. Lightning became weaker at some spots and stronger at others. Gravis' will aura was currently just as strong as the will of the lightning to escape. The lightning's will to escape would never leave it. This situation would just go on forever until it either managed to escape or Gravis managed to adapt. A very long time passed. Gravis had no idea how long it was, but he knew that it was long. Yet by now the pool had calmed down. No more waves appeared in the pool. Why was that? The lightning still wanted to escape, but the size of Gravis' pool had increased over time. Gravis had managed to adapt. Splash! More water appeared in the pool as Gravis absorbed some more lightning. A pause was unnecessary when training one's will. Gravis' body and spirit were in a state of relaxation while his will fully focused on this. The water became restless again as Gravis needed to adapt to its changes again. The waves became more violent and higher in number. Yet, this time Gravis was not feeling any anxiety or fear. It wasn't because of his confidence, but that he couldn't afford to feel fear or anxiety right now. His entire being was focused on only the pool. A lot of time passed, and Gravis added more water. The cycle repeated itself again and again. An unknown amount of time later, Gravis had forgotten who or what he was. He even forgot why he was doing all of this. Right now, only keeping and growing the pool was inside his mind. It was like he was made for this purpose. It was like he was a formation array that had been designed for only a single purpose. No thoughts unrelated to the pool appeared in his mind. His self didn't even recognize itself anymore as it only felt like it was the pool right now. The pool needed to become bigger, and that was everything that mattered. Nothing else existed outside this pool. Gravis forgot that the pool only represented his will aura, and that the water represented his lightning. He only knew that he could pull water from somewhere outside this space. He didn't know what this space was, but he knew that he needed to grow the pool. The pool grew and grew. Suddenly, a feeling of incomprehensible fear assaulted his being as he was about to add more water. He felt like the next drop of water would be his end. Gravis hesitated. When Gravis hesitated, he started remembering everything. He remembered who he was and what he was doing here. After a minute, Gravis sighed. Now I know what is happening, Gravis said to himself. I have reached the peak of a unity will, or nascent nourishing will as it's called in my homeworld. Such a soft method of training my will aura won't allow me to break through the shackles. If I add more water, I will undoubtedly die. Gravis took a deep breath as he threw the drop of water in his hand to the side. The drop of water vanished as some lightning left his physical body. It's time. This is as far as it goes, Gravis said. Then, he opened his physical eyes as he returned to the real world. PSSSHHH. A mountain of dust and sand fell off his body as he stood up. He had remained still for a long time. BZZZZ. Gravis transformed into lightning and immediately transformed back to get rid of the soreness in his body. This was way easier than stretching himself. Then, he looked at the lightning inside his body. 799%, Gravis said to himself. So, this is as far as it goes, huh? Gravis concentrated his will aura and looked at its fully compressed form. Sure enough, I managed to compress it to the same size as my spirit. This is truly the peak. One more step, and my will aura will reach the law comprehension realm. Gravis smirked. With such a powerful will aura, I might even be able to win against a level 4 king as soon as I become a king myself. However, such a fight will still be incredibly difficult. The last time, I only managed to defeat a level 1 king because of the ongoing war beside me. How much time has passed, Grand Elder? Gravis asked as he found the Grand Elder with his spirit. The Grand Elder opened his eyes in surprise. Oh, you're awake? He asked. Yes. How much time has passed? Gravis asked. You've been on top of this mountain for quite a while. Ever since you have stopped moving, over 20 years have passed. Gravis blinked a couple of times. Okay. That's longer than I had thought. I'm 50 now, huh? Gravis thought with a disconnected and surreal feeling. 50 had always seemed kind of old to Gravis, but now that he was 50, he didn't feel that old. However, Gravis also remembered that if he compared his age to his longevity, it could be compared to him only being 5 years old. For mortal standards, he was old, but for cultivation standards, he was incredibly young. Nearly no one reached the Unity realm by going through the self stage before the age of 60. The ones able to reach it way sooner were either from higher worlds or were incredibly rare. Additionally, Gravis was about to reach the nascent nourishing realm. Reaching the nascent nourishing realm in such a short amount of time was also quite outstanding, though not as outstanding as reaching the Unity realm in his 20s. For humans, there were no bottlenecks between the Unity realm and nascent nourishing realm. Therefore, humans could also reach that realm in a short time. I've never cultivated in seclusion for so long, Gravis said to the Grand Elder. You didn't? How old are you? The Grand Elder asked with surprise. I should have reached the age of 50 recently, Gravis said. The Grand Elder blinked a couple of times. That's really young. Not bad, Gravis, he commented. For beasts, reaching the power of a level 5 lord in 50 years was really good, but nothing that hadn't been seen before. After all, beasts didn't have any bottlenecks until they became kings. Thanks, Gravis commented. I'm ready to return to the Empress now. The Grand Elder nodded. Give me a minute to inform the others. We will return shortly. The Grand Elder stopped moving after he said that while Gravis only waited. The Grand Elder was probably informing the present elders about some things. A minute later, the Grand Elder appeared directly in front of Gravis. Then, he grew until he was just as big as Gravis. Grab my hand, he said. Gravis did so, and in an instant they were already gone from the law comprehension area. Gravis' body hadn't become more powerful, so he still felt the pain of the rapid acceleration. As they were traveling, Gravis looked at the lightning leaving the Grand Elder's backside and lost himself in thought. He started remembering the pool, but the pool in his mind transformed into lightning in nearly an instant. The pool had only been a metaphorical picture that Gravis had seen while tempering his will aura. Obviously, he had actually looked at his lightning during all of this. He remembered his years of interacting with his lightning, and he quickly realized that he knew a lot more than before. For some reason, Gravis started understanding how lightning could be that fast. He saw the movement of the energy inside the lightning, and understanding appeared inside his mind as he lost himself in watching the Grand Elder's usage of the lightning's law of speed. "Please stop for a second," Gravis said. The Grand Elder stopped immediately and kept holding Gravis' arm so that he didn't fly off into the distance due to inertia. Some muscles in Gravis' arm tore, but he couldn't pay any attention to that now. The Grand Elder looked at Gravis with a raised eyebrow while Gravis looked at his right hand. Bzzz. Gravis summoned some lightning and looked at it. Then, he remembered the Grand Elder's usage of the law. "Oh, I get it," Gravis commented. "What do you get?" the Grand Elder asked in confusion. For the first time in a long while, Gravis smiled a heartfelt smile. The Grand Elder was a bit surprised when he saw that since he hadn't really seen Gravis smile like this before. "Look!" Gravis shouted. Bzzz. Gravis flew into the distance. Yet, lightning came out of his backside, and he moved just as quickly as when he used his lightning transformation. Right now, Gravis' speed with his actual body was the same as his speed inside his lightning transformation. Gravis zapped around the place as he tried out this new method of moving as the Grand Elder watched him with widened eyes. "Did you just comprehend the lightning's law of speed?" the Grand Elder asked. Gravis stopped and looked at the Grand Elder with a smile. "I did. Watching lightning has unconsciously increased my knowledge about it. This law is amazing. I can finally move around that quickly without transforming into lightning." The Grand Elder was still taken aback. "It's great that you understood, but why are you so happy about it? I already realized that you have a frightening talent in regards to lightning, but you could have moved this quickly even without understanding this law." Gravis only smirked. "Well, I have this saying, advantages have disadvantages, and disadvantages have advantages. You probably haven't noticed, but I can't just transform into lightning without taking a huge risk." Now the Grand Elder grew interested. "Which is?" Gravis was about to share his life story anyway, so he might as well tell the Grand Elder about his lightning transformation. "When I transform into lightning, my foundation becomes fluid," Gravis explained as he told the Grand Elder how his lightning transformation worked. The Grand Elder was incredibly interested in the lightning transformation, and after understanding it, he finally understood why Gravis was so happy. While being in the middle of a fight, transforming into lightning would decrease Gravis' comprehensive strength. This meant that the lightning transformation was only really useful at the beginning of the fight. Yet, as soon as Gravis was in a losing position, his lightning transformation would become nearly useless. In short, the lightning transformation only gave him an edge if he already had the edge in the fight. As soon as he lost his advantageous position, the usefulness of the lightning transformation would drop drastically. The true usefulness of weapons only showed itself in a crisis, since that was the moment when one needed the weapon the most. With this new law, he could make use of the lightning transformation's biggest strength without having to transform into lightning. Yet, just as Gravis always said, using this law had another drawback. "It wastes quite a bit of my lightning to use it," Gravis said. "My lightning transformation doesn't use up any energy while moving this quickly, but this kind of movement does. I can probably only use it in short bursts in a fight. If I don't, my lightning will drain very quickly." The Grand Elder nodded. "That's normal. Laws always require the energy in our bodies to work." Gravis nodded back. "However, it's still quite an upgrade for my fighting style. Additionally, this new law allows me to use an ability that hasn't been useful for a long while." "Oh?" the Grand Elder uttered in interest. "Look," Gravis said as he landed on the ground. Then, Gravis readied himself. Bang! Bzzz. The ground below Gravis exploded with lightning as his body shot forward with incredible speed. While he did that, lightning also left his backside. With the combination of the explosion and the law, Gravis was even faster than inside his lightning transformation. "Impressive," the Grand Elder commented. "That's a lot of speed for your realm." This was what Gravis hadn't been able to use for a long time in serious fights. He still remembered how he had managed to accelerate rapidly in the lower world with these explosions. Yet, as soon as he got the lightning transformation, this technique had become nearly useless. Yes, he had used it against the crocodile, but he had only used it because he hadn't unleashed his full power in the first place. In a serious fight, he would have simply transformed into lightning. But now, he could actually use it in serious fights again. His old, lost technique had returned. Of course, this kind of insane acceleration still ate up over 10% of Gravis' entire lightning reserves. He had to use it sparingly, but that was only a small price for his gains. Bzzz. Gravis shot over to the Grand Elder again. "Let's continue," he said. The Grand Elder nodded and shot off with Gravis in tow. After some minutes, they arrived on top of the Mountain of Pride, and Gravis saw the Empress again. Just like last time, she still sat on her throne in the same position. The Empress looked at Gravis. "You have accepted that it's impossible to become a king without going through the mandatory procreation?" she asked directly. Gravis nodded. "Yes, I have accepted it." The Empress nodded back as the Grand Elder took up his position beside her. "Then, fulfill your promise and tell us your circumstances. As long as I'm here, no other beast will be able to eavesdrop on our conversation." Gravis sighed. "I didn't come from a lower world, and I'm not a beast." Gravis started as he began to tell his life story. Gravis told the Empress and the Grand Elder as much as he was allowed to share. Stuff like the concept of karmic luck or the fact that beasts were only there as fodder for cultivators, he kept to himself. During his tale, the Empress and the Grand Elder interrupted him a couple of times with questions. A lot of the concepts Gravis was speaking of sounded foreign to them. They also doubted the existence of heaven for a long time. One had to remember that heaven had never shown itself in this world until recently. Telling someone that there was some super-powerful being, hidden from everything in the world, was not really convincing. Some being was keeping watch over the entire world. Please. Extraordinary claims required extraordinary proof, and luckily for Gravis, his brief run-in with heaven in the law comprehension area for punishment lightning acted at this sort of proof. The Grand Elder had been the only beast present who had paid attention to Gravis' words before heaven showed itself. Back then, the Grand Elder had no idea whom Gravis was talking to, but with the revelation of heaven's existence, he finally knew. This occurrence that had stumped the entire world for years now finally made sense. Without this occurrence, the two wouldn't have believed Gravis' ridiculous tale at all. Yet, the Grand Elder had seen the proof, and the entire world had felt the proof when everything shook and stormed. The Empress trusted the Grand Elder, and when the Grand Elder told her about what had transpired, she also believed Gravis. Gravis' tale ended after his fight with the Golden Dragon. The Empress and Grand Elder already knew everything that happened after that. After Gravis was done talking, over half a day had passed. Usually, Gravis would only need a couple of hours to tell his life story, but the ensuing discussions about the foreign concepts took up a lot of time. Yet, Gravis didn't mind since he wasn't under any time pressure. "Your resistance towards the mandatory procreation makes a lot more sense now," the Empress said. "Additionally, you also had a realistic shot at escaping this requirement, but it seems like you are required to perform it now either way." Gravis sighed. "Sadly, yes. Nothing against you, Empress, but I simply have no attraction towards any kind of beast. It has nothing to do with the body but with the different mindsets that you have. Also, family is commonly incredibly important to humans." "I still don't quite understand that," the Empress commented. "After all, we beasts also all look different from each other. But I think I can empathize with your feelings." "Empress, now that you know about humans, I have a question," Gravis said. "Ask," the Empress answered curtly. "Your upper body is very similar to humans," Gravis said. "You could have chosen any other upper body with a greater combat potential, but you have chosen to look similar to a human. Why is that?" Such a question was a bit personal, but since Gravis had shared his secrets just now, she didn't mind reciprocating. "Funnily enough, before you have told me your story, I wasn't quite sure about the reason why I chose this body." Gravis lifted an eyebrow. He hadn't expected such an answer. "When I became an emperor, the Empress said as she looked at the horizon in thought. I let the laws guide my evolution. I didn't think about what kind of body I wanted but just trusted my instinct and feelings on this. I wasn't quite sure why I chose this kind of body back then until just now. Ever since I have become an emperor, I have felt closer to the laws than ever before. Originally, I believed that this was just the inherent feeling that every emperor shared. But now, I don't think so anymore. I think the laws have chosen this body for me because it creates a stronger connection with them. You humans have bodies that are many times weaker than ours, at least that was what you have said. So, there must be other powers that let you close the gap. I think that one of these powers is a stronger connection with the laws. I'm not sure, but humans having a closer connection to the laws might be one of the things that allow them to fight beasts. You're a good example of that, the Empress said. Me? Gravis asked with a lifted eyebrow. The Empress nodded. You have already comprehended 3 laws while you're still a lord. Of course, we can only count 2 of them since you have basically absorbed your law of punishment lightning. For us beasts, understanding 2 laws while still being a lord is extremely outstanding. Yet, that might not be true for humans. Gravis scratched his chin in thought. I think that's a possibility, he said after some seconds. The Empress didn't know this, but this explanation also fit the circumstance that humans were supposed to become as powerful as possible, not beasts. Gravis was pretty sure that the further one progressed along the path of cultivation, the more important laws became. Giving humans a stronger connection towards the laws would also create a lot more powerful humans, which was what the highest heaven wanted in the first place. Though one could also see it from the other side. Weakening the connection towards laws for beasts might give humans the edge they need to actually triumph over beasts in the later realms. When there were only 2 sides, it was basically impossible to find the normal state. It could be that the connection towards the laws for beasts was weakened or that the connection for humans was strengthened. Gravis didn't know. After seeing that Gravis had stayed silent for a while, the Empress smirked. Her horizons had expanded, and with that expanded horizon, she was now able to find more answers to questions she hadn't even had in the past. Your explanation has given me a solid guess for another mystery of the world, the Empress said with a smirk. Oh? Gravis asked. The Grand Elder mostly remained silent and let the Empress and Gravis talk as he was just thinking about the world and heaven. Right now, he was questioning a lot of things which he hadn't questioned before. The Empress pointed toward her back. Look behind my throne, into the distance. What do you see? She asked. Gravis was unsure what she was referring to, but he complied anyway. I see your empire, Gravis said. I see some resting beasts, some resources, and some plants, but I still don't get what you want me to look at. The Empress chuckled a bit as she shook her head. I said look, not use your so-called spirit. Gravis had, obviously, only used his spirit to look behind her. His eyes wouldn't be able to see any farther than his spirit senses range anyway unless something truly gigantic was far in the distance. Gravis walked behind the throne and looked past it. Nothing had really changed. He saw the same things. I don't get it, he said after a while. Do you see those beasts that look like herbivores? The Empress asked. Gravis indeed saw them. They kind of looked like green and brown cows without the horns. I see them, so? Gravis asked. Try inspecting them with your spirit, she said with a smirk. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder's eyes widened as he realized what the Empress had just found out. As he thought about it, he also realized how much sense it made. No one had ever questioned the existence of these beasts. After all, they simply existed like any other beast. What differentiated them from the rest? Gravis moved his spirit sense towards the herbivores, but his eyes widened as he realized something terrifying. His spirit sense couldn't reach far enough to feel these herbivores. How was this possible? His spirit sense had a reach of over 150 kilometers. The Empress saw Gravis' face and giggled. In the past couple of hours, she and the Grand Elder had shown this same look on their faces, but now it was Gravis' turn. These are the Striders, Gravis, the Empress said. They are visible from nearly any location with an empire on it. They reside in the absolute center of the entire world, the place where only the most powerful emperors can live. Gravis' mind was going crazy. "But you're only the leader of a level 3 empire," Gravis said in shock. Normally, such a comment would have been seen as disrespectful, but the Empress understood that Gravis didn't mean it that way. "Exactly," she answered with a smirk. "These striders are over 100,000 kilometers away from here. If you look very closely at their feet, you will realize that they are standing on something white and fluffy. That's the cloud layer. They're not standing on it, but it looks like they are due to them just being that big." Gravis still couldn't fully comprehend what he had just witnessed. He had seen these herbivores a couple of times, but he had never even paid any attention to them. To him, they simply looked like some distant cows. Yet, he hadn't known just how distant they were. Gravis looked at the cloud layer and found that it resided around 20 kilometers above the floor. If that same thing held true at their location, these beasts must be truly massive. Gravis did some quick calculations and found that every single strider was over 20,000 kilometers tall. This felt incomprehensible to Gravis. On top of that, there were 10 of them. Every single strider has an above-average power when compared to a level 5 emperor, the Empress explained. When Gravis heard that, he finally realized why these striders existed. Gravis immediately realized why these striders existed. With his knowledge, this wasn't difficult to discern. Obviously, such a high number of congregating level 5 emperors that didn't fight each other wasn't the result of some normal beasts procreating. There was a deeper reason for their existence. Normally, every beast strived for power, and this should include the striders as well. Under normal circumstances, they should have long since battled each other or other level 5 emperors to the death until one of them managed to ascend. Yet they didn't. So why were they just here like that? Obviously, they had been created by heaven for a specific purpose. This reason was rather simple. These beasts acted as some kind of final exam for level 5 emperors for their ascension. Heaven created these striders for 2 reasons. First of all, their above-average battle strength would force every ascender to be powerful. If the ascending beasts were too weak, they would not even serve as tempering for humans as soon as they reached the highest world. Additionally, the chances were high that the average emperor wouldn't even manage to get through the higher world. Due to these striders, only the emperors that managed to become outstanding would reach the next world. Additionally, every emperor that failed would get reabsorbed by this world. A level 5 emperor had a terrifying amount of energy inside them, and if their quality weren't high enough, it would be better to just directly recycle them. The other reason was the terrifying amount that level 5 emperors needed to reach the immortal realm. As far as Gravis knew, the required amount of eaten corpses didn't decrease with an increase of a realm. Based on that, every level 5 emperor would need to eat 8 other level 5 emperors. How many beasts did someone have to eat to become a level 5 emperor? How many beasts have the beasts that got eaten have eaten? By all intents and purposes, a level 5 emperor needed 8 times the amount of food as a level 4 emperor. This world was big, but Gravis wasn't sure enough if it was big enough to continually create level 5 emperors one after the other. Maybe there weren't even 8 level 5 emperors in this world right now. If heaven did nothing regarding this situation, there would only be one ascender after who knew how many years. Heaven used its own energy to create these striders for that exact purpose. As soon as someone became a level 5 emperor, they only needed to kill the striders to ascend. Then, they would absorb the energy and take it to the higher world, and the higher heaven would send the same amount of energy back to the middle world. The middle heaven didn't lose any kind of energy during this process since it would just receive more energy from the higher world. This situation could be likened to the management of money. Pure energy was a liquid asset for heaven, and by creating these striders, it converted these liquid assets into hard assets. The total amount of energy for heaven wasn't lowered. Most of it simply existed in a different form. Due to that, a cycle appeared. Heaven transforms energy into striders. The striders get eaten, and their energy enters a different beast. The beast ascends. The higher heaven gives energy to the middle heaven equal to the amount of energy that the beast possesses. Heaven transforms energy into striders and so on. This was a cycle that allowed the middle heaven to increase the number of ascenders manifold. Gravis found this system quite impressive and thought through. They are there to increase the number of ascenders without wasting a ridiculous amount of food, Gravis said to the Empress after he remained silent for a couple of seconds. The Empress smiled and nodded. That's what I thought, she confirmed. A level 5 Emperor needs a terrifying amount of food to reach the next world. Everyone in the world thinks that these Striders are some sort of mighty overlords that want to live in peace and are afraid of the upper world. But apparently, that's not true. Gravis nodded. Has anyone ever managed to talk to one of these? He asked. The Empress shook her head. No, they don't talk with anyone. Additionally, if someone attacks one of them, the others don't get involved at all. The common consensus is that these Striders are too proud to intervene in fights or talk to us. Yet, now I think that they simply don't have the mental capabilities to communicate with us. Maybe they are not even aware of their own existence. Gravis agreed with what the Empress had said, and he also remembered another detail. His father had said that this middle world belonged to the top 10% of middle worlds in regards to power. This kind of genius method might be one of the reasons for the strong standing of the Ascenders from this world. As he thought about these things, Gravis also started thinking about other natural middle worlds. His father had also said that this world was over 3 times as big as the average middle world. A bigger world allowed for more beasts to appear inside it. Yet, even such a big world had issues with creating enough food for an Ascender to appear. What did the smaller natural middle worlds use to create their Ascenders? A smaller world had way fewer resources than a bigger world, obviously. So, in order to create some Ascenders, these kinds of worlds needed to be micromanaged way more. It often happened that corpses got destroyed, that a stronger beast killed a weaker beast and didn't eat the corpse, or that both combatants died, leaving both corpses uneaten on the ground. This world had enough resources to ignore these resource-wasting occurrences, but smaller worlds definitely didn't. Gravis guessed that smaller natural middle worlds probably had their heaven dictate the fights. This meant that these fights wouldn't be as unfair in order not to waste any resources. This might allow the smaller natural middle world to create just as many Ascenders as this one, but the quality would be like night and day. One Ascender went through a ton of one-on-one battles against equally powerful opponents, while the other Ascender had to deal with a ton of crazy and unfair fights. The harder the fight, the better the tempering. Because of the different environments, the Emperors in this world were probably much stronger than the average ones. Gravis shook his head to regain his bearings. Sorry, I was lost in thought, he said to the Empress after some seconds. It's no problem. I have also thought a lot about our world ever since you have finished your tale, the Empress said as she waved him off dismissively. Gravis took a deep breath and closed his eyes to ready himself. The workings of other worlds weren't on the top of his priority list right now. He had delayed the moment for long enough, and it was finally time to go through with it. Gravis turned to the Empress and looked her deep in the eyes. How and when will the procreation take place? He asked seriously. Right here, right now, the Empress said directly without any emotion. Gravis took a deep breath through his teeth. Right here? In front of the Grand Elder? Gravis asked as he looked at the Grand Elder. The Empress looked a bit confused at Gravis. Yes. Is there an issue with that? Gravis was a bit taken aback when he heard the Empress. Even though he had lived here for many years, he still felt like he had received a culture shock just now. I mean, having sex is something intimate, in my opinion, Gravis said carefully as he tried to convey his standpoint. Oh, the Empress said as she chuckled a bit. You think we're going to have sex? No, we won't, she said. Gravis blinked a couple of times. Then, how are we supposed to create a child? He asked. Whoop. 3 small, almost translucent balls floated over to Gravis from behind the Empress. These are 3 of my unfertilized eggs. Your seed simply needs to enter them. That's all, she said. Ha! Gravis uttered as he looked at them. I hadn't thought that this was possible. What? You think every lord and stronger mates like a mere animal? Please, the Empress said with disdain. Gravis had a couple of objections to that, but he kept them to himself. Well, okay. I think this makes things much easier, he said. Whoop. 3 tiny seeds left Gravis' body as they floated into the eggs. With Gravis' spirit, it was no issue for him to find the 3 best ones inside his body. He simply used his spirit to make them leave his body. As soon as they entered, the Empress nodded and retrieved the eggs. Some seconds passed in silence. "So that was it, huh?" Gravis commented. "Yes. Did you expect something more?" she asked with boredom. Gravis had a complicated expression on his face. "Kind of, but also not. Don't get this the wrong way, but I think this method is better." "So what will happen now?" he asked. "It takes around 7 years for a divine beast to be born. During this time, I will leave the eggs out here. You should realize that with my power, something as weak as the weather won't affect their growth. I will keep watch over them in an effort to understand more about the law of life. If you want, you can also check on them," the Empress explained. "With this, you also have earned the status as a breeder. This status will only hold until the time when you become a king. After that, you can decide how you want to live your life." Gravis scratched the back of his head in discomfort. This whole situation felt a bit surreal to him. He had always imagined that having a child was something very emotional and intimate. Apparently, this hadn't proven true. Right now, Gravis didn't feel any different than before. "I'm guessing that I need to wait until they have left their eggs to become a king?" Gravis asked. "Yes," the Empress answered. "This will take around 7 years. Do whatever you want during that time. By unveiling a spy hidden among my elders, you have gained more privileges. You can enter any law comprehension area until you become a king." Gravis remembered that snake he had met in the law comprehension area for punishment lightning. It felt like it had been just yesterday, but at the same time, it also felt like it had been forever ago. Gravis thought about what he should do with this new privilege, but he wasn't sure. He could watch his own lightning as long as he wanted. Additionally, he still had the CMO inside his life ring. Were there any other laws that he could try to comprehend? After a while, Gravis shook his head. Would it be okay to access these privileges at a later time? Right now, I already have 2 directions for understanding more laws. The Empress nodded. Sure. When you decide to make use of your privileges, contact the Grand Elder. Such privileges couldn't hold out forever. Gravis was pretty sure that, at some point, he would use up his contributions. Due to that, he decided to take advantage of the privileges for a time when he was at some sort of bottleneck regarding laws. "Then I will be going now. You can find me somewhere around here for the next 7 years," Gravis said. The Empress and the Grand Elder only nodded. Then, Gravis turned around to leave but suddenly stopped as he came up with a great idea. "Wait a second," Gravis said, eliciting a raised brow from the Grand Elder and the Empress. "Is it okay if I stay here to watch the eggs with you?" he asked the Empress. "I already gave you permission for that," the Empress answered with annoyance. Bzzz. Gravis transformed into lightning and created a second Gravis. Why not look at both the CMO and the eggs? Both things were related to the laws of life, and if he paid attention to both of them, he might be able to extrapolate some concepts from each other. The Empress and the Grand Elder were a bit taken aback as they saw Gravis creating another one of himself. They had heard him speak about his abilities, but seeing it was something completely different. Seeing 2 Gravises in front of them felt incredibly weird. Bzzz. One of the Gravises shot away into the distance, while the other one stood beside the eggs to watch them. "That ability is quite useful," the Grand Elder commented as he rubbed his chin in thought. "I could comprehend laws and keep watch over the Empire at the same time." "If you're fine with having your strength halved," Gravis commented. "If you take several minutes to fuse again due to the distance, one of your bodies might have already died, having your strength permanently. I can only do this because of you too. After all, it makes no difference to me since anything you can't deal with is something I also can't deal with." The Grand Elder nodded in thought. "True," he commented. After these words, silence returned on the peak of the Mountain of Pride. Humans might find this silent atmosphere to be awkward, but that didn't hold true for beasts. Most powerful beasts didn't have a need for social interaction. It made no difference to them if someone was present or not. Beasts generally had way less shame than humans. A solid example of that was the fact that all beasts were naked all the time. What others thought about them wasn't really important to beasts. Meanwhile, the second Gravis found a mountain and dug a cave. Due to his status, he could live close to the Mountain of Pride, even though an emperor was living on the mountain. Of course, Gravis didn't simply enter the mountain but asked the elder for permission. The elder didn't really care about Gravis living there. It made no difference to him if Gravis was there or not. It was one thing if any random beast had asked the elder, but by being a mate to the Empress, Gravis had proven his battle strength. Strength was something that every beast respected. Gravis might not be an emperor, but his battle strength was incredible. Due to that, the elder didn't feel like someone unworthy was staying too close to him. As soon as he entered his newly dug cave, Gravis sat down and concentrated on the life ring. He hadn't looked at the CMO in forever. He wondered if watching the eggs at the same time would increase his comprehension ability. With this, another 7 years of sitting around and thinking began. Gravis kept close watch over his developing children as the years passed. In the beginning, these eggs didn't feel any different to him than looking at any other beast. Yet, as time passed, Gravis slowly started building a connection with them. In the beginning, his feelings hadn't truly realized that these were his children, but Gravis kept telling himself, "These are my children," over and over again. He kept saying that to himself as he saw their slow development through the transparent eggs. As time passed, he started feeling for them. A close feeling of kinship appeared as Gravis felt things he had never felt before. To him, it felt warm and soft. Just watching the growth of these small things felt enticing and interesting to him. It was like he couldn't pay attention to anything else anymore. In the 4th year, they slowly started developing traits that were similar to Gravis. Their scales hadn't appeared yet, but their general body shape started reflecting Gravis' body shape. Tiny arms, tiny legs, and tiny tails also started appearing on their bodies over time. In the 6th year, these small things started moving a little bit from time to time. By now, Gravis had already realized that these small things were 3 fragile lives that existed only because of him and the Empress. He had created these small babies, just like his father and mother had created him. Am I truly ready to be a parent? Gravis asked himself with uncertainty. As his connection with the tiny things strengthened, he started becoming nervous. What if he made a mistake? What if he wasn't able to guide them correctly? What if he hurt them unknowingly? These were his children, and children were nearly always more important than the lives of the parents. By now, Gravis started thinking that stopping to cultivate in order to have a family wasn't such a bad thing after all. Yes, Gravis still hadn't achieved his goal, and he still wanted to have true freedom, but if he were put before a choice, he wouldn't know what to choose anymore. Thinking about being before such a choice hurt him immensely, and he tried to distract himself whenever his head went to that place. I only need to stay with them until they can fully rely on themselves. When I tell them my problem in the future, I'm sure they can understand my viewpoint. I don't need to choose between my children and cultivation. With enough time, I can have both, Gravis thought to himself. By now, Gravis was no longer watching the development of his children with the intent to comprehend a law of life in mind. Right now, he only watched them because he felt close to them. He simply wanted to watch his children's growth. Gravis even only partially paid attention to the CMO since his whole mind was occupied with watching his developing babies. As Gravis realized his changing mindset, he sighed and looked at the sky. Father has told me that heaven has only created these feelings of closeness so that it will drive us to power when we lose our close ones. Yet, am I not considering abandoning my path for this exact reason? Maybe Mother was right. Maybe, when heaven initially created the highest world, it had a different reason. Maybe it felt alone in its world and betrayed. Maybe it only wanted to create beings that genuinely cared for each other. Gravis mused to himself. The workings of the highest heaven were a mystery, and not even his father managed to see through all of them. One could only discern things about heaven based on what it had shown them. Unfortunately, the highest heaven kept to itself most of the time, making it nearly impossible to learn things about it. Not everyone was a nice person, and not everyone was a selfish person. Some humans genuinely were ready to sacrifice their lives for people in need that they didn't even know. But some humans would also kill their closest relative for some gold. Humans came in all shapes, sizes, and colors. Was heaven similar to humans? Just because nearly everyone believed in heaven's fairness, did it automatically mean that it was fair? Just because his father believed heaven to be an evil and selfish being, did it automatically mean that it was selfish and evil? Humans often acted differently than they thought themselves to be. There were people in the world that believed themselves to be kind and good but would be willing to kill someone if they even looked in their direction. Yet, some humans believed themselves to be evil, but as soon as they were confronted with an opportunity to kill someone for wealth, they would find a justification to not take the wealth. Maybe they said that they didn't need the wealth of someone that weak. Maybe they said that it was beneath them to kill someone like that. Was heaven similar? Maybe heaven truly believed that it only wanted as much energy as possible and acted that way. Maybe heaven truly had the power to kill his father but decided not to kill him due to his energy attraction. At least that's what it maybe believed itself. Maybe heaven actually didn't want to kill his father since he was the only being that stood on its level. There was a realistic chance that heaven simply didn't want to be alone, just like many other humans. Maybe it had created humans like this because it felt alone? Gravis sighed again as he shook his head. Thinking about this is useless. Maybe I am simply projecting my own way of thinking onto a being that I can't understand. In the 7th year, Gravis only paid attention to his children. Right now, he didn't care about his incoming breakthrough to the nascent nourishing realm or about his progress in understanding more laws. As long as his children's path wasn't steadfast and clear, Gravis wouldn't care about anything else. Is it really bad to build attachments? Gravis asked himself. My progress has halted, but my days have been as colorful and joyful as never before. Every time I see them move, I have this urge to watch, hug, and protect them. Gravis kept looking at the eggs. By now, the 3 little lives inside looked almost identical to him. The only thing missing was their scales since they still hadn't completely appeared. Yet, some small things started growing out all over their skin. Gravis was sure that these little things would become their scales in the future. Gravis thought of himself as a human, and his children didn't look like humans at all. But that didn't stop Gravis' love for them. By now, he had realized that his children were pure beasts. There was no inkling of a developed will or spirit inside them. Feeling a spirit or will wasn't anything difficult for someone as powerful as Gravis. This showed him that his children had nothing human in them. Yet was that so bad? No, it wasn't. In terms of personality, Gravis agreed with beasts more than with humans anyway. Did it matter that his children were beasts and not humans? Gravis didn't think that it mattered. No matter how they looked or how they acted, they would be his children. As he thought this, Gravis also realized why his father still kept in touch with his more pampered and arrogant siblings. To Gravis, it didn't matter if these siblings of his died or not, but that wasn't true for his parents. Just like Gravis had watched his children, his parents had watched their children. In Gravis' mind, even if his children turned out to be beasts that he wouldn't like one bit, he would still love them and think of them as his own flesh and blood. Yet, is that good? Gravis thought with uncertainty. If one of them becomes someone that suppresses everyone else and relies on my love and goodwill to suppress good beasts, is it really right for me to support them then? Normally, Gravis would have immediately said that doing that would only be corrupting the children and that it would be hypocritical. Yet, right now, Gravis only wanted his children to be happy. Was it so wrong to play favorites when it was regarding the closest beings he had in his life? Bzzzzz. His lightning didn't like these thoughts one bit. Gravis felt himself becoming angrier at himself as his thoughts continued. Lightning wanted fairness and honesty, and these thoughts were not fair nor honest. After some minutes, Gravis calmed down again and released another sigh. Maybe it's better this way. I think my love may have blinded me. If they are hell-bent on becoming truly powerful, I will act according to my lightning. Pampering them would only hurt their future path anyway. But if they want to live in peace, I will bring them to a place where they don't have to worry about fighting, Gravis said to himself. His lightning was fine with that answer. Gravis, it's time, the Empress said from her throne. Gravis nodded. I know. They should come out of their eggs soon, he said. We need to split them up. They can't be born near each other, the Empress said. Gravis' eyes widened as he heard that. Separating the siblings at birth? Why would the Empress suggest something like that? Gravis looked with cold eyes at the Empress. Why? He asked evenly. The Empress had already expected such a reaction from Gravis. Think about who their parents are, the Empress said. I'm a powerful emperor, and you have an incredibly powerful body and fighting instinct. As you know, when beasts are born, they can't even realize their own existence. In the beginning, they are nothing but a powerful body guided by pure instinct. Due to that, the first thing they will do after exiting their eggs is to try to eat the closest thing on their level, which are the other eggs. So, as soon as the first one breaks through their shell, they will try to kill their siblings and eat them while they're still not born yet, the Empress explained. Gravis' heart shook as he heard that. Just imagining the picture of one of his children eating the others felt horrifying. They were his children. Why would they try to kill each other? Of course, Gravis' will was powerful enough to stay rational. He always tried his best not to let his emotions dictate his actions. Too many mistakes would appear if one always trusted their feelings to make the decisions for them. You have more experience in that. I will trust you on this matter, Gravis said after taking a deep breath to calm down. The Empress nodded. Whoosh! Empress, an elder said deferentially as he appeared before the Empress. Gravis hadn't even been able to keep track of the elder due to his power. Area A1, Area A6, Area A11. The Empress said to the elder. The elder nodded and went to the eggs. Then some wind appeared that made the eggs levitate gently. Wait a second, Gravis said, making the elder look at him neutrally. I want to follow and keep watch. The elder furrowed his brows. Bzzz. A lightning bolt suddenly shot up the mountain of pride and entered Gravis. This was the Gravis that had kept watching the CMO during all these years. Bzzz. Then Gravis split into three. He easily had enough power to create 3 bodies. He had so much lightning inside of him that every single body was even stronger than Gravis when he had newly reached the power of a level 5 lord. The elder's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets as he watched Gravis multiply. Let him follow, the Empress commanded. Then, she looked at Gravis with cold eyes. Don't involve yourself in their development, Gravis. Let nature take its course, she said. The Gravises sighed. I understand, he answered. The elder was still stunned by Gravis' performance, but the orders of the Empress took priority. Follow me, he said. The Gravises nodded and followed the elder as they flew towards the west. What's with these weird phrases that the Empress has said? One of the Gravises asked the elder after some seconds. All offspring of our members are assigned to safe areas when they are born. The elder answered without looking at him. The area code tells us where the offspring is assigned to. Areas having the A code are only open to the Empress, a select few powerful elders, and the offspring of fodders, the elder answered. Fodders? Gravis asked with a raised eyebrow. The elder nodded. Fodders are weak lords that earn contributions for the empire by birthing children. Since these lords have weak powers, their offspring will also be weak. Due to that, their offspring will provide some training and food for our more powerful offspring. Gravis' stomach churned when he heard that. Some beasts had children just for these children to act as food. This sounded horrible to Gravis. Why would they do this? Gravis asked. Since these areas are only accessible by so few powerful emperors, the number of divine beasts is very low. Over 99% of the offspring in these areas will never meet a divine beast. This means that there are very few more powerful beasts residing in these areas, making the fights fairer and winnable. The fodders are betting on their luck. With good or average luck, their offspring will never meet an offspring of an emperor. Only the beasts with the worst luck will come across a divine beast. These areas have an incredible assortment of natural treasures, resources, energy, and an abundance of other beasts with similar strengths. It's the best place for the fodder's offspring to grow, the elder explained. Gravis thought about this for a while and had to agree. Over 99% of the beasts there had a below-average battle strength for their realm. This gave their offspring the best shot for surviving. Yet, Gravis had another question. But doesn't that hamper the growth of our offspring's battle strength? After all, they will only fight weak beasts, Gravis asked. You should know that the areas are divided by major ranks, the elder answered. All beasts inside the first major realm reside in these areas until they become powerful enough. This means that a divine beast can meet a beast with a weaker battle strength but with a more advanced realm. Fighting above your level is great tempering. Gravis knew that the first major realm the elder referred to was the realm of a demonic beast. This meant that his newborn children could come across a high-rank demonic beast shortly after their birth. A low-rank demonic beast being able to kill a high-rank demonic beast could be considered a miracle. Divine beasts also need more nourishment in the beginning, the elder continued explaining, and they also have an inherently stronger drive to reach supreme power. It's only a matter of time until a divine beast attacks a beast 1 or 2 levels above themselves. Due to that mindset, their battle strength will increase. Gravis nodded. What about the numbers in the area code? He asked. Those reflect the place of the areas, the elder answered. 1 to 5 are in the west, 6 to 10 are in the north, 11 to 15 are in the east, and 16 to 20 are in the south. Only the Empress has access to the first area of each direction. That's why she has assigned your offspring to areas A1, A6, and A11. There are no other divine beasts in these areas. Gravis nodded again. At least, his children would have the best start in life. What about the time when they reach the second major realm? Gravis asked. They will be placed into Area D, the elder said. What's with areas B and C? Gravis asked with a raised eyebrow. Area A is only for the strongest and weakest of offspring. Area B is for the second strongest and second weakest. Area C is a free-for-all that everyone can use. Areas D and E are for the second major realm. Area D has all the beasts of Area A and half the beasts of Area C. Area E has all the beasts of Area B and the other half of Area C. Area F is the only area for the third major realm, and all areas congregate there, the elder explained. Gravis thought about this and realized that this made sense. His offspring would have the weakest of opponents initially, which allowed them to gain enough experience with their bodies to be ready for future battles. As soon as his children became energy beasts, they would be transported into an area with a wide variety of beasts. These beasts would probably be average and slightly above average. After all, if someone were able to create powerful offspring, they would choose Area A or B. Only the beasts that didn't fulfill the power requirements of Areas A and B would place their offspring in Area C. Then, when his offspring became spirit beasts, they would be placed into an area that reflected the real world. They would be able to meet the weakest and strongest of beasts. This was quite an effective and efficient system. Would the beasts from different areas meet each other in Area D? Gravis asked. No, the elder answered. Area C is by far the biggest, and it has enough beasts to allow us to split the beasts from Area A into another 5 areas. They will only meet each other in Area F. Gravis nodded. He had thought as much. After all of Gravis' questions had been answered, they continued flying in silence. Gravis was already quite fast, and demonic beasts didn't need to be that far apart. After some minutes, they arrived at their destination. A gigantic forest stretched as far as the eye could see, but directly below Gravis was something different. A barren wasteland with a lot of circular walls could be seen below Gravis. All of these circular walls enclosed a tiny space each, and looking at it from above, Gravis got reminded of a honeycomb. He saw many empty cells, but the ones that were occupied only had 1 egg inside them or a newborn baby of a mammalian beast. It's impossible to break the walls from the outside, the elder explained before Gravis could even ask. The cells can only be broken from the inside, and only if the offspring is powerful enough to actually destroy the walls. This gives the offspring enough time to grow and stabilize themselves before their first battle. Whoosh! One of the eggs entered one of the cells, and one of the gravises flew to the sky above it. Gravis would stay several kilometers above ground to not get noticed by the beasts. With this, he would be able to keep watch. Gravis had already noticed a vast number and variety of demonic beasts roaming around the forest and fighting each other. One could say that the forest was packed with life. "Let's continue," the elder said. Then, the elder flew towards the northeast while two of the gravises flew after him. CRK. The sound of a cracking egg echoed throughout the surroundings. The egg was rather hard, and it proved to be rather difficult to break out of it. Yet, the small lizard did its best. CRRK. A tiny black and shiny arm broke out of the egg. The tiny arm aimlessly tried to grab something but didn't find anything. Bonk! The egg fell over onto its side as the weight inside the egg shifted. The egg fell onto the arm, giving the small thing its first experience with surprise. Terror. The claws on the tiny arm created some scratch marks in the soft earth beneath it as it tried to salvage the situation. After a while, the arm retracted, and a small black snout came out of the egg as it took its first breath of fresh air. Whoop! The snout retreated as two tiny hands grabbed the edges of the hole. RRRRK. The power of the arms was quite surprising as they widened the hole in the egg. After seeing that this approach worked, the tiny black thing did its best to free itself from its prison. CRK. Half of the egg got destroyed as the small thing felt light for the first time on its face. It had an elongated black snout with some small teeth poking out of its sides. The tiny thing looked into the sun and quickly closed its eyes due to the blinding light. Out of reflex, it held its small hands in front of its eyes. After waiting for some seconds, the tiny thing looked around, but it didn't dare to look up again. By now, the tiny being could be fully seen. It was only around 10 centimeters tall and had black, glowing scales encasing its entire body. The scales were so black that it looked like they absorbed all the light. Reptilian eyes looked around their surroundings as the small beast took the world in with interest and curiosity. What was this soft stuff below it? Why did this soft stuff rise further away? Why did it hurt to look up? What was this strange feeling around its own body? Was this earth? Was this temperature? Was this light? The tiny being knew nothing about these concepts, and all of them felt foreign to it. It had no knowledge of anything and simply tried to make sense of its surroundings. Sniff, sniff. Yet, all of this was forgotten as it smelled something enticing. It turned around and looked at the broken eggshells, the pieces of its former prison. For some reason, it had the urge to eat them. Following its instincts, the tiny being started crunching on the eggshells. It proved rather easy to eat the eggshells, and the tiny being almost couldn't believe that something this fragile and delicious had been able to suppress it until now. For some reason, the tiny being got angry at the broken eggshells. These eggshells had kept it away from experiencing this world. Bang! 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 It started to scratch and bite the eggshells. After a while, it also started using its legs and tail to throw the eggshells away. It didn't know why, but it hated the fact that it had been held prisoner by these weak things. After some minutes, the tiny being felt proud of its accomplishments as small shards of egg were strewn all around its small enclosure. Grumble. Yet, the tiny being felt hungry again. It looked at the small pieces of eggshells with regret. They had all become dirty, and many pieces were so small that they couldn't even properly be eaten anymore. This was the tiny being's first encounter with regret. It shouldn't have destroyed the shells. Now it would become much harder to eat. The tiny being did its best to gather the pieces again and proceeded to eat them. It didn't like the taste of earth, but there was nothing it could do. It simply found no solution to this problem. Sadly, the tiny being wasn't developed enough to realize that it could simply clean the eggshells. To it, it felt like it had to eat the eggshells as they were. However, all of this had been quickly forgotten as it finished its meal. It finally didn't have this urge to eat anymore. Yet, another urge appeared. The tiny being opened its mouth widely as it felt its eyes starting to close by themselves. It felt groggy and didn't want to look at the world anymore. In no time at all, it laid down and started sleeping. Suddenly, the tiny being opened its eyes as it looked around again. It felt like no time had passed, but in truth, it had slept for multiple hours. Additionally, It looked around in confusion as it realized that everything had become smaller. What the tiny being didn't know was that, with the nourishment of the egg, it had become a demonic beast. It had grown to be a full meter long. In just a couple of hours, the tiny being had become not so tiny anymore. Now, a human would tremble in fear in front of this black lizard. In human standards, it couldn't be called cute anymore. In just a couple of hours, it had transformed from a tiny, helpless baby into a predator. For some reason, the beast also knew what it was called. For some reason, its mind told it that it was called Eris. No, he was Eris. Eris had no idea why he knew his own name, but it felt right. For some reason, Eris was sure that his name was Eris. Eris also knew that what he was feeling right now was called hunger. It wanted and needed food. Eris growled a bit as he used his vocal cords for the first time in his life. His frustration guided him into releasing it with a growl. Eris looked around and saw the walls enclosing him. When he saw these walls, Eris became enraged again. Was this another prison? Eris hated prisons. Bang! Eris jumped forward but fell over as he misjudged his movements. Yet that only made him angrier. He started scrambling forward with all his limbs as he charged at the walls. Terror! 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 He scratched the walls with all his power, but these walls proved to be much harder than the fragile egg. The walls were quite powerful, but Eris saw progress as chunks of the wall fell to the side. After around a minute of digging, Eris suddenly got a brilliant idea. He looked upward again and saw the black sky. For some reason, there was no more light falling onto him anymore. Eris hesitated for a second but then started digging his claws and feet into the wall. Then he started climbing upward. Why dig through this hard wall when he could simply climb over it? Eris felt proud of his genius as he ascended the wall. After some seconds, he managed to reach the top. The walls were only 3 meters tall, and it didn't prove hard for Eris to climb over them. Yet, as soon as Eris reached the top, he looked with widened and curious eyes at the world. It was so big. What were these brown and green tall things? What was this green stuff on the ground? Why was everything so dark? What was this shining half-circle above him? Why were there small lights above him? Eris stretched his claws to the sky as he tried to grab the shining crescent in the sky. Yet he wasn't able to reach it. He tried a couple of more times, but he gave up when he realized that he nearly fell back into his prison. One day, this small crescent would be grabbed by him. Eris looked towards the ground outside but felt some fear due to the height. This was way too high, and for some reason he was afraid of falling down. Something inside of him told him that falling would be bad. Eris tried to climb down at the other side, but it was challenging to find any hold with his current position atop the wall. Several hours passed in which Eris hesitated on how to climb down. Was climbing up a good idea? Would he be stuck here forever? Yet, Eris smelled something. It was an enticing smell. This smell was awakening something in him. This was the smell of food. Eris looked towards the origin of the smell, and he saw something. It was a 1-meter-tall lion, and it looked rather intimidating and muscular. At least that's what a human would think. Bang! Bang! Guided by instinct, Eris jumped off the wall and landed on the ground without any issues. Surprisingly, the fall didn't hurt Eris even a little bit. Additionally, he had jumped over 10 meters just now. Rhea! Eris shouted with all his power as he charged at the lion. He charged with all fours, but after feeling this position to be awkward, he righted himself and only ran on 2 legs. This lion was not an intimidating foe. This was food. Rhea! The lion looked towards the origin of the shout and saw a small beast charging at him clumsily. More food had appeared. The lion was a low-rank demonic beast, and it had realized that weak beasts appeared from the direction of the earth walls in random intervals. These beasts had no experience and became easy food for the lion. Staying here had proven quite fruitful. The lion righted itself and charged at the approaching attacker. This fight would end quickly just like all the other ones. As the attacker neared the lion lifted one of its claws to strike the opponent. Bang! CRK. The swipe hit, but for some reason, the lion wasn't powerful enough to throw the attacker to the side. Additionally, its claws broke on the attacker's scales. The lion had never experienced anything like this. Bang! The lion was thrown into the distance as a huge gash nearly tore its right front leg off. The lion panicked, and after sliding for a couple of meters, it got up again. Bang! But not before the attacker reached it and started wailing on the lion with all kinds of random attacks. Yet, all of these attacks proved effective as chunks of flesh got thrown into the distance. The lion couldn't do anything as it was reduced to chunks by the attacks. In less than a minute, the lion's life ended. Eris had made his first kill, and it had proven incredibly easy. After seeing that the lion stopped moving, Eris calmed down again and looked at the corpse. For some reason, he wasn't satisfied. He somehow felt disappointed. Eris didn't know why he felt this way. He wanted food, and now he had food. Something inside him told him that he shouldn't eat the corpse. Yet, his hunger disagreed. So, Eris dug in and began to consume the corpse, but he didn't feel happy or fulfilled while doing so. Surprisingly, Eris managed to eat the entire thing in just a couple of hours, even though the lion had been even bigger than him. Additionally, his size hadn't even changed. It was almost like the lion had disappeared from the world. Eris felt some tiredness return, but he didn't want to sleep now. He wanted to hunt more. Something inside of him told him to find more powerful food. This lion had been too weak. Because of this feeling, Eris started walking into the forest in search of more prey. His hunger hadn't disappeared, and he wanted more. Eris saw some small animals on his travel through the forest, but he ignored them. For some reason, he despised eating these small and weak things. He wanted something more powerful. Xianxia. A heavy thing fell on top of Eris and bit him in the neck, but the attacker's teeth broke on the scales. Eris became panicked as he was attacked and wildly flailed around. Bang! His tail hit the attacker, who got flung into the distance by the powerful hit. The attacker hit a tree and broke it with the impact. Eris stood up, his panic replaced with fury, as he charged at his attacker. He quickly found his attacker and could finally see what they looked like. It was a black panther who had already received major injuries from the tail swipe. Eris arrived quickly and ended the panther's life before it could stand up again. Yet, in comparison to last time, Eris didn't eat it. He was still hungry, but not so hungry that it overwhelmed his inherent disgust for anything weak. With that thought, Eris left the corpse behind as he continued walking in a random direction. More attacks appeared as the hours passed, but Eris never ate the corpses. All of these beasts were too weak. He hated that they were all so weak. After a fruitless journey, Eris stopped. Now, his tiredness was stronger than his drive for finding powerful prey. Without looking for any kind of shelter, Eris simply laid down and began sleeping. Yet, that had proven to be a bad idea. It wasn't because Eris had been ambushed by something powerful, but that he had been ambushed by too many weaklings. His sleep has been interrupted several times as weak beasts just kept jumping on him. Luckily, Eris was able to fall back asleep quickly. Boom! 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 The sounds of heavy footsteps awoke Eris as he looked into the distance. There, he saw an over 10-meter-long centipede. The centipede had already noticed Eris, but it ignored him. In the centipede's eyes, this beast simply appeared too weak. The centipede required prey on its own level. After all, it was a mid-rank demonic beast. As Eris saw the centipede, his blood began to boil. This centipede looked powerful. All tiredness vanished from his mind as battle intent took over. Bang! Eris shot forward as he charged at the centipede. By now, Eris had gotten used to walking and running, and he wasn't clumsy anymore. He had already realized that he could also use his legs and tail as weapons. The centipede noticed the attacker and turned to him. Then, it snapped its gigantic pincer-like teeth at him. Eris felt that this attack wasn't as weak as all the others he had experienced. His brain scrambled to find a way out of this situation. Fortunately, he managed to come up with a solution and simply jumped over the attack. The centipede's teeth snapped shut, but it hadn't caught anything. Surprised, the centipede looked upward and saw the falling Eris. Eris had used way too much power in his jump and jumped too high. He was well above the head of the centipede, giving it enough time to react. After a second, the pincers already pointed towards Eris again. Crack! Eris couldn't evade in the air, and the pincers closed around him. Some of his scales cracked, but the attack hadn't injured him. Yet, he felt a crushing pressure on his chest as the teeth tried to break him apart. Bang! 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 Eris hit the pincer-like teeth with his hands in an effort to break free. The pressure increased on his torso, making him feel more panicked. His mind went wild as he tried everything to get free. Xianxia. One of the pincer-like teeth cracked as Eris hit it with all his power. Sorry. The centipede screeched as it threw Eris to the side. It had felt the sting in its weapon and decided against keeping Eris in its grip. Yet, its pincer-like teeth had been its most powerful weapon. If that didn't work, what would? Eris righted himself and charged at the centipede again without any fear. Meanwhile, the centipede quickly turned around and fled into the distance. This prey was too hard to kill. There was no point in continuing the fight. Eris chased the centipede for several minutes, but it was just way faster than him. In the end, Eris had to abort the chase as he lost track of the centipede. Even though Eris didn't have any food right now, he felt great. This brief brush with death felt exhilarating. He had never felt anything so amazing before. This was a prey worthy of his hunger. Yet, he had to keep his prey from fleeing in the future. After this experience, Eris finally knew what he wanted. He wanted to consume powerful prey that could endanger his life. This was his purpose. This was his goal. This was his calling. No beast realized it, but this was the birth of the black demon who would terrorize Area A1 in the future. Nothing in this region would be able to stop him. Gravis watched as all his children experienced the world for the first time. Due to his size, he constantly was in the form of lightning so that no one noticed him. When Eris fought the centipede, Gravis felt incredibly nervous. He knew that the centipede wouldn't be able to get through the scales that easily, but he was still nervous. Luckily, Eris managed to survive. Is this how you have felt when I participated in the practical exams, Father? Gravis asked as he looked to the sky. Have you also wrestled with the thought of interfering if I were close to dying? Gravis sighed. It's so difficult to just watch my children risk their lives. I know that I can save them from nearly everything, but I can't interfere without endangering their path forward. Having the ability to resolve a conflict but not being able to use it was a harrowing feeling. It was one thing when his friends got into such a situation, but it was an entirely different one when it involved his children. Gravis had this urge to just protect and pamper them. He didn't want them to go through these hardships. Yet, his children just didn't know any better. They followed their instincts, and their instincts told them that they needed to become powerful. Gravis started understanding his father's conduct more. Back then, his father hadn't allowed Gravis to cultivate. Back then, Gravis had believed this to be unfair. Yet, the Gravis from back then just didn't know what he wanted. The Gravis from back then had no idea about the hardships and dangers that cultivation brought with it. It was no wonder that his father didn't allow him to cultivate until the time when his goal and motivation had been set. Only when someone was ready to go through hardships that might kill any other mortal would they be able to walk the path of cultivation without regret. Yet Gravis had had a choice back then. His children, in comparison, had never received this choice. Beasts were too stupid without reaching at least the spirit beast realm. They were forced to start on the path of cultivation until they became spirit beasts. Then they would be able to choose their path. Additionally, this was not the highest world. There were areas in the highest world with an energy density even lower than a lower world. The further out one went in the highest world, the lower the energy density. People living in these areas could live their lives in peace without having any kind of cultivation. But this middle world was different. The continent was surrounded by ocean, and all the areas with low energy density were in the ocean. This meant that a land beast that had been born in this world could only choose peace after they became lords. As soon as they became lords, they could go to the continent's edges and create a small tribe that didn't want to expand. As soon as the power of the tribe leader was stronger than the surrounding beasts, everyone in the tribe could live in peace. Yet, how much death and fighting did it take to create a lord? Over 99% of beasts would never reach the power of a lord. This meant that only a privileged few even had the choice of peace. If they wanted to survive, they had to kill and become stronger. His 3 children were in this situation, and Gravis knew that he needed to let them grow naturally. They needed to become powerful enough to make their choice. After a year of watching his children, Gravis could already see differences in their personalities. In the beginning, they had all acted identical, but their fighting styles and personalities had changed to suit the environment better. His firstborn, Eris, had learned an incredible amount about fighting. His combat experience had skyrocketed, but he still wasn't able to kill a mid-rank demonic beast. The reason for that was the fact that mid-rank demonic beasts were faster than Eris. As soon as they noticed that Eris wasn't that easy to kill, they fled into the distance. One had to remember that the beasts living in Area A had incredibly weak battle strength, which was related to mindset. These beasts weren't interested in tempering. The only desire they had was to survive. Due to this mindset, they never took risks and therefore never got any good tempering. If Eris met beasts from Area C, things might have turned out differently. Those beasts had an average battle strength, and their mindsets were also different. Over half of these beasts would have fought Eris to the death. Gravis never had any issues with killing beasts. Was that because he had fought different beasts? No. Nearly all demonic beasts that Gravis had fought in his life had no hesitation about retreating. The reason why they couldn't retreat was that Gravis never gave them a chance to flee. Gravis' fighting style was completely different from Eris. Eris tried to dominate the enemy by slowly taking the upper hand in combat. Yet, as soon as a beast noticed that they lost their advantage, they fled. Gravis fought differently. In the beginning, most of the fights appeared equal or unfavorable to Gravis. Of course, Gravis only made it appear like this so that he could kill the enemy in a single attack. He kept his weapons hidden until the moment when he could kill the enemy in one strike. Naturally, it was different when the enemy actually was stronger than him. Yet, as said previously, his children had already shown different personalities and fighting styles. Eris fought directly against his opponent without ever hiding anything. He simply clashed with them openly to see who was stronger. His second-born, the female Sarah, had a different fighting style. Sarah's fighting style was a bit peculiar. When she fought, she always targeted the parts that gave her enemy their strongest weapon. When she fought a bird, she went for the wings. When she fought a cheetah, she went for the legs. When she fought a scorpion, she went for the tail. She attacked the very thing that proved to be the enemy's strongest trait. In Gravis' mind, this fighting style was more effective than Eris' fighting style, but it was also risky when fighting someone much stronger. Sometimes, enemies had a hidden weapon that one wasn't able to see immediately. Seeing the enemy become weaker and weaker would increase one's confidence. If that enemy then unveiled a powerful attack, Sarah might not be ready to deal with it due to her confidence and shock. Yet, Sarah's fighting style had proven to be powerful. That was because she managed to kill several mid-rank demonic beasts already. Breaking the wings or the legs of an enemy slowed them down immensely, making it possible for Sarah to chase them down when they decided to retreat. His third-born, the female Xianxia, had also developed a different fighting style. Gravis wasn't the biggest fan of that fighting style, but right now, it had proven to be the most effective for the current circumstance. Xianxia fought exactly like a generic darkness cultivator. She kept herself hidden and aimed to take the enemy down in a single attack. Similar to the panther that had attacked Eris in the beginning, Xianxia hid in the darkness and targeted the enemy's weak spot with her strongest attack. As long as her enemy wasn't specialized in defense, she would kill them in one fell swoop. Due to Xianxia's successful fighting style, she had already become a mid-rank demonic beast. Additionally, she had already killed a high-rank demonic beast. So, right now, Xianxia was the strongest, followed by Sarah and lastly Eris. Yet, this was only the beginning. Xianxia might get the most resources out of her fighting style, but she also got the least amount of tempering. Either she killed the target directly, or the target would immediately flee. As soon as she had developed that fighting style, she hadn't openly fought with anyone. Sarah received the most tempering out of the three. Her fighting style made it hard for the enemy to flee, which forced them to attack Sarah all out. Her fights were the longest and most intense. Eris received more tempering than Xianxia but less than Sarah. Yet, that was only because of the enemy's weak mindset. When Eris would meet more powerful beasts, he might be able to receive the most tempering and also develop the most effective fighting style out of the three. All his fights were open confrontations. If an enemy reciprocated, Eris would be able to have the most direct fight. Sarah used a lot of trickery in her fights, which hindered her opponents from unleashing their strengths. Meanwhile, Eris received the full brunt of the enemy's power. With all of this considered, even though Xianxia was far ahead of everyone, everything was still open. As soon as they reached Area D, things might turn upside down. Xianxia had a surefire way to kill a beast one level above her. Yet, if she didn't change her fighting style, that would be her limit. With that fighting style, she would never be able to kill a beast 2 levels above her. Sarah could maybe kill someone 2 levels above her, but her fighting style took too many chances. One hidden weapon could spell her undoing when fighting such a powerful opponent. Due to Eris' fighting style, he would be able to receive the most attacks and learn a lot more than the others when he reached Area D. As long as he gained more experience, he would definitely be able to fight 2 levels above him. So, even though Eris was the slowest right now, this might be for the better. There was an old proverb that fit the current dynamic rather well. Sharpening the axe doesn't take away time from cutting down trees. Unsurprisingly, Xianxia was the first to reach Area D. After killing enough high-rank demonic beasts, she became a high-rank demonic beast herself. She searched for more powerful prey but wasn't able to find any after several days of searching. She became increasingly frustrated as she realized that there were no beasts more powerful than her. Due to that, she started reaching the edge of Area A and was about to leave it. Bang! Xianxia became incredibly shocked and afraid when a gigantic, white bird landed before her. This bird was so huge that she couldn't even see the entire thing. She had never seen anything even remotely like that. This bird was the king who was responsible for keeping an eye on this area. Nearly no divine beast was fine with fighting beasts of their same level and always searched for more powerful opponents. Due to that, sooner or later, they would leave their area in search of more powerful opponents. It was this king's job to inform the inhabitant about how to proceed. Eat enough beasts of your level to reach the next realm. Then, you will meet more powerful opponents. The king transmitted to Xianxia. One had to remember that energy beasts had strengths equal to 2 levels higher than high-rank demonic beasts. If Xianxia entered Area D without being a high-rank demonic beast herself, she would most likely die. Xianxia wasn't able to fully understand what the king meant with his complicated words. She was still a demonic beast, and such concepts were foreign to her. Yet, she understood that she needed to eat more of the weak beasts present. The authority of power that the king commanded compelled her to follow his orders. Due to that, she turned around and began to kill and consume one high-rank demonic beast after the other. In just 2 weeks, she had consumed enough beasts to become an energy beast. When Xianxia had been a high-rank demonic beast, she had been over 10 meters tall, but as soon as she became an energy beast, her size decreased instead of increasing. This was an evolution, and her instincts guided her to keep her body as small as possible. Due to that, her size reverted to be only 1.5 meters tall. When she became an energy beast, the king returned and took her away to Area D. There, she would be able to find more powerful prey. A couple of months after Xianxia left Area A, Sarah also met the king responsible for her area. This king was a gigantic elephant. Sarah also quickly managed to reach Area D in 2 weeks after that. When all this happened, Eris had just killed his first mid-rank demonic beast. By now, he had realized that he needed to destroy his opponent's means of retreat if he wanted to kill them. He despised that he had to do something like that, but he did it anyway. 3 months after Sarah left for Area D, Eris met the king responsible for his area. This one was a gigantic, emerald wolf. The wolf told Eris that he needed to consume more prey, but things went differently this time. Eris hated this feeling that someone more powerful than him told him to do something. Instead of following the king's commands, he tried to pass by him. Bang! Eris was thrown back as the king shoved him away. Some of Eris' bones broke, but instead of becoming afraid, He only glared at the king with hatred. Then he tried to pass the king again. Bang! More injuries appeared on Eris as the king struck him away. Yet, Eris continued in an effort to bypass the king. Meanwhile, the king was nervous. He couldn't just kill Eris. Yet, Eris wasn't giving up. What was he supposed to do in this situation? Let him enter Area D, Gravis said to the king. You do realize that he will most likely die, right? The wolf answered. Gravis sighed. It's his choice. He is similar to me and doesn't want to be forced to do something. He wants more powerful opponents, and sooner than later, he will fight someone 2 levels above himself anyway. This situation will inevitably happen. So, there's no reason to delay it. The king remained silent for a bit as he thought about Gravis' words. All right, he said. A beam of light shone upon Eris, healing all his injuries. The king had called for a healer. Then, the king summoned some wind and took Eris with him to Area D. Meanwhile, Xianxia had been confronted with reality. Whenever she had failed an ambush, the opponent would simply run away. But that had changed. Now, the beast started fighting her directly if she failed in her ambush. Xianxia didn't have much experience in open combat, making it difficult for her to fight someone even 1 level above her. The enemy quickly overwhelmed her, but her scales protected her from harm. Yet that didn't deter the beast. Her first opponent chased her for hours, attacking her continually during all this. Due to that, Xianxia was forced to battle the opponent openly. The direct fight took over an hour, but Xianxia managed to kill her opponent. Yet she had endured a mighty beating during the fight. Without her scales, she would have died several times over. From this day forward, Xianxia would need to fight many more open battles. Her ambush still worked most of the time, but as soon as someone fought her directly, it would become a slugfest. Sarah had it a bit easier, but not that much. She had more direct combat experience than Xianxia, but her enemies also had more combat experience than her previous ones. These fights required her to make use of more of her weapons. Yet, thanks to these fights, Sarah managed to realize the hidden advantage of her body. This hidden advantage was her flexible waist. She learned to evade attacks without actually stepping to the side, giving her a prime opportunity to counterattack. As soon as she realized that advantage, the fights became way easier. Beasts on that level weren't used to this kind of evasion. When Eris arrived in Area D, he nearly died several times. These beasts were 2 levels above him, and one attack was already powerful enough to injure him severely. Luckily, due to his direct combat style, he already knew how to take advantage of his waist. His first energy beast nearly killed him several times, and Eris was forced to retreat. Luckily, due to him only being a demonic beast, the opponent didn't care enough to chase him for a long time. Eris wasn't even close to being a snack. When Eris had his first fight, Xianxia and Sarah already managed to kill their first opponents. Xianxia still had a lead over Sarah, but Sarah was closing the gap. Eris' second opponent also beat him severely, but not as devastatingly as the first one. Yet, Eris still had to dodge several sure-death strikes. In the end, he was forced to retreat again, but that didn't demotivate Eris. In fact, the opposite was true. Eris felt as alive as never before. He loved this feeling of his own life hanging by a thread, unknowing of the nervous and sweaty Gravis who kept watching Eris brushes with death. It took everything out of Gravis to not involve himself. Eris' third opponent was about equal to him. The fight dragged on for a long time, but in the end, the opponent decided to retreat. This was one of the beasts that had also entered via Area A, and it had a weak mindset. Yet, Eris saw progress and wanted to become more powerful. His fourth opponent fought with Eris for a long time, and in the end, Eris managed to kill his first beast 2 levels above himself. Yet, the last strike had nearly killed Eris. He was lucky to be alive. Eris quickly consumed the corpse, but at his level, this singular corpse wasn't enough to make him become an energy beast. But that wasn't such a huge problem anymore. Eris had taken the first and hardest step. Killing the first opponent 2 levels above themselves was always the hardest. The next fight also took a lot of time, but Eris managed to win without nearly losing his life. After consuming that corpse, Eris finally became an energy beast. Sarah and Yursi had already become mid-rank energy beasts by that time. Yet, Eris was just as powerful as them now. A year passed, and Sarah and Yursi already became high-rank energy beasts. They had also learned to use their lightning by now, which was surprisingly destruction lightning. Destruction lightning was something that only lords received with their evolution. Yet Eris, Sarah, and Yursi already had this as energy beasts. Sarah and Yursi left their areas and met their kings again. Sarah followed the king's command and ate more high-rank energy beasts until she became a spirit beast. Then, she left for Area F. Yet, Yursi had felt alive as never before as she decided to fight enemies more openly now. She wanted more powerful opponents. Due to that, Gravis allowed her to get to Area F without waiting for her to become a spirit beast. He had done the same thing for Eris back then, after all. It was her decision. Eris wanted to exit the area while still being a mid-rank energy beast. But this time, Gravis gave a firm no. 2 levels and 3 levels were a gigantic difference. One could overcome a 2-level difference with tactics and battle experience, but that was not true for a 3-level difference. The opponent was too hard to injure, too fast to react, and too powerful to defend against. All manner of combat experience didn't save someone from overwhelming power. Eris held firm and wanted to leave, but the king never gave him the opportunity. Eris first needed to become a high-rank energy beast. It took hours to convince Eris to become more powerful, but he didn't like that one bit. As soon as he became a high-rank energy beast, he walked out of the area again and looked coldly at the king. He obviously wasn't happy in the slightest. With this, all siblings entered Area F. Now, they were in the same area and could finally come across one another. Gravis wondered how they would act when they met each other. Would they be interested when they saw someone like them, or would they directly try to kill each other? Gravis wasn't sure. Eris managed to kill some spirit beasts and became a spirit beast himself. Sarah found some divine beasts and battled with them. Now, the enemies were no longer weak. Some enemies could also fight a level above themselves. Lastly, Yursi fought her first opponent 2 levels above her. Yursi's fight was brutal. From the very beginning, she was out of her league and was suppressed continually. The opponent didn't even take her seriously as they gave her one heavy injury after the other. Gravis' emotions went haywire as he watched. This was not like the fight between Eris and his first opponent 2 levels above him. Back then, Eris still had the ability to somewhat defend against his enemy's attacks. Meanwhile, the only reason why Yursi was still alive was that her enemy didn't take her seriously. She was driven into a corner and was about to die without even having injured her opponent. Gravis' body started shaking as he tried his absolute best to keep himself out of this. He needed to let nature take its course, but it looked like nature wanted to kill his daughter. Boom! Suddenly, Yursi unleashed a mighty lightning beam that incinerated her opponent. Gravis saw this and immediately knew what it was. The all-out attack that all divine beasts have, Gravis thought. The enemy was dead, but the all-out attack created another issue now. The enemy's corpse was incinerated, making it impossible to eat. Additionally, Yursi fell to the ground as her realm dropped to the mid-rank of energy beasts. She had survived, but now every enemy was 3 levels above her. Gravis felt a lump in his stomach as he realized the situation Yursi was in now. There were no energy beasts around. Due to that, she couldn't become a high-rank energy beast again without fighting a spirit beast. If things continued like this, Yursi would undoubtedly die. Gravis had an idea how he could salvage the situation, but it depended on Yursi's actions now. If she didn't make the right choice, nothing would be able to save her. After a day of rest and healing, Yursi looked into the middle of Area F. By the energy she was feeling, she could judge the direction. So, she turned in the other direction and left Area F. She knew that she needed to recover in an area away from here. She needed to go somewhere to regain her power. Yursi reached the edge of Area F, but the king responsible for Area F appeared in front of her and stopped her. She was not allowed to leave. Area F is supposed to simulate the real world, right? Gravis asked the king. The king furrowed his brows as he heard Gravis' words. Would he involve himself? Yes, which is why she is not allowed to leave. You can't flee from the real world. Yet, Gravis answered, in the real world, she would be able to find energy beasts to regain her strength. If you were in her situation, would you want to mindlessly stay in an area that will surely bring you death? The king wasn't happy about these words. She has made her choice, and she needs to deal with the consequences. She already has, Gravis said. This fight had allowed her to awaken her all-out attack. Right now, she has decided to retreat. Have you never retreated in your life? This has nothing to do with this situation. The rules have to be followed, he said. Gravis remained silent for a bit. I think you don't get what I'm getting at. I'm not telling you to send her back to Area D. I'm saying that you should let her leave the areas altogether. Let her experience the real world. Now, the king remained silent for a bit. Sending her back to Area D would have been unfair to the other offspring. Yet, by preemptively leaving the areas altogether, no one would mind. The entire reason for the area's existence was to reflect the real world in a safer environment. In the real world, there were powerful beasts all around. A fight between two lords could kill an energy beast from a distance. Usually, deciding to leave the areas had a way higher chance of death than staying in them. 2 entire minutes passed where the king simply stood imposingly in front of Xianxia, who had a fearful and panicked look on her face. She knew that she needed to regain her power, and she also knew that she couldn't regain it here. She needed to leave, but this godlike beast in front of her didn't allow it. I need to ask an elder about this matter, the king answered Gravis finally. No need. The voice of the Empress appeared inside the king's head. Empress? The king said involuntarily in respect and fear. Gravis has already informed me of what has transpired over 5 minutes ago, and I have been watching your exchange, she said. The king became nervous when he heard that. Had he done something wrong? You have chosen correctly by asking an elder, the Empress transmitted, making the king feel a huge amount of relief. I have designed the areas so that they reflect a safer picture of the real world. Yet, in this case, that doesn't hold up. Right now, Area F is a more dangerous version of the real world for this particular offspring of mine. Staying in the areas is a privilege, not a punishment. Therefore, I decided to let her leave the area to regain her strength in the real world. Yet, she has also made her choice by coming to Area F this early. So, if she manages to become a high-rank energy beast again, she must enter Area F again. This will force her to fight 2 levels above herself, which is what she wanted, the Empress declared. The Empress had already decided on this issue about 5 minutes ago, but she wanted to see how the king responsible for Area F would react. He held a position of paramount importance. If such a king were to be a traitor, they could have killed a frightening amount of talented beasts. She didn't like to doubt other beasts, but his position was just too important. Luckily, the king had made the correct decision in the end. He had realized that he couldn't pass a judgment with confidence. Asking a superior was the best choice he could have made in this regard. It will be done, Empress, the king said deferentially. Then he looked at the fearful Xianxia. You are allowed to leave, but you must return when you have regained your strength, he transmitted to her. By now, Xianxia was smart enough to understand all these words. Due to her father's blood, she was even smarter than Sky had been as an energy beast. Xianxia lowered her head to acknowledge the command and then ran past the king. Finding energy beasts outside the breeding areas in the Icy Pride Empire was tough. Nearly all offspring born in the empire were inside these areas. The only energy beasts she would be able to find would be wild ones. Due to kings and lords continually fighting in the empire, the wild beast population had huge issues in thriving. Gravis watched her leave but still felt nervous. Now it was all up to her. Finding energy beasts would be difficult for her. Right now, inside Gravis' spirit sense, he could only see 2 wild energy beasts, and his spirit sense had a reach of over 150 kilometers. Meanwhile, Sarah had managed to kill her first divine beast. The fight had been fierce since their powers were about equal. This divine beast had a battle strength that was very close to being able to jump 2 levels. One could describe their strength as half-step high-rank spirit beast. Sarah had learned a lot in the fight. In actuality, one could say that she had been lucky with her opponent. The gap between fighting one level above oneself and 2 levels was huge. One couldn't prepare themselves for such a massive jump. Yet, by being able to fight someone that was more powerful than nearly any mid-rank spirit beast but weaker than nearly any high-rank spirit beast, Sarah had received the optimal opponent. This would be able to prepare her for fighting 2 levels above herself. Eris had it the easiest. He fought one beast 2 levels higher than him after the other. He had been fighting beasts 2 levels higher than him ever since he had been a high-rank demonic beast. These kinds of fights were still very dangerous, but Eris wasn't in a disadvantageous position. Right now, the situation from back in Area A had been completely reversed. Back then, Xianxia had been the most powerful, followed by Sarah and then Eris. Now, it was Eris followed by Sarah, with Xianxia having to recuperate outside Area F. Eris will become a lord with no issues. Sarah also won't have any issues, but she won't be as powerful as Eris yet. Xianxia might die before she can become a lord, Gravis thought. Yet, if she manages to recover from this setback, she might become as powerful as Eris. Having to search for food in such a dangerous environment is also a form of tempering. Let's see what the future holds. In the next few months, Eris and Sarah had found another weapon of theirs. They had both realized that their resistance towards lightning was incredibly powerful. They couldn't absorb lightning like Gravis, but their resistance was astounding. It required lightning on the power of a lord to injure them. Due to that, they had found a use for their lightning that other lightning beasts didn't have. They had developed the same technique as their father. By exploding their lightning on their feet, they could achieve incredible acceleration and speed. When Gravis saw them use this technique, he felt an incredible feeling of pride radiating out from inside him. His children looked very similar to him, and now they also developed the same technique that he used. Gravis had never felt so proud in anything. The pride he was feeling was even greater than when he had killed the lower heaven. I think I can understand why Orpheus doesn't search for power anymore, Gravis thought, but then he shook his head. But I'm not done yet. As soon as they become lords, I can meet them. When that time comes, I can explain everything to them. They will join the Empire and we will be fighting for the same side. Then, I can focus on my own path of cultivation again. Gravis hadn't become a king yet due to him always remaining split. His 3 bodies were all close to achieving a breakthrough each. As soon as Gravis gathered all his bodies into one again, he would become a king. He also knew that, since heaven saw him as a beast, he would be granted a law when he became a king. Heaven had forced him to go through the restrictions of a beast, so it was only fair that he would also get the rewards. Gravis couldn't imagine heaven being so petty that it forced him through this rule but decided against rewarding him. By now, Sarah was also able to fight 2 levels above herself. Yet, in comparison, Eris was already looking at 3 levels above himself. Sadly, there were no lords inside this area. This seemed incredible but it couldn't be compared to jumping levels in the Unity realm. The body's power doubled in every level below the Unity realm. But as soon as one progressed in Unity, the power would quadruple with each level up. As Eris was now, when he became a lord, he would maybe be able to fight 2 levels above himself but not against other divine beasts. His body would be double as powerful as normal beasts on his level, but even when one considered his already more powerful body, a lord 2 levels above him would have a body 8 times as powerful as his. If there were a theoretical 4th level for spirit beasts, their body would be a little more than 5 times as powerful as Eris' body as a low-rank spirit beast. Yet, if he were a lord, a beast only 2 levels above himself would have a body 8 times as powerful as him. This showed that fighting 2 levels above oneself as a lord was more difficult than fighting 3 levels above oneself as a spirit beast. That's where laws came into play. Laws allowed someone to fight 2 levels above oneself as a lord. Without laws, it would be impossible. Even Gravis wouldn't have been able to kill the shark 2 levels above himself without his punishment lightning, which was a law, obviously. The moray eel in the invasion had proven that Gravis wasn't yet ready to fight someone 3 levels above himself. Back then, he had needed to rely on the corpses around him to emerge victoriously. Right now, with his new understanding regarding the speed law of lightning, Gravis would be able to fight a level 2 king. Yet, for kings, understanding more laws became easier as for lords. When Gravis would reach the realm of a king, the average level 4 king might already have understood 3 to 5 laws. This was the progression of battle strength alongside the realm. And when Gravis thought that, he smiled. It wasn't because of his thoughts, but because of something else. Xianxia had returned to Area F. She had managed to become a high-rank energy beast again, but it had taken her over a year. During that year, she had been forced to hide in caves and in the earth to protect herself from the shockwaves of powerful lords and kings fighting. This reminded Gravis of the time he had been transported to outside his home city. Hadn't he done the same thing back then? Yet, this time of danger had done wonders for Xianxia. Xianxia's sense of danger had been sharpened to an astounding degree. When she fought a spirit beast again, she had also managed to perform another technique that Gravis used, which her 2 siblings hadn't been able to perform yet. She was able to pre-dodge. Her instincts warned her of danger, which allowed her to react to attacks from the enemy earlier than usual. Due to that, she managed to emerge victoriously against her opponent. Now, Xianxia had also managed to take the first step towards fighting someone way more powerful than her. Some months later, Sarah also managed to kill a high-rank spirit beast. When she ate the corpse, she became a mid-rank spirit beast. Eris had been a mid-rank spirit beast for a while now, and he was close to becoming a high-rank spirit beast. And then it happened. Eris and Sarah met for the first time. Both Eris and Sarah narrowed their eyes at each other. "Who are you?" Sarah asked with a voice transmission. Spirit beasts could already transmit their thoughts to others, which allowed them to talk to each other. "Eris," Eris answered with confidence. "I'm the overlord of this place. Ever since I've reached my current level, nothing has been able to keep standing in front of me." "Who are you?" he asked. "Sarah," Sarah answered with narrowed eyes. Eris' boast had rubbed her the wrong way. "I was just about to say the same thing. Ever since I've reached this level, nothing has been able to stand against me." Eris huffed. "Do you have any idea how often I have heard that before? The last one that said that to me had been one of these beasts with a powerful body 1 level higher than me. He didn't even stand a chance." Sarah disliked Eris' arrogant words, but she felt his power. To Sarah, Eris truly felt like the most powerful beast she had ever seen, except for these godlike beasts at the edges of this area. To her, Eris felt as dangerous as her first opponent that had been 2 levels above her. "Do you want to fight?" she asked coldly. Eris felt incredibly dangerous to her, but she wouldn't back down from such a fight. Her pride didn't allow her to. "I am more interested in your appearance," Eris answered as he walked closer. "I've never met someone that looks like me." "Same thing for me," Sarah answered carefully as she kept observing him. Eris circled her as Sarah didn't allow him to enter her blind spot. She didn't know this beast, and it was possible that this was a beast that attacked from the shadows. "Funnily enough," Eris said as he circled her, "even though you are female and look nearly identical to me, I don't feel any kind of desire to mate with you. Even some snakes have exhibited more attraction than you." "That's not what everyone else always says," Sarah answered with a huff. "Whenever I want to fight a male, they always try to mate with me first. I seem to have quite an attraction to others." "Interesting," Eris said as he arrived in front of her again. "I guess that means that we are siblings. I can't imagine any other reason for this dynamic." Sarah looked at the floor with furrowed brows. She hadn't thought of that before. It seemed like Eris had managed to make the connection earlier than her. "Yet," Eris said with a more dangerous tone, "I wonder if you have the strength worthy of being my sibling." Sarah narrowed her eyes at him. "Do you want to find out?" she asked. Eris chuckled a bit. "I will find out," he said as he readied himself to pounce forward. "If you don't prove to be my equal, you will die today." Bang! And Eris charged forward with an explosion of lightning. Eris directly charged at Sarah without any fanfare. His speed was incredible, and even though Sarah had been prepared, it was still difficult for her to react to Eris' ridiculous acceleration. The only thing she could do was use the same acceleration technique to evade the attack. Yet, this gave Eris the initiative and he immediately charged after her. Sarah realized that she couldn't continue like this. If she did, she would run out of energy first. After all, Eris could simply feign an acceleration without using it. Due to the potential attack, Sarah would need to use her own acceleration either way if she wanted to evade. So, for the next attack, Sarah decided to charge at Eris too. Both of them charged at each other, but it was hard for both of them to mount an attack because of their speed. Bang! Yet, Eris had made a gamble and attacked either way. If Sarah decided to evade, she would be too far away to make use of that opportunity. But if she attacked, he would be able to hit her. Sure enough, Eris swiped Sarah to the side with his claws. Arrrr! Sarah's scales were powerful, and the claws could not penetrate them, but the attack still shook her insides. Eris followed up with another attack. Bang! Bang! Yet, Sarah recovered quickly and rammed directly into Eris with her body before he could attack. Both of them were thrown into the distance due to the force of the collision. Bang! Another collision happened as both of them hit each other again. Then it happened another time and another time. CRK. But now, something happened that changed the dynamic. Sarah had always charged at Eris with her shoulders while Eris charged forward with his claws to injure her. Yet, due to their defenses, Eris' claws and forearm broke. Bones were not as hard as the scales, and Sarah managed to come out on top. When Eris felt the broken bones, he sneered. In the next collision, he used his legs, hitting Sarah on the shoulder again. Crack! Sarah's shoulder broke, making one of her arms nearly useless, while Eris could still use his arm somewhat. By now, they had used up a lot of their energy. Every acceleration cost a huge amount of energy, and both of them were running low now. Due to that, the fight became a scuffle, with both of them using all their weapons to injure the other. Their usual tactics didn't work anymore due to their scales. Normally, in order to break the defense of more powerful beasts, they would use their lightning. Of course, both of them knew that their lightning wouldn't work on the other. Like this, an ugly scuffle happened with both of them rolling around, trying to injure the other with everything they got. Both of them hadn't fought like this before, but that was when the difference in their combat experiences showed. Sarah tried to claw out one of Eris' eyes, but he barely managed to move out of the way. Then, he gave up on the other parts of her body and grabbed her extended arm with everything he had. His claws grabbed her wrist while his legs wrapped around her upper arm. Then he bent backwards. Is that an armbar? Gravis thought in surprise. Such typical mortal techniques like an armbar were rarely seen in the cultivation world. After all, beasts had different sizes, and using such a technique would leave them open for an elemental attack. Yet, in this case, this technique worked wonders. Sarah's arm was close to being broken, and she used her tail to attack Eris' head. Snap! Eris had been prepared for that and bit the tail with his teeth, not letting it go. In a matter of seconds, the scales on Sarah's tail started cracking apart as Eris used more and more strength. If Sarah didn't do something, she would lose her arm and tail. Crack! Instead of fighting the armbar, Sarah decided to break her own arm and awkwardly twisted herself to get her other arm into the range of Eris. Then her claws moved towards Eris' groin. She grabbed the things that were there and yanked with all her power. Arrf! Eris shouted in pain as he jumped away. Rage and pain mixed, and he charged at Sarah again. Sarah quickly stood up again, but one of her arms was completely useless now. Additionally, her tail hurt like hell, and her bones were already exposed. Consumed by rage, Eris violently used all his power to injure her in as many places as possible. Right now, he was no longer fighting smartly. He only wanted to kill her as quickly and violently as possible. Sarah was on the defensive again as she used different parts of her body to block the attacks. Of course, she still got minorly injured with every attack. Yet she had a plan. Poochie. As Sarah defended again, she used her working arm and tore out one of Eris' eyes. This shocked Eris, and his rage was replaced by nervousness. In a split-second decision, Eris bit her functioning arm and used one of his legs to kick the bitten arm. Crack! The bone inside the arm broke into pieces as several fangs of Eris also got torn out of their sockets. Yet, Sarah used this opportunity to bite Eris' head. Bang! Eris had regained his rationality and used his last remaining lightning to jump away before Sarah could do anything. Right now, Eris had a broken forearm, broken teeth, and the parts in his groin had been torn off. Meanwhile, Sarah had lost the use of both of her arms. One arm had been broken into pieces, while the other one had a broken shoulder and broken elbow. Additionally, her tail was also close to being torn off. Eris and Sarah looked at each other with narrowed eyes. Some rage appeared in Eris' eyes again, but surprisingly, he only took a deep breath. Sarah watched him carefully. Then, Eris smirked. "I haven't had such an intense fight in a while," he said. "Yet, the winner is obvious. You have lost the use of both of your arms, and your tail is also nearly useless." Sarah didn't answer him, but she could only agree. Her main weapons had been destroyed, and with Eris still having a functioning arm, he could counter her other attacks. The only correct decision she could make right now is to flee. Eris relaxed as he stood up straight to crack his spine. "You're powerful enough to be my sibling," Eris said as he smirked again. "But I have one. This means that I am the leader." Sarah had realized by now that Eris had no more intentions of attacking her. Yet, she didn't feel happy or relaxed. Instead, she gnashed her teeth violently as frustration took over. She had lost. Additionally, she had lost against a beast at the same level as her. Something like this had never happened before, and she hated this feeling. She had thought that her battle strength was the most powerful. She had believed that no one would be able to resist her if they were at the same level. Today, she had been confronted with reality. She wasn't the most powerful beast on her level. Sarah looked at Eris with hate. "For now, I will accept that, but don't become complacent. We will fight again in the future, and then I will be the leader," she said coldly with a threatening tone. Eris smiled with arrogance. "I wouldn't have it any other way. I don't want weaklings in my presence," he said with confidence and disdain. Both of them hadn't realized what had just happened. Normally, such equally powerful beasts would kill each other no matter what. Yet, to them, it felt natural to band together. It was very rare that fighting beasts became companions later on. "Is this because of my human mindset?" Gravis asked himself. "If there is a big strength difference, one beast will become subservient to the other. Yet, if beasts are equally powerful, they will never follow the other one. After all, killing and consuming such a powerful opponent would do wonders for their battle strength. Humans are different. Humans want to be close to others by nature," Gravis thought with narrowed eyes. "It seems like my human mindset has somewhat influenced their mindset." After this fight, both of them sat down to recover. The fight had taken everything out of them, and if they wanted to become more powerful, they needed to hunt some more high-rank spirit beasts. After a day, they left together. They had already formed a kind of small tribe with this action. None of the two questioned this development. To them, it felt natural to travel together, unknowing of the fact that this was very atypical for beasts. They quickly found some high-rank spirit beasts. Eris allowed Sarah to fight them since she needed more food than him. He didn't do this out of kindness but because these beasts were too weak for him. He wanted his last opponent to be a powerful one. After some days, Sarah had fought multiple times again. Sadly, the opponents were too weak to offer good tempering. The fact that she had learned a lot from her fight against Eris didn't help in that regard. Her opponents were nothing more than fodder. Sarah grew more frustrated as time progressed. She needed a powerful opponent to temper herself. She needed this to fight Eris again. Right now, her goal was not to become more powerful for the sake of power. Right now, she only wanted to put Eris in his place. Several days later, Eris and Sarah were both close to becoming high-rank spirit beasts. Sadly, Eris hadn't found any worthy opponent during all this time, which frustrated him to no end. He wanted a proper fight, not a one-sided beating. On this day, Eris and Sarah felt powerful shockwaves coming from one direction. Eris immediately charged into that direction, Sarah following him. These shockwaves felt powerful, and Eris knew that he would be able to have a real fight soon. After a minute, they arrived in a clearing. What they saw shocked them. There was a dead rhinoceros on the floor. Judging by the feeling of its body, Eris and Sarah knew that this had been a high-rank spirit divine beast. This was exactly what Eris wanted to fight. Yet it had already died. The fight hadn't even taken that long. On top of the corpse, they saw another beast similar to them biting into the corpse. This beast was Xianxia. By now, Xianxia had also become a mid-rank spirit beast, and she had shown her power by completely decimating this rhinoceros. She wasn't even injured. "Seems like we are not the only two of our kind," Eris said with a smirk to Sarah. Sarah only looked at Xianxia with battle intent. She refused to be the weakest of the three of them. Xianxia had already noticed the two of them but didn't stop eating. To her, it was like they didn't exist. Eris felt offended by this disdain. "Hey you!" Eris shouted. "What?" Xianxia answered simply without stopping to eat. "Are you not surprised why we look similar?" he asked with a sneer. "You are my siblings, obviously," Xianxia answered directly like it was nothing special. Eris didn't like Xianxia's dismissive conduct. "Yes, but are you worthy of being my sibling?" he asked. "What's it to you?" she asked as she glanced at the two for the first time. "I'm not interested in leadership if that is what you want to know." Eris was a little taken aback by that answer. Xianxia was not interested in leadership? Why would she say something like that? Wasn't becoming powerful her goal? "Why are you not interested in leadership?" Sarah asked from the side. For some reason, she was very interested in Xianxia. She acted completely differently from the two of them. "What's the point of leadership?" Xianxia answered. "Being the strongest among a group of beasts doesn't make you the strongest in the world. I don't care about who makes the decision in our group. I only seek power, nothing else," she said. Eris and Sarah both noticed that Xianxia had said, "our" instead of "your." This showed that she already saw herself as part of their group but didn't care about who would give the orders. "What if I don't want you in my group?" Eris said provokingly. Xianxia looked at Eris more closely. After some seconds, she had seen enough and returned to eating, infuriating Eris. "Our instincts tell us to gather together, and I have no problem with that. Are you so full of yourself that you want to demonstrate your power to everyone in our group? What's the point of that?" she asked dismissively. For some reason, Xianxia's conduct managed to rub Eris in all the wrong places. It was like she was the complete opposite of him. He wanted to be the most powerful and show his power to everyone, but she didn't even seem to care about something like that. Why would she not show any concern towards his power? Did she have no pride in herself? "I am the leader of this group, and I want to see if you're powerful enough to join me," Eris said with narrowed eyes. "I will attack you, and if you're not able to defend yourself, you will die today. I refuse to lead a group of weaklings." Xianxia stopped eating again as she looked at Eris. This arrogant prick was supposed to be her leader? "I changed my mind," Xianxia said suddenly, surprising Eris and Sarah. "I don't want to be led by someone so arrogant. If you let your pride and emotions dictate your actions, you will only lead us to death. So, for the sake of the group's survival, I will contend for leadership with you. See it as a sacrifice I'm willing to make for the greater good." Xianxia jumped down from the corpse and turned to Eris with even eyes. Eris hated her words, and he would enjoy tearing her throat out. It didn't matter that she was his sibling. She had shown no pride in herself, and he couldn't respect such a weak-willed beast. "I can feel that you are more powerful than me, but you, specifically, won't be able to win against me. You have a fatal weakness that will cost you your life in the future. Today, I will show you this weakness in the hope of rectifying it," Xianxia said as she lifted one of her arms in front of her. "Come whenever you want." Eris was enraged by her arrogant words. How could she possibly know his weaknesses? Not even Eris knew his own weaknesses, so how could a beast he had just met claim that she knew them? Bang! Eris exploded forward with lightning while he punched with his arm. He had learned that using his claws wouldn't do much against Xianxia's powerful scales. He needed to make a blunt attack. Whoosh! Yet, contrary to Eris' expectations, Yersi didn't use her lightning acceleration to evade. Instead, she simply used her waist to move her upper body out of the way of the incoming attack. How is this possible? Eris thought in shock. By all intents and purposes, his attack should have been too fast to evade that easily. Eris didn't know that Yersi had already mastered pre-dodging, a technique that was the bane against someone faster than her. Eris was fully open now, and Yersi laid her palm on his chest. Bang! Bang! Her arm moved in a peculiar way to gather all her body's power. Then, lightning exploded out of her elbow as all the power hit Eris' chest. Crack! Crack! Bang! 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 Eris' scales on his chest, as well as his ribcage, broke apart as he was flung into the distance with as much power as never before. On the way, he destroyed a lot of trees with his back, shaking his insides. Meanwhile, Yersi's whole right arm also broke into pieces due to the insane power she had just used. Yet, that was within her expectations. Bang! Bang! Eris' back hit an incredibly hard rock as his body stopped. Some blood came out of his mouth as his whole body hurt immensely. Poochie! In no time at all, an arm suddenly appeared and penetrated Eris' chest. Eris looked down in shock as Yersi's arm grabbed something and pulled out. Eris felt as much pain as never before as Yersi pulled out his lungs and heart. Yet, she didn't pull hard enough to tear them off his body. Right now, she only held them in front of Eris so he could see them. You have lost, Yersi said calmly and coldly. I only need to use a bit of power to kill you right now. For the first time in a long while, Eris felt genuine fear and panic. Right now, his life was in the hands of another beast, and if they so wanted, they could kill him easily. He hadn't felt this helpless since he had met that mighty beast at the area's edges. Splash! Yersi shoved the lungs and heart back into Eris' ribcage, turned around, and walked away. Do you know why you've lost? She asked without turning to him. Eris was still in panic as he could barely comprehend the situation. Yet, Yersi's voice made rationality return to him. Why? He asked in confusion and nervousness. As I've said, Yersi said, I can feel that your battle strength is more powerful than mine. You have, obviously, gone through more tempering than me. Yet, as soon as someone notices your fatal flaw, you will die. You have been lucky that you haven't met anyone able to see that flaw until now. Meanwhile, Sarah was completely shocked as she looked at Yersi with widened eyes. Eris had felt nearly insurmountable to her. But Yersi could have killed him without breaking a sweat. Yet, Yersi said that Eris was more powerful than her? How was this possible? By now, Eris had recovered. He looked at the open hole in his chest with narrowed eyes. This doesn't feel right. I know that I should have been able to win against her. My instincts told me so. I shouldn't have tacked dash, and then, Eris' eyes widened. His mind started going wild as his pride wrestled with his reason. His pride told him that this fight had been unfair. It told him that he should have won and that her fighting tactics had been dirty. Who would unleash such an incredibly powerful attack at the very beginning? This was not how fights were supposed to go. Yet, his reason told him that there were no dirty fighting tactics. His reason told him that his pride didn't matter if he died. The fact that she won could only mean that she was more powerful than him. Eris gritted his teeth as he wrestled with himself, but after half a minute, he relaxed and sighed. I have lost, Eris said in defeat. My pride is telling me that I should be more powerful, but I can't deny the fact that I would have died if you so wanted. I shouldn't have taken you lightly. My pride is my weakness, Eris said with a bitter smile. Yersi turned around and looked at Eris. Eris was surprised at what he saw. Yersi was smiling a heartfelt, warm smile. Exactly, she answered. You are lucky but also unlucky at the same time. You haven't received a genuine setback yet, which has made you blind to your own flaws. Yet, genuine setbacks can also kill you. I've once lost a fight and used my all-out attack. Due to that, I needed to flee from here and find beasts to help me recover my power. During that time, I got my first glances of the outside world, Yersi said as she looked at the sky with longing. I have seen incomprehensibly powerful beasts fighting. I had to hide in caves and in the dirt just to protect myself from their shockwaves. I have seen more powerful beasts than me die to these shockwaves too. That's when I realized that being the strongest in my region is an empty goal. If any of these beasts came here, we couldn't do anything else than flee or die. Yursey came closer to Eris and put her hand on his shoulder. We are not the strongest. Everything in here is only tailored to our power. I'm pretty sure that we are in some special area for offspring, and as soon as we become powerful enough, we will go to the outside world. Having pride in our current power will make us blind to our weaknesses. Look at the beasts more powerful than you, not the weaker ones, Yursey explained. Up in the sky, Gravis felt incredibly proud in Yursey. With this fight being over, the youngest of the siblings became the big sister of the group. Yursey was not interested in leadership, but Eris wasn't ready yet to take over. Yursey had been right when she said that her battle strength was weaker than Eris. If Eris hadn't taken her lightly and used everything he had, he would have most likely won. The strongest should take over the group's leadership, but Yursey didn't want to be under someone that let emotions and arrogance dictate their actions. Her fight had given Eris a wake-up call, but she still wanted to be sure that he had changed. The group continued hunting for prey. Sadly, there were not that many high-rank divine spirit beasts in the area. Because of that, Yursey took most of the prey since she still needed quite some food to become a high-rank spirit beast herself. Yet, the area also wasn't completely empty of divine beasts. In the coming weeks, both Eris and Sarah managed to fight one and consume it. Both of them became high-rank spirit beasts, and only Yursey was left. Yursey didn't mind hunting weaker prey, since she knew that there would be plenty of opportunities to hunt more powerful beasts in the future. She had seen the outside world, and she knew that they were only at the bottom regarding power. 2 months after the group had met up, Yursey also became a high-rank spirit beast. By now, all of them were ready to leave the area and enter the real world. "We are ready to leave this area," Yursey shouted into her surroundings. She was sure that someone was listening. Some seconds passed where nothing happened, making the group furrow their brows. Whoosh! Suddenly, all 3 of them started flying involuntarily. Sarah and Eris were a bit nervous since they had only heard of the outside world from Yursey. The feeling that there were so many more powerful beasts still hadn't settled in for them. The group flew upwards into the sky. They broke through the cloud layer as they continued ascending. The sheer height made them nervous since they had never been so high up before. Whoop! They broke through the cloud layer and saw the clouds sprawling below them. Then they also noticed something particular. There was a small ball of lightning hovering some distance away from them. All of them became fearful as they saw this powerful ball of lightning. They all had an incredible affinity for lightning, and because of that, they felt the sheer power of the lightning. It not only had way more energy inside it, but they also felt its quality. This lightning had an incredible destructive power. They involuntarily flew closer to the ball of lightning, and their fear increased. Now even Yursey felt unsure. Were they being brought up just to be harvested by this ball of lightning? Yet, around 100 meters away from the ball of lightning, they stopped. The ball of lightning transformed into a black, massive beast. The 3 of them had a height of about 40 meters, but this beast was 400 meters tall. Yet, they had seen bigger spirit beasts before in their area. It looked imposing, but they were used to beasts being that tall. The size of this new beast was not as monstrous as these godly beasts that guarded the areas. The eyes of the 3 of them widened as they took in Gravis' looks. He looked exactly like them. Was this another of their siblings? Gravis smiled at them. "Eris, Sarah, Yursey, I am your father, Gravis," Gravis said with kindness. The 3 of them felt shocked. Their father? They had had several thoughts about where they came from, but they weren't sure. They had never even thought about meeting their parents. "You're our father?" Yursey asked to make sure. Gravis nodded. "Yes, I have watched over the 3 of you while you grew up. It was also my doing that allowed you to enter the next area early by convincing the responsible kings." Then, Gravis looked closer at Yursey. "It was also me who convinced the king to let you leave the area after your first fight against a spirit beast." The surprises just didn't stop for them. Their father had watched them all this time? Why had he never talked to them? Why are you only showing yourself now? Eris asked with narrowed eyes. Gravis sighed. If you knew that you had me watching over you, you might think that I wouldn't allow you to die. This would take the feeling of danger and fear out of your tempering. I'm sure that you're experienced enough by now to realize that this would only hurt you. The feeling of danger forces your mind to come up with a solution as quickly as possible. That is important, Gravis explained. Xianxia recognized the sense in Gravis' words. Eris still wasn't thrilled with meeting his father. Eris had gotten his power all by himself. It would only take some time for him to become even more powerful than his father. Sarah didn't know what she should think right now. Her emotions were a mix of wonder, skepticism, and uncertainty. Gravis then explained to them the workings of the areas. They had discerned a couple of the rules by themselves, but not all of them. Of course, in order to explain the areas, Gravis also told them about their mother. Our mother is an emperor? How powerful is an emperor? Sarah asked. It seemed like she was interested in their mother. You are spirit beasts right now, Gravis explained. As soon as you eat enough food, you will become a lord. After 5 levels, you will become a king. The beasts responsible for keeping an eye on the areas are kings, so you have met a few of them. After another 5 levels, you become an emperor. Emperors are the most powerful beasts in this world. Wonder and shock appeared in their eyes. There were so many levels and realms above them. Everything almost felt unreal. Then, how powerful are you? Xianxia asked. Gravis scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. I'm a level 5 lord, Gravis said. Immediately, skepticism appeared in their eyes. They had just been told how powerful an emperor was, and their father, a mere lord, managed to mate with an emperor? How was this possible? What did you do to convince our mother to have children with you? Eris asked with narrowed eyes. By what you have told us, your levels are too far apart. In front of her, you should only count as an ant. Sarah glared at Eris. Their father was still many times more powerful than them, and Eris shouldn't say such things. Meanwhile, Xianxia remained silent as she fell into thought. She knew that, at first glance, this reeked of some sinister plot that their father had pulled off. Yet, would such a powerful beast as the Empress fall for something like this? There had to be more to this. Gravis sighed again. He knew that Eris would react like that, but it still hurt him when he heard his own child disregard him to this degree, but he answered the question anyway. That's because I have the most powerful battle strength out of all lords living in this world, Gravis explained. Eris wasn't impressed by that since he was also the strongest in his area. How big could the world be? Additionally, his father had just explained that the powerful beasts they have fought were the offspring of emperors, the most powerful beasts. This meant that they all already faced the most powerful beasts in the world for their realm. Sarah was uncertain as she heard that. To her, it also felt a bit underwhelming. Yet, Xianxia had seen parts of the outside world. She knew that Gravis was probably very powerful. Eris, Gravis said after a while. Xianxia has already shown you that arrogance can be your downfall, but I think you still haven't realized how big the world is. What do you think? How many lords exist in this world? Eris only sneered. That's not hard to find out. Our area is already quite big, and I assume that every area has around 10,000 beasts. The outside world is probably much bigger, but lords still require a lot of food. So, a generous guess would be like 50,000 lords. Gravis shook his head. There are billions, Gravis said. All 3 of them were taken back. Billions? They hadn't even heard of that number. But since voice transmissions conveyed concepts and not words, they understood how big that number was. Just the number of divine beast lords is over 50,000. All of these beasts are descendants of emperors and have a body just as powerful as yours. In your area are only 37 right now. The true world is vast, Gravis explained. I don't believe you, Eris said with disgust. There couldn't be that many powerful beasts. Eris' pride didn't allow for him to recognize that he was weaker than billions of beasts right now. He refused to accept that so many beasts could kill him if they so wanted. Gravis shook his head again. Your arrogance will be your downfall in the future, Gravis said. Today, I will show you something that might help you in dealing with that problem. I don't need your help, Eris said with disdain. I have managed to become this powerful without your help, and I don't need it now. For the first time in their presence, Gravis smirked. You have no choice in that regard. All three of them shot towards the earth outside the area but stopped shortly before hitting the earth. After this short fright, they noticed another Gravis standing in front of their landing zone. Yet, this version of Gravis felt pathetically weak. Additionally, this Gravis was only 2 meters tall. This is one of my copies, this new Gravis said. Right now, this copy is a low-rank spirit beast. Additionally, I am not a divine beast myself. This means that your body is around 6 times more powerful than mine. Gravis cracked his neck and back casually. I will be fighting you with the same battle strength I had when I was on your level, but with a way weaker body. This will be plenty enough to show the distance between you and me. Eris was a bit taken aback as he heard that. Then he became enraged. This so-called father of his thought that Eris was so weak that he could defeat him with such a level gap. Eris was the one who fought several levels above himself, not his opponents. To him, this was an insult. Eris snorted. Don't cry if I beat you to a pulp. Gravis only smirked. It was time to fulfill his fatherly duties and teach his child something. Sarah and Yursi believed their father to be very powerful, but was he so powerful that he could truly win against Eris with a 2-level disadvantage? This seemed impossible to them. Bang! Eris exploded forward with impressive speed as lightning exploded out of his feet. He immediately unleashed a punch. A beast with such a weak body wouldn't be able to dodge something like that. Whoop! Yet, even though Gravis moved very slowly in Eris' perception, he somehow managed to barely dodge the attack. Shing! A saber appeared in Gravis' hands, and Eris couldn't stop himself. His forward momentum made the saber stab into one of his eyes. Gravis didn't enjoy this, but he needed to show Eris his fatal weakness. Yet Gravis quickly jumped away again. If I had put any amount of strength into my saber, it would have entered your brain, Gravis said with a smirk from a distance. Sarah and Yursi's eyes widened. Where did this sharp stick come from? Additionally, what was this sharp stick? They had never seen anything like it. Eris felt pain, and his mind went wild. This was just like the time when he had fought Yursi. You were so confident in your attack that you didn't anticipate that your opponent might be able to evade, Gravis said. This left you open to a fatal strike. Eris was still stunned as he stood there. Then he shook his head in rage. Where did that sharp stick come from? Is your pride in your own body so weak that you must use external things to help you win? Eris shouted. Gravis shook his head. I am the creator of mine and your bodies. There was no beast looking like us before I have arrived. The body you have has been designed with my combat style in mind, Gravis explained. The 3 of them were surprised when they heard that. It was one thing to be granted such a body, but it was a different thing to create it. This is a saber, Gravis said as he held his saber forward. It is made of the hard stone in the earth which we call metal. Our natural weapons have a limit in terms of what they can do. Gravis walked around a bit. You are right to question the possibility that something with such a weak body would be able to win against you. After all, my claws wouldn't have been able to reach your brain. Then, why would I use them against you? Think of your past fights. You should have realized that the weapons you have are not enough to penetrate the enemy's defense. So why not create a weapon that can do this? Don't think about what you have, but what you don't have, Gravis said with a smirk. Eris still wasn't convinced. This defeat felt unfair. It was one thing to lose to Yursi, who was at the same level as him, but to lose to someone 2 levels below him. He couldn't accept something like that. Yet, before Eris could say anything, Gravis smirked at him. I know that you are still not convinced. Even though you would have just died if this were a real fight, you still don't accept it. Your pride makes you blind to... Shut up! Eris shouted as he charged at Gravis again with an explosion. He couldn't accept his loss. This time, he wouldn't use such an easily avoidable attack. Suddenly, The air turned cold as it became difficult for everyone to breathe. Gravis had just activated his will aura. Yet, true to his promise, Gravis tweaked it to have the same power as when he had been at the tree stage. After all, he had said that he would only use the battle strength that he had when he had been at their level. Yet, how powerful was Gravis' will aura? Back in the tree stage, he had already killed the priest and strengthened his will aura with the tree stage training. A beast at his same level would lose its consciousness. A beast 1 level above him would barely be able to move, and a beast 2 levels above him would be slowed by nearly 50%. All 3 of them felt like a massive pressure was pressing into them. In their eyes, this weak Gravis had transformed into a beast that appeared just as powerful as a king. Of course, this was only an illusion brought on by Gravis' will aura. Eris had wanted to attack, but the sudden pressure had made him hesitate. Gravis wasn't someone that let such an opportunity slip by him. With Eris being slowed, Gravis jumped forward and buried his saber in Eris' other eye. Now Eris was blind. Bang! Then, Eris heard an explosion of lightning and felt a powerful hit to his stomach, which threw him into the distance. Sadly, he wasn't able to discern much without eyes. Sarah and Yursi had seen what had happened. Gravis had used some lightning and kicked Eris in the stomach with another lightning explosion. The resulting power reduced Gravis' legs to chunks but threw Eris into the distance. "You have just died a second time, Eris?" Gravis transmitted from a distance. Eris' mind was in a panic as his survival instincts kicked in. He jumped around in an effort to dodge other attacks, but no attacks came. Meanwhile, Sarah and Yursi saw Eris jumping around while Gravis just stood there, not doing anything. "I'm not attacking you right now. Stop it with this stupid dance," Gravis said. When Eris heard that, he stopped. Sadly, he was still unable to see. "Have you all felt it?" Gravis asked. "This was an aura unique to myself in this world. It transforms my will into physical pressure. My aura had already been at this level when I was at your level." Eris could only hear right now, but for the first time, he truly listened to what his father was saying. "Our legs are fast and allow for instantaneous acceleration, but as you all know, it drains a lot of our energy," Gravis explained. Bzzzzz. Some thin tendrils of lightning appeared around Gravis as he shot forward with incredible speed. It wasn't as fast as the lightning explosion, but it was definitely much faster than normal. After all, Gravis was using the power of lightning together with his physical power to move that quickly. This was the lightning movement. Gravis hadn't used that technique in forever. Sarah and Yursi felt like this method of movement was ingenious. Would they have ever thought about something like this? Of course, they couldn't be faulted. Humans had a long history, and what allowed such a technique to be so widely spread was an essential advantage humans had over beasts. Writing. One smart beast might develop a mighty technique, but this technique would be lost if that beast died. Yet, if a human wrote down this technique and sold it, it would spread. Beasts had no idea what some beasts millions of years ago managed to create, but, due to writing, humans could know the distant past. You have accepted your current speed, and you haven't thought about how to improve it. You have accepted your speed as your total, unchangeable truth. This is the same thing that has happened to your perception of your weapons. You haven't thought about creating a more powerful weapon than the ones you already have, Gravis explained. Eris was confused by Gravis' words, since he hadn't been able to see the lightning movement. Meanwhile, Sarah and Yursi were listening with bated breaths. It was like their father was showing them the essential truths of combat. A whole new world of combat had opened before their eyes. "Is there more, father?" Sarah asked curiously. Gravis smiled warmly as he heard Sarah call him father. "Yursi has managed to step outside this boundary with something she has developed. Do you know what it is, Yursi?" Gravis asked. By now, Gravis felt completely different to Sarah and Yursi. In the beginning, they had doubted his power, but now it was like Gravis was at a completely different level. He had shown them a path to elevate their attack and speed. Was there also something in regards to defense, utility, flexibility, and evasion? Yursi was a bit confused when Gravis called her out. But then, she realized the answer. "Do you mean the early dodging?" she asked. Gravis nodded with a smile. This was also a technique I had developed in the past, but you managed to invent it yourself. When you managed to perform it for the first time, I felt very proud of you. For some reason, Xianxia felt warm when she heard Gravis' words. She didn't know why, but his approval just made her happy. This was the same technique I have used against Eris in our first fight, Gravis said. These words also interested the confused and bitter Eris. What is the most obvious and most powerful attack your opponent can perform? By looking at their personality, conduct, body, and general feeling, you can determine that. Of course, using this technique comes with a risk. If you judge incorrectly only once, you will be hit by a devastating attack. Yet, when fighting against someone that is so fast that you can't react, it is your only way to win. Having a 50% chance of dying is better than having a 100% chance of dying. Now, Eris realized how Xianxia had been able to evade his attack. She had anticipated how Eris would attack and dodged before he even attacked himself. This transformed something instinctual like dodging into something deliberately planned. To Eris and Sarah, this concept felt bizarre and wrong. Eris, Gravis said, making Eris' insides shake. By being blind, he felt helpless. Additionally, Gravis had given him a beating without him even being able to defend. Was Eris truly so weak? Why, yes. Eris tried to answer with confidence, which was ruined by his nervous stutter. Your pride in your power blinds you to the possibility of failure, Gravis explained. Your attacks have always worked in the past, so you think that you will always triumph. You have developed a domineering and powerful combat style. One could say, your combat style is as offensive and domineering as it gets. Eris was a bit confused. Why was Gravis praising him? The problem with that style is that it relies on your opponent having a similar combat style to yours, Gravis explained. If they fight you openly and directly, you have a very high chance of winning. Yet, if they fight indirectly, your combat style falls flat. You can continue with this combat style, but as soon as you find someone that specializes in evasion and devastating counterattacks, you will have huge issues. A combat style that requires a specific opponent is only useful when fighting that opponent. Xianxia is exactly such an opponent, Gravis said as he smirked at Xianxia. The difference between you and her are your goals. Your goal in a fight is to win. Her goal is to kill. She is willing to use everything in her power to kill her opponent. You're not. Gravis looked at Eris. Forget your senseless pride. Accept that there are a lot of opponents out there that are more powerful than you. Talent only brings you so far. Don't aim to win. Aim to kill. Everyone looked at Eris. How would he react? Eris remained silent as he wrestled with his pride. His mind told him that everything that Gravis said was the truth, but he also felt that if he accepted the truth, he would lose. Accepting that someone else was right was always very difficult. Gravis shook his head again. Do you guys know what the most important thing is for becoming powerful? Eris was a bit surprised by such a stupid question. The answer was obviously power. Power itself, Eris said, surprising the other two. Eris was willing to talk now. Power is the goal, not the prerequisite. What do you need to become truly powerful? Gravis asked. Battles and a powerful body, Eris said. Half true, Eris, Gravis said. You were right with the necessity for battles, but the body part is not as important. After all, your body is already part of your strength, and you can change it however you want. Let me show you something. Then Gravis transmitted an image into the heads of his 3 children. The 3 were a bit confused why Gravis transmitted this image. Wasn't this just some weak eel? This is the body I had after arriving in this world, Gravis said with a smirk. Immediately, all 3 of them were shocked. This had been their father's body at some point, but this body was so weak and full of flaws. The body was slow, fragile, and had nearly no weapons. This body was about as bad as it could get. You should have noticed by now that it is possible to alter your body after every evolution. Right now, your instincts tell you to stay in this body and to become as small as possible. Yet, is that the correct choice? Gravis asked with a smirk. Before they could answer, Gravis sent another image. This was my body after the first evolution, Gravis said as he showed them the image of the fleshy eel with an alligator head. This was my body after the second evolution, Gravis said as he showed them the image of the previous eel with some powerful arms. This was my body after the third evolution, Gravis said as he showed them the image of the same eel, but with a wider chest and black scales. And finally, Gravis said as he gestured to himself, this is my body after the fourth evolution. Sarah and Xianxia were intrigued as they listened to Gravis. Their father had managed to transform such a useless and weak body into such a powerful weapon. The first image didn't even have any resemblance to Gravis' current body. If I had followed my instincts, I would be a huge eel now, Gravis said with a smile. Yet, I have noticed the weakness of my body and have planned my future evolutions accordingly. First, I needed a weapon, which was why I made my head. Then, I needed arms that allowed me to use tools. After that, I needed a more powerful defense. Lastly, I created my flexibility and speed. Like this, all aspects have been covered. Yet, this body only fits my fighting style. Whoop! Gravis summoned his saber again. I use a saber, and my entire body is built around using one of these. My main weapons are not my teeth or claws. My main weapon is my saber. If your main weapon is not a saber, you might need to think about changing your body with the next evolution. For example, what about a longer tail with a sharp spike at its end? Your arms can hold someone while your tail deals the fatal attack. This would be similar to a scorpion. What about replacing one of your arms with a heavy club? This club would help you in breaking through an enemy's defense. What about both? The possibilities are endless, Gravis said as he gestured grandly. Then Gravis pointed at his head. Your creativity is your only limit. The three of them fell into thought as they started thinking about changing their bodies. Before today, they would have never even considered that. Sorry for getting on a tangent, Gravis said with a snicker. Back to my original question. I have asked what you need to become powerful. Battles are one part of the answer, but that only covers one aspect. The most important requirement for becoming powerful is the mindset. Mindset? Sarah asked with confusion. Gravis nodded. If you are not willing to risk your life, you won't be able to temper yourself. Your mindset to gamble with your life is what allows you to take such a risk. Additionally, I would like for you to imagine your future selves. In 10 years, what would your future self think about you now? The three of them hadn't considered that before. They were beasts and hadn't come into contact with a true society yet. Such far-reaching planning was not something they had done before. I will tell you, Gravis said. Your future selves will think that your current self is an idiot. You always continue growing, and you also always learn new things. Right now, you are much more experienced than the you from a year ago. The you from a year ago feels like a rookie compared to the current you, correct? Xianxia and Sarah agreed with a nod. They had learned a lot in the past year. What are you getting at? Eris asked. Yet he didn't sound arrogant this time. Instead, he sounded more open. What I'm saying is that if you have more things to learn and more things to change about yourself, you are not perfect right now, Gravis said. Right now, you might not see any weakness in yourself, but your future self would find a ton of weaknesses in the current you. Yet, if you're unable to throw away your pride and see the flaws you currently have, your future self won't be able to see your flaws. Does this mean that you are perfect as you are now? If you were, you wouldn't have lost against me just now, Gravis said. Eris felt attacked by Gravis' reminder about his bitter loss. Do you feel it? Gravis asked as he came closer to Eris. Do you feel the unwillingness deep inside you? Do you feel the frustration with realizing that someone else might be right? Gravis put his hand on Eris' shoulder, making his body shudder a bit. This feeling is the enemy. If this feeling wins, you will forever remain at your current level. Allow yourself to grow and to be open to change. If you realize that you have been mistaken about something, you shouldn't try to justify your path but try to adapt it. Take the best things from all paths and mindsets, and you will grow closer to perfection, Gravis said. Eris knew exactly what Gravis was talking about, but it was hard. If he accepted Gravis' words, it would mean that he had lived his whole life with a wrong mindset. Your mindset isn't wrong, Gravis said, surprising Eris. Was his father able to read his mind? Of course, Gravis wasn't able to do that. He just had a lot of experience with people and beasts. Don't see your current mindset as the correct or incorrect one. It is simply the first level. It's the base. Your future mindset doesn't invalidate your old one. It simply builds upon it and upgrades it. Eris' mind was going wild. He could accept that. Gravis had said that his future self would think of his current self as an idiot anyway. Didn't that mean that his future self was a better version of his current self? Would his future self have the same identical beliefs as his current self? No, his future self would have grown. Some seconds passed in silence. I'm sorry I doubted you, father, Eris said after he calmed down. Sarah was surprised when she heard Eris admit his fault. At the same time, Yersi's eyes shone as she realized that Eris finally accepted his weakness. If Eris managed to deal with his mindset, he would become truly powerful. Gravis smiled happily when he heard that. Thank you, Eris. You don't know how worried I have been about your mindset. You're my son. I don't want you to die. I want you to become powerful. Realize that I am doing this not to hurt you, but to help you. The three of them were unsure if they had heard Gravis correctly. Had Gravis just said that he was worried for them? Every beast knew that allowing others to impact one's feelings was a weakness. Yet, their father had acknowledged that he had that weakness without any problem. Now, Gravis said, taking all of them out of their thoughts, sit down. I will tell you about my past and why you have your current bodies. Sarah quickly sat down in front of Gravis since she was very interested in what he had to say. Yersi shrugged and also sat down. Then, everyone looked at Eris. Eris hesitated, but his mind won over his pride. By now, he had accepted that he needed to change. Listening to his father's story would be the first step towards his new mindset. When Gravis saw Eris sitting down, he smiled happily. And then Gravis told them his story. It took several days for Gravis to tell his children all about his background. Usually, it wouldn't have taken so long, but same with Orthar, his children just asked one question after another. It seemed like they were quite curious about the workings of the world. In their area, they had been the most powerful hegemons, but as soon as they met Gravis, they realized how big the world actually was. Tribes, kingdoms, and empires were completely unknown concepts to them. Beasts were congregating and working together in such a large number. This is also why you have such an incredible affinity towards lightning, Gravis said with a smile. My goal is to fight heaven in the future, which is why I have ignored all other elements and completely focused on lightning. The three of them were lost in thought. By now, Eris had completely opened up and was just as curious as the other two. He had also accepted Gravis as his father and even felt proud of him. His father was only a lord, but he had already managed to kill level 2 kings. This was incredible. Gravis had also demonstrated his other powers to them and explained how they worked. These were his children, and he wouldn't keep anything secret if it helped them learn something and grow more powerful. Seeing that they stopped asking questions, Gravis could finally explain the next thing. Now, let me tell you something about battle strength in the Lord realm. The three perked up again, especially Eris. He was the one most hellbent on becoming powerful. Starting at the Lord realm, every level up quadruples the power of your body. This is double the amount of growth of being a spirit beast. Think about this for a bit and realize what this means in terms of abilities to fight one level above yourself, Gravis said. They remained silent for a bit, but then, all three of them looked with confusion at their father. Father, Sarah said, if the power gap is so wide, how are you able to fight someone 3 levels above yourself? Doesn't that mean that their bodies are 64 times more powerful than yours? You wouldn't even be able to react to anything. Additionally, your attacks wouldn't be powerful enough to injure them. Gravis nodded. Exactly. Fighting 3 levels above yourself as a spirit beast is a major difference from fighting 3 levels above yourself as a lord. Now, let me break down how I managed to achieve that. First of all, you all now know that I am a human and that I have the weapons of a human. This means that I have a spirit and lightning that is about equally as powerful as my body. Additionally, since I'm in the Unity realm, I can move my power around. This means that if I concentrate my whole power into one part, for example my body, it would be 3 times as strong. If we take this strengthened body as a baseline, the enemy is no longer 64 times as powerful as me, but only a bit over 21 times, Gravis said. 21 times still seems impossible, Xianxia said from the side with furrowed brows. The opponent is still faster than you can even react, even if you use the pre-dodging technique. Gravis nodded. Exactly. That's where the laws come into play. Laws are the biggest factor that decides your battle strength from now on. A law represents the natural workings of the world, which, if you can understand it, you can manipulate. Look at this, for example. Gravis was still inside his weak body while his other, more powerful ones, were hovering in the sky. Let me demonstrate one of the laws I know, Gravis said as he stood up. Bang! Gravis charged forward with his full speed but only used his physical body. His speed was fast but not really that fast. It was a bit above average for a low-rank spirit beast. If I only use my physical body, my speed is only a bit above average for my level, right? Gravis asked. The 3 nodded. Now, let me add my lightning. Bzzz. Now, Gravis used the speed of his body and his lightning movement. This raised his speed to be a little above average for a mid-rank spirit beast. With that, I am about as fast as a beast 1 level above myself, Gravis said. Now, I will perform the technique that you all know. Bang! Lightning exploded out of his feet as he got shot forward. This short acceleration makes me a bit faster than the average high-rank spirit beast. If we take the difference for lords into account, this will increase my speed by 1 level at the Unity Realm. The 3 nodded as they still followed him. Now, carefully look at this, Gravis said. Bzzz. Some streaks of lightning came out of his back as he shot forward with an insane speed. The 3 of them almost couldn't follow his body. This incredible acceleration shocked them to no end. This is the law of lightning speed, Gravis explained. It allows me to be even faster than with our lightning acceleration. If I were a level 1 lord, just this law would increase my speed to be about the same as a level 3 lord. That's a 2-level difference. Bang! Bzzz. Gravis vanished from in front of them as an explosion happened. Now, Gravis said from behind them, making them turn around in shock. This was a combination of the lightning acceleration and the law of lightning speed. This is close to being as fast as a lord 3 levels above me. Of course, Gravis said with a smirk. Due to me being a human, I can triple my speed by focusing all of my power into my lightning. This makes me just as fast or a bit faster than a lord 3 levels above me. Gravis came back and sat down in front of them again. Thanks to the law and some additional fine-tuning of my other abilities, I managed to close the speed gap. Of course, I can't continually use this. After all, moving so fast eats up a lot of my resources. What about defense and attack? Xianxia asked. It's good that you managed to close the speed difference, but you still can't kill your opponent with only that. Gravis nodded. You have felt my lightning before, and I have also told you how I have acquired this lightning. This lightning can also be understood and used by others. This means that this lightning is also a law. Bang! A small ball of lightning exploded in Gravis' hand to demonstrate its power. Punishment lightning by itself is already a little more than an entire level stronger than my own level. This automatically elevates my attack without me even needing to spend any extra resources. Of course, another issue would be that my lightning would run out before killing a lord 3 levels above myself. That's where my other technique comes into play. Other technique? Which one? Eris asked with a sparkle in his eye. Gravis nodded. Bzzz. Bzzz. Gravis transformed into lightning, shot upward, and returned again. I needed to reload my lightning to show you the full effect of my technique, Gravis said. He had simply reabsorbed his weak body and made a new one with the same power. Xing. His saber appeared. I will use about 80% of my lightning. Watch carefully, Gravis said. The 3 of them looked at Gravis with intense eyes. Bzzz. A lightning bomb appeared in front of Gravis. The three of them felt its destructive power, and if they didn't have such an insane resistance to lightning, they would have become nervous. Yet, they could still feel and appreciate the insane power in the lightning bomb. By fusing my spirit, will, and punishment lightning, I can create this bomb. Of course, as you have seen, creating this bomb takes some time, and when it explodes, it will unleash its power widely, in an unfocused manner. Shing! Gravis moved his saber through the lightning bomb, and it disappeared. Yet, the three of them noticed that lightning now came out of the saber. Close your eyes. The explosion is very bright, Gravis said. Yet, the three of them didn't. Our eyes will recover very quickly anyway, Xianxia said. Gravis shrugged. Then he slashed into the distance. A lightning crescent shot out of his saber and destroyed over a kilometer of his surroundings. One had to remember that Gravis was only using the power of a low-rank spirit beast right now. The explosion vanished just as quickly, but it had managed to blind the three of them for a while. Yet, they had been prepared, and it would only take half a minute to heal their eyesight. Of course, their mind wasn't on their eyesight right now but the power of the explosion. This explosion had been truly powerful. If it had been unleashed with the fire element, all three of them would have been reduced to ashes if it hit them. The pure destruction shook them for many seconds. Now, Gravis said, regaining the attention from his three kids. If I stand in front of an opponent 3 levels above me, and they don't take me seriously, they will very quickly die to that combination. They wouldn't be ready for me to shoot at them with speed at their same level, which will take them by surprise. Then, I directly unleash that attack into them, and they might very well die or get severely injured. This means that my opponent wouldn't even have been able to show any of their power. They hadn't moved, which means that their speed is useless. They hadn't attacked, which means that their power is useless. The only thing standing in my way in killing them was to overcome their defense. Eris, Gravis said after his explanation, making Eris look at his father with his newly recovered eyes. Imagine how you would have reacted if you met me, and I had the fire element. My speed would have caught you off guard, and my attack might have killed you. You would have died a regretful death. You know that you were more powerful than me, but the fight had ended before you could even show a bit of your power. That's what I was talking about with the difference between you and Xianxia. You aim to win a fight. Xianxia aims to kill just like me. This situation wouldn't even have been a fight. This would have been a one-sided slaughter where the weaker one instantly kills the stronger one. Never take your opponents lightly. There is always a chance that they might surprise you. Eris nodded. I understand, he said. By now, I'm ready to accept that I would have died to such an attack. Staying alive is more important than winning a fight, and killing my opponent is also more important than winning a fight. After all, if I die, I can never fight again. Gravis smiled proudly. A great way of putting it, Eris. Bang! The powerful body of Gravis appeared in front of them as it absorbed the weaker one. Now we've talked enough. It's time for you to become more powerful. The three of them stood up with steely eyes. It was time to see the real world. The 4 of them flew for a while. Gravis had to drag them behind him in the sky since they couldn't fly by themselves since they first needed to become lords. This would take a while since they had to travel for a very great distance to continue their tempering. The Empire had a lot of tempering programs for all levels of strength. Right now, the 3 of them were still too weak to partake in an invasion. That would have to wait until they became level 3 lords. Until then, they would take part in another program. Subsidiary Tribes was the name of the program. Level 1 to level 3 lords would be sent to the edges of the continent where they would create a tribe to help the Empire get more members. Starting at the Lord Realm, beasts were able to contribute to the Empire. Due to that, none of the tempering for these beasts would take part inside the Empire. The Empire might be able to bear the cost of sacrificing and refining their beasts up to the Lord Realm, but if they continued that practice to the King Realm, they would use up way too many of their own members. Additionally, these kings wouldn't have seen the outside world yet, decreasing their quality. By sending the new lords to the edges of the continent to make a tribe, they could recruit a lot more spirit beasts. If those spirit beasts then became lords, they would be introduced to the Empire and continue their own tempering. Every couple of months, a king would appear in the subsidiary tribes to collect the new recruits. With that, the three of them would be able to contribute to the empire that had raised them. But first, Gravis wanted to make a stop somewhere else. The four of them arrived at the foot of the Mountain of Pride. Just like Gravis, his three kids were impressed by the imposingness of the mountain. They all fell into thought as they simply took the mountain in. Eris, specifically, seemed to have quite an affinity for the law of pride. Pride was like a double-edged sword. If used incorrectly, it might blind someone to growth, but if used correctly, it gave people confidence in their own power when things looked bleak. Due to Eris' personality, he had had a lot of dealings with pride in the past. Now, it was up to him to understand and use it correctly. Gravis wanted the three of them to meet their mother for the first time, but just when he wanted to climb the mountain, the Grand Elder appeared in front of them. "The three of them are not qualified enough to see the Empress," the Grand Elder said with a serious voice. The three of them looked at the white ape in confusion. This white ape was only around 1.5 meters tall, and they felt no power from him. To them, he felt exactly like a demonic beast. Gravis furrowed his brows, but before he decided to argue, he first needed to introduce his children to him. Otherwise, one of them might say something disrespectful. "Eris, Sarah, Yersi, this is the Grand Elder. He is a level 2 emperor and the strongest member of the empire besides the Empress," Gravis said. The eyes of the three of them widened in shock. They were standing in front of a level 2 emperor? This was one of the most powerful beasts in the world. The contrast of his weak appearance and what they had heard about him clashed inside their heads. The Grand Elder looked at the three children with narrowed eyes. Instantly, the three of them felt like they stood before the world itself. In their minds, the harmless white ape had transformed into a godlike existence. They had never felt anything as powerful as this. "Do you see, Gravis?" the Grand Elder said as he turned to him. "They have had no experiences in the outside world, which makes them unable to truly appreciate and notice power. Their eyes have shown skepticism and even a little bit of hidden disdain towards me. If they weren't your children, they would already be dead." Gravis closed his eyes and took a deep breath. In his eagerness to introduce his children to their mother, he had forgotten how beasts looked at their offspring. To the Empress, these three were not even worth as much as a common soldier of the Empire. Gravis had also noticed that the Grand Elder said "your children," and not "the Empress' children." The Empress wouldn't mind their deaths. In her mind, since they weren't able to notice power, they should deal with the consequences of offending a more powerful beast. There was no love among beasts. "Thank you, Grand Elder," Gravis said. Most humans would have acted in a hostile manner if someone so powerful displayed their power on their children like this, but not Gravis. Even though he had made a mistake, Gravis saw that this situation would teach his children a valuable lesson. By feeling the power of an emperor, they would finally truly feel the power of the real world. After all, there was a difference between hearing something and feeling something for themselves. The Grand Elder nodded and then transmitted a map to Gravis. "This is where the level 1 lords need to gather. The next escort will depart from there in 23 days. You can tell her everything regarding their future. They can meet the Empress when they become level 3 kings." Gravis nodded. "Thank you," he said, and then left with his three children. Gravis was a bit nervous about how his children felt when they heard that they wouldn't meet their mother for a long while. Yet, surprisingly to him, they weren't that hung up about the fact. It almost looked like all of this only felt natural to them. "You don't mind that you won't meet your mother for a while?" Gravis asked. "Why would we?" Eris answered evenly. "It's not important where our blood comes from. Only the companionships built upon perils are worth anything." The other two nodded at Eris' words. Gravis sighed when he heard that. To him, it was rather ironic. Didn't Gravis have the same outlook regarding his own siblings? He didn't care that they were family. He only cared about their emotions and conduct towards him. Yet, there was still a difference between them. Gravis still felt a little bad about the fact that most of his siblings were egotistical and never cared for him until he eventually becomes powerful. Meanwhile, this hidden, bad feeling didn't exist in his children's minds. They truly didn't care about not meeting their mother. I should keep the fact in mind that my 3 kids are beasts, and beasts think differently to humans. The things I want emotionally might not be what they want. Gravis thought with furrowed brows. They continued traveling for a couple of days. During the travel, they talked a lot with each other. Maybe it was Gravis' friendly and warm aura. Maybe it was their mindset which resembled a human's more than other beasts. But a warm and harmonious feeling could be felt between them. For the first time in a long while, Gravis felt like he was back home with his parents and Orpheus, and he enjoyed every second of it. They traveled for about a day. Gravis couldn't use his full speed while pulling his 3 children with him. Yet, Gravis actually didn't want the journey to end. He loved this feeling of harmony so very much. Even though Gravis appeared strong and powerful, he had always felt alone in this world. Yes, he considered the Grand Elder and the Empress as friends, but friends were different from family. He always distracted himself with cultivation, but that didn't make the feeling disappear entirely. It just moved it into the background. Now, with a family of his own, Gravis finally no longer felt alone. This world was no longer just a simple training ground on his journey but another home for him. His children were here, and he cared for them immensely. Of course, all good things must come to an end, and the 4 of them arrived at the spot that the Grand Elder had told Gravis about. A lot of level 1 lords congregated here as they all waited for a king to escort them to their future training grounds. The 3 kids were shocked when they saw so many lords. There were over 100 of them. Every single one of them would serve as tempering for them. After all, the 3 of them were still high-rank spirit beasts. This is only a glimpse of the true vastness of the real world, Gravis told them. These beasts are only the ones that have reached the Unity Realm in the last 10 days. In the next 20 days, their numbers will most likely triple. There are many lords in this world, and this is only a tiny amount of them. The 3 of them nodded with narrowed eyes. They finally saw beasts that they could actually fight here. To them, it felt like it had been forever since they last saw such worthy opponents. Don't try to fight them randomly, Gravis instructed them. These beasts are part of our empire. They are not the enemy. Don't waste your precious tempering experiences by fighting duels. As soon as you create a tribe of your own, you will feel the difference between fighting wild beasts and actual war. The 3 of them nodded. Gravis had told them that every tempering opportunity was precious and that they should use them in an optimal way. Gravis had also told them that a war with multiple enemies felt much more chaotic and uncertain, which would immensely help their temper. The 3 of them were not so stupid to ignore such sound advice. When the king arrives, I will tell them to send you to the area for level 2 lords, Gravis said. The 3 of them felt nervous when they heard that. Yes, they wanted tempering, but this sounded more akin to certain death than tempering. But we can't fight 3 levels above ourselves yet, Sarah said from behind Gravis. I don't expect you to, Gravis said. The difference between a high-rank spirit beast and a level 1 lord is 2 levels, but these levels only refer to the levels between spirit beasts. This means that every level 1 lord has a body about double as powerful as yours since you are divine beasts. In regards to the lord realm, the difference between you and a lord is not even a full lord level. A level 2 lord has a body about 8 times as powerful as yours. Right now, such a fight would be close to certain death. You still have a small chance of winning, but that chance is truly tiny. Yet, that only holds true if it's only one of you fighting one, Gravis said with a smirk. The 3 of them began to understand what Gravis was referring to. You want us to fight together? Eris asked with a raised brow. Gravis nodded. If you fight together, 2 of you have a good chance of emerging victoriously against a level 2 lord while the last one deals with the level 1 lords. Yet, that fight will still be more difficult than fighting a level 1 lord alone. Right now, you're in an awkward spot in regards to battle strength. Awkward spot? Sarah asked with confusion. How can battle strength be awkward? She asked. Simple, Gravis answered. Fighting a level 1 lord will only serve as a minor tempering experience. Yet, fighting a level 2 lord means almost certain death. This makes it awkward for you to find fitting tempering. But, Gravis said with a smirk, there are ways around that. For example, you can fight 2 level 1 lords simultaneously or fight a level 2 lord with a companion. Both of these things will serve as good tempering for you. By fighting like this, you are increasing your battle strength until a fight 2 levels above yourself isn't as perilous anymore. The eyes of the 3 sparkled as they realized the use of fighting like this. This would truly help them to become more powerful. But you have to keep in mind that not all lords are equally powerful, Gravis warned them. Back when I have led the river tribe, all of my lords had an, at least, above-average battle strength. Some of them were even able to fight a full level above them, just like you. You have to remember that none of my lords had been divine beasts. You might meet lords like that in your future journey. Xianxia furrowed her brows. Then wouldn't we die if we met someone like that as an opponent? She asked. Gravis nodded. The chances are high, yes, but that is the difference between the areas you have grown up in and the real world. In the real world, there are a lot more uncertainties and surprises that you can't control. If you can't deal with them, you will find that you have died an unnecessary death. Just this fear of uncertainty does wonders for you. Xianxia, you of all beasts, should know the use of that uncertainty. Xianxia thought back to the time she had walked outside to find energy beasts. Back then, everything could have happened. If she hadn't reacted appropriately, some shockwaves might have killed her during her search. Yet, hadn't she learned the ability to pre-dodge by going through this? I understand, Xianxia said after some seconds. Gravis turned to them with a smile. Then, let's enjoy our last moments together as a family. I won't be accompanying you in your future journey from now on. After all, my own journey hasn't ended yet. I also need to walk forward. The 3 of them nodded at Gravis with confidence. We understand, Father, Eris said. If you stopped going forward just because of us, I wouldn't see you as our father anymore. You are our father, which means that you always need to be more powerful than us. Otherwise, you would only be a failure. Gravis smirked bitterly. He understood Eris' sentiment, but Eris could have put it in a friendlier way. This was Eris' way of encouraging his father to become more powerful. The other 2 siblings similarly echoed that sentiment in their own, less rude fashion. Then, the family spent the last 20 days together. They talked, and Gravis explained more foreign concepts to them. Most of these concepts were things that only humans related to or used, but those things would still be helpful to beasts. They needed to widen their horizons as much as possible. The day for the escorting king to arrive appeared in almost no time to Gravis. When the king arrived, Gravis felt reluctant to leave them. Now, their future was uncertain. He couldn't watch over them anymore. Yet, he had to deal with the fact that his children were leaving his supervision. This was an integral step in their development, and it was time for them to create their own path. Gravis told the king about his plans, and the king agreed that this sounded like the best way to proceed for the 3 of them. If they managed to survive, these 3 would become elites of the empire. After all, the step of fighting 2 levels above oneself was the hardest to take, and not many beasts managed to accomplish that. Gravis said his goodbyes to his children and watched them as they flew into the distance, together with the king. He waited until they left his spirit senses range and sighed. My brief vacation in this world has ended, Gravis said to himself with melancholy. I have managed to father 3 wonderful children, and I can't stop because of them. Gravis' eyes narrowed as 2 other Gravises appeared beside him. He had waited until his family matters were over to become a king. He wanted to use the law heaven would grant him when he became a king as a springboard to jump back into danger again. My resolve has not weakened because of my children, Gravis said with a powerful will. Instead, it has only grown more powerful. I need to create a world for them where nothing can suppress them. I want them to live in total freedom, without a heaven always looking down on them. Gravis looked at the sky with fiery anger. If I had to choose again, I would willingly choose to have these 3 children. I don't regret this even a little bit. Yet you have still forced me through this. Should I be thankful for an enemy that nearly killed me because I have gotten more powerful as a result of that? No! All 3 Gravises transformed into lightning and gathered in one lightning bolt. Bang! Gravis had gathered all his power into himself again for the first time in several years. Bang! In an instant, Gravis felt the violent feeling of an evolution approaching. "You better not renege on your own rules, Heaven," Gravis said coldly. It was time for him to become a king. The evolution began with a boom. Gravis' body had way too much lightning, which all went into his body and spirit now, boosting them way past the requirements for the evolution. Gravis felt the evolution and felt his body changing. In no time at all, Gravis imagined the picture of the body he wanted to create. This time, in comparison to all the previous evolutions, he wouldn't change much. All aspects of his body had already been covered, and making big additional changes would ruin his body's balance. Gravis' body shook as he began to become smaller again. He hated it that he always continued growing with each level up inside the realms. Such a big body might be useful against beasts since they were even more massive, but in the future, when he met humans again, such a huge body would only be a liability. After around a minute, Gravis' body stabilized again. Right now, he was back to having a size of 2 meters, which was very well within the size ranges of a human. Looking from outside, his body didn't appear any different at all, except for its size. What had Gravis changed? Not much. Wings would be cumbersome and ineffective since his speed was already covered by his lightning. Additional arms would seem nice at first glance, but when Gravis used his arms, he also used all the other muscles inside his body. If he had another 2 arms, his attacking power would not increase at all since it would be just the same muscles being used. What about a longer tail with a spike at the end? That sounded like a good change, but not when one considered who Gravis always fought. Against a beast on his level, such a tail would do wonders. Against a beast 1 level higher than him, it would also still prove to be a small advantage. Yet, as soon as his opponents were 2 levels higher than him, the weapons Gravis' body could create wouldn't be powerful enough to break through the enemy's defense. If Gravis used that tail to hit such a beast, his tail would break apart at the first impact. An advantage that was only useful against enemies Gravis could easily deal with was not a useful advantage. Additional legs would make it hard for Gravis to defend against attacks from all angles. Additionally, it would decrease the flexibility of his waist. A horn? All of Gravis' defenses would crumble anyway if an actually dangerous opponent managed to hit him. The horn would not be able to work as a weapon and also not as a defense. It would only make his head more cumbersome. All in all, every addition Gravis could make would sacrifice an advantage that he had. So, he only changed a single thing except for his size. When one looked on from the outside, they wouldn't notice anything different, but when they saw inside Gravis' body, they would see that the inside of his torso had changed drastically. Gravis added a lot more soft and springy flesh to surround his organs. This was the change that he made. Right now, when Gravis fought an enemy 3 levels above him, the biggest danger was the blunt force impacting his torso by blocking an attack with his shield or armor. That's why Gravis used this change to make his torso as resistant towards blunt force as possible. With this, he could block several more attacks without dying. The evolution stopped as Gravis took a deep breath to feel his power. Finally, he was a king. Some seconds passed in which Gravis only thought about his new power. Yet, the more time passed, the more frustrated and infuriated Gravis became. Gravis snapped his head to the sky and glared. "Where is my law?" he asked icily. No answer came. Gravis waited for another minute, but nothing happened. Zrrr. Zrrk. The sound of gnashing teeth could be heard from Gravis' mouth. "Are you fucking serious?" Gravis shouted with all his power, his voice shaking the surroundings. "You count me as a beast and force me to go through the mandatory procreation. I said I am a human and you disagree. You say I am a beast and force me through the stupid rule anyway. But now, I am suddenly not a beast anymore? Now you decide to see me as a human," Gravis shouted in rage. This was a blatant manipulation of the rules. When it came to an issue regarding being a beast, Gravis counted as a beast, but as soon as a reward was imminent, Gravis suddenly counted as a human. What was this bullshit? "Answer, you useless piece of shit," Gravis shouted. Time passed and no answer came. Gravis' fury reached new heights. The past thing with him counting as a beast instead of a human was still debatable. After all, it depended on the definition of the onlooker, if it was the body or the mind that decided one to be a human or beast. But this was not debatable. Heaven had made its choice regarding Gravis' status, and it should go through with everything that this choice entailed. Gravis clenched his fist so hard that his scales cracked under the pressure. Suppression. He hated this constant suppression. The lower heaven had suppressed him by directly acting against him, and also suppressed him emotionally by forcing him to remain alone. The highest heaven had suppressed him by completely disregarding him and using him against his father. This heaven suppressed him with the rules, and now, it suppressed him with its blatant manipulation of them. Gravis hated being suppressed so much. He only wanted freedom, but one heaven after the other forced him to do their bidding. "Fine," Gravis said with a threatening voice. "You want to play this game with me? Fine. Do you think this show of force and control will discourage me? No. This only makes me even more certain of my goal. As soon as I'm powerful enough," Gravis said slowly, "there will no longer be a heaven in this world. I swear it upon my life." Boom! Gravis' will and lightning manifested as it heard its oath. His lightning went wild and showed its support. Lightning struck everything that came close to it, and this heaven had dared to suppress it. Gravis' will aura exploded as he created this solemn vow. He was not swearing on the name of anyone else, which was different from how normal cultivators swore oaths. Gravis had sworn on his life, and his lightning would force him to uphold this oath. Even if this heaven would kill every single loved one in Gravis' life, he would still be forced to fight it or perish. His lightning would never allow him to back out of an oath, no matter what happened. Even if this heaven begged on all of its limbs and gave Gravis supreme power, if he let it live, he would still be forced to attack it. Gravis had never sworn such an oath before in his life. He knew his lightning and himself very well, and he knew that such oaths couldn't be sworn lightly. Only when there was a very good reason would he go through with something so consequential. In an ironic sense, Gravis suppressed himself with this oath. He would be forced to do whatever he had sworn now with no way out. Yet, if this oath managed to temper himself more, he would only become more powerful. Gravis wanted to force himself into killing this heaven, no matter what happened. Boom! Gravis' will aura exploded as it spread into the distance. All level 3 kings and weaker in a 500-kilometer radius felt the immense pressure exhibited by Gravis' will aura. With his rage and oath, Gravis managed to push his will aura across the border, separating it from the next level. The earth and mountains in his surroundings cracked and crumbled as his will aura shook them. Yet, instead of paying any attention towards his new, powerful will aura, Gravis' mind was focused on something else. Surprisingly, it even didn't pay any attention to heaven right now. Gravis' mind was going wild as concepts he had understood previously fused together into one. He was understanding something crucial. Many of Gravis' past experiences gathered together to form one whole concept. This concept was a law. Additionally, this law was something very few living beings managed to comprehend. Different beings had different experiences which taught them different, new concepts. Nearly Gravis' entire life revolved around him wanting freedom due to him being suppressed by the different heavens. Gravis' rage vanished as it was fully focused on comprehending right now. He had just grasped something integral, and he would use this chance to understand a new law. After half a minute, Gravis managed to combine a lot of his known concepts into a single law. Ha 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 ha! Gravis laughed. Yet his laugh didn't sound happy. His laugh sounded more like someone who had one bad thing after the other happen to them. He laughed at the irony of his current situation. "What irony?" Gravis said silently with a bitter smile after some seconds. "My goal is freedom, and I want nothing more than to be free and do what I want. Yet, I've comprehended the law of suppression." Gravis never wanted to suppress anyone. He wanted freedom, and since he valued freedom so much, he also wanted everyone else to gain freedom. Gravis never wanted to suppress someone. It was only killing neutral interactions, friendly interaction, or no interaction at all with others. Suppression. How many different kinds of suppression were there? One could say that there was only one kind of suppression, which was the suppression someone stronger had over someone weaker. Yet that was not true. Someone could be blackmailed. The blackmailer might not be more powerful than the person, but they had something that managed to suppress others emotionally. Gravis had experienced this kind of suppression in the lower world when the lower heaven had forced him to stay alone. Gravis had experienced the suppression of power nearly his entire life. The heavens always looked down on him and had power that could obliterate him if there weren't the rules or his father keeping him protected. Then there was suppression by intelligence. Someone might use the rules of a larger organization to force someone more powerful into a weak situation. This heaven had suppressed him with its uses of the rules. How many people or beasts came that much into contact with suppression as Gravis? One could argue that all of them were under heaven, and therefore all of them would be under constant suppression. Yet no beast even realized that there was a heaven, and nearly all humans just accepted heaven as an inevitable truth of the world. If one didn't fight this suppression, they wouldn't feel it. Slaves and people in similar situations came a lot into contact with suppression. Yet, that was only one aspect of suppression. They were suppressed by power. Rules and emotional suppression often didn't affect them at all. How many beings had so many dealings with more powerful beings that wanted to suppress them without being allowed to kill them? How many people would even think about comprehending the law of suppression? How would they even go about doing that? It wasn't like there was some law comprehension area for suppression. Just like pride, suppression was an ethereal law that was hard to grasp. Suppression didn't physically exist since it was only a circumstance for the suppressed one. Due to all of that, very few beings managed to comprehend the law of suppression. It was just way too difficult to experience all forms of suppression by themselves. Gravis laughed in disgust. I bet that you think that this makes everything okay. Right, Heaven? Gravis asked with a sneer. I have comprehended a law now, and therefore everything is fine. No. I have comprehended this law by myself because I don't accept your bullshit. In your mind, you might even think that you have done this and that I should thank you. How truly disgusting. The law of suppression. What irony. Gravis said with a huff. I hate suppression more than anything, and I have comprehended the very thing that I despise. Yet, it is still a weapon and a part of me. Gravis activated his new will aura and moved it around. Surprisingly, he could compress it just as well as his earlier will aura. Back when he had gotten his unity will, or nascent will as it had been called in his homeworld, he hadn't been able to compress it. But now, he could compress it however much he wanted. Of course, there was still a difference. The compression of his will aura didn't increase its power. Now, no matter how much he compressed it, it always had the same amount of power. To Gravis, this didn't make a difference. When he used his will aura in a fight, he would compress it to the maximum amount possible anyway. In fact, since he could now use it in any shape and size that he wanted, fighting would become way easier for him. Gravis felt the power of his will aura and guessed that a level 3 king would be slowed by about 30% with it. Gravis smirked. Gravis' surroundings seemed to change color to a dull gray. Usually, Gravis' will aura always felt cold. If one wanted to associate a color with it, one would choose a dark blue or black color. Now, his surroundings appeared gray due to his will aura. The change in the feeling of his will aura was the law of suppression. A will aura exhibited pressure on someone, and suppression also put pressure on someone. The law of suppression and his will aura were very similar and went hand in hand. Using the law of suppression with his will aura as a medium was obvious to Gravis. His surroundings warped as gray streaks moved through them. It was like there was some kind of gray water encasing Gravis. Sure enough, the law of suppression is powerful, Gravis muttered to himself. With this, I can even suppress a level 4 king by about 20 to 30%. Additionally, using it with my will aura doesn't waste any of my power. I can keep this active for however long I desire. Gravis looked up at the sky with cold eyes. You have suppressed me so much that I have comprehended the law of suppression. Normally, I would tell you to take this as proof of your idiotic and arrogant conduct, but you probably have your head so far up your own ass that even someone that has comprehended the law of space would be humbled by this amazing, space-bending feat. Gravis sneered again. Wash your neck and wait for me to claim your eye-filled head. Gravis had declared his stance towards heaven and had taken the oath. Yet, to fulfill that oath, he first needed enough power. So, what would be his next course of action? First of all, Gravis needed to become familiar with his new powers. His father had told him that humans would receive a new weapon when they reached the nascent nourishing realm. Even though Gravis didn't know what that weapon was, he already felt a peculiar feeling that hadn't been there before. It felt like his centers of power were even more connected than before. When he had been in the Unity realm, it had felt like cables connected them, but now it felt like they were the same thing, just in different containers. It was hard to put this feeling into words, but this was the closest analogy Gravis could find. Gravis moved his power around so that everything was perfectly equalized in his being. His body, his spirit, and his lightning all had exactly the same amount of power now. Gravis felt some kind of resonation inside his being. Additionally, he also felt like his being was about to pulse. The feeling could be likened to someone knowing that they would be sneezing in a couple of seconds. The pulsing wasn't happening yet, but Gravis knew that he could will it to happen. Gravis being pulsed, and he felt a burst of power coming out of his being. Yet, this additional power could not be used like this, making Gravis fall into thought again. He remembered the feeling of the pulse and moved the power of his being around some more. Gravis realized that he could summon the pulse even when not everything was equalized. Yet, surprisingly, the pulse never became stronger than when Gravis pushed all his power into one center of power. Additionally, that center of power also couldn't be increased further with the pulse. 300% of his power was the maximum. Gravis hummed as he thought some more about this. There has to be some use for this. Gravis made the pulse appear again and tried to concentrate it into one center of power. Whenever his being pulsed, that center of power would reach a power of 300%. Gravis scratched his chin. I can't get past the 300% barrier in regards to one center of power, no matter what I do. Then, Gravis smirked. But I found something else. Bang. Gravis being pulsed again as he jumped forward with his body and lightning acceleration. Yet, surprisingly, Gravis was even faster than he should be. Just as I thought, Gravis muttered with a smirk. I only have 100% of power per center of power, which, when added, would be 300% of power. Moving my power around allows me to increase one of them to 300%, and the pulse also allows me to increase one to 300%. Yet, they're not mutually exclusive. Just now, Gravis had moved all his power into his lightning, increasing its power to 300%, while his body and spirit both had 0%. Yet, by using the pulse, Gravis managed to increase his body's power to 300% for a split second without taking away any of his lightning's power. This meant that Gravis could now elevate two centers of power to 300% simultaneously. Normally, such a discovery wouldn't make much of a difference to him. After all, he could just rapidly switch between the centers of power that he wanted. Yet, there were two important differences. First of all, Gravis could now use his physical power when he accelerated with lightning, which made him faster. Another usage would be the creation of a more powerful lightning crescent. Usually, Gravis would only be able to use a lightning crescent with 150% lightning and 150% spirit. Now, he could use a 300/301. Another difference was that the pulse didn't eat up as many resources. For some reason, when Gravis unleashed an attack while being on 300% of his power via the pulse, the used resources would only eat up the equivalent of if he had used it with 100%. Where did all this extra power come from? After all, Gravis was using an amount of power greater than his whole being. This power and energy had to come from somewhere, right? Surprisingly, the extra power came from the environment. His pulse would connect with the energy in the environment and manipulate it. The energy surrounding Gravis would then directly enter him for a short time and leave again. This whole thing could be compared to breathing. Gravis could breathe in the energy, transform it into a force he could use, and breathe it out as an attack. For example, Gravis could suck in a lot of energy with his pulse, transform that energy into lightning, and unleash the lightning. Of course, such a transformation of power still required some energy from his being, which didn't allow him to use this technique endlessly. Gravis also couldn't permanently absorb the energy. This pulse was only a short resonation between his being and the world. As soon as the short time frame for the pulse passed, Gravis felt his being starting to become injured. The short resonation was the only thing that kept him uninjured. After thinking about all of this, Gravis looked with furrowed brows towards the sky. According to logic, I should be able to transform the absorbed energy into lightning, shoot it out, and then absorb it normally, but that also doesn't work. I wonder, is that something you have done, Heaven? Gravis asked. Of course, no answer came. However, Gravis was pretty sure that he was on the right track. Cultivators had this weapon, and their spirits were adapted towards energy. Naturally, they should be able to absorb the energy without any issues. It was energy, after all. With this, every human should be able to just shoot through all the realms. Yet, that was a double-edged sword. If everyone had the ability to increase their realm without end, they would very quickly hit a bottleneck. Additionally, their battle strength would be absolute garbage. Gravis frowned. Nothing in all the worlds happened for no reason. Heaven had its fingers in everything, and if something from nature didn't conform to common sense, it often meant that Heaven had changed something in there. Gravis imagined a world where this absorption of energy would be possible. With every human having the ability to endlessly absorb energy, they would all remain at the peak of each major realm since there would still be bottlenecks. For them to progress more, they needed to go out and temper. Yet, there were problems with that. One problem was that there was no incentive in regards to resources. No one needed to fight for any kinds of resources since the energy in the air would be enough. Another issue would be the transformation of the process of tempering. Tempering was a continuous process. Right now, everyone tempered themselves whenever they got the opportunity. Yet, in this theoretical world, the gradual tempering would transform into one huge occurrence. This would discourage a lot of cultivators. Many of them would rather decide to stop cultivating than risk their lives so often without any gain. One could liken it to some work. An employee had 1 week to do one job that would take them 10 hours to complete. If they were smart, they would spend 1 to 2 hours each day. I only have to get through these 2 hours of work. Then, I'm done for today, they would say. Like this, they would be able to complete the work without any emotional distress. Yet, if they skipped directly to the end of the week without doing anything, they would have 10 hours of work directly in front of them. The chances were high that either the work would suffer or that it would be a huge ordeal for the employee. With that comparison, one could see the emotional impact of this pulsability if it allowed humans to absorb endless amounts of energy. If one hypothetically needed 5 fights to reach the next realm, it would make a huge difference in regards to the distribution of the fights. I only need to kill that guy to get this reward, one would say when they had a fight in front of them. Doing that 5 times over the course of some years with some rewards sprinkled between them would make it much easier to accept. Yet, if one had to complete all 5 fights in one sitting without any rewards, the feeling would be different. I have to risk my life 5 whole times to become more powerful? One would say. This would discourage them. This explanation had been quite long, but it represented the things Gravis had thought about. Allowing humans to absorb energy without end would probably be more damaging than helpful in regards to cultivation. Heaven wanted as many powerful humans as possible and, ironically enough, in order to achieve that, Heaven had to make cultivation harder. Well, to be honest, I prefer it this way, Gravis thought. If I had the ability to increase my cultivation to the law comprehension realm immediately, I would miss a lot of tempering and comprehension regarding laws. This would also mean that my battle strength would fall to be a little above average. Sure enough, my favorite phrase has proven to be true again. Advantages have disadvantages and disadvantages have advantages. Gravis thought. Anyway, this new ability allows me to use fewer resources and unleash a stronger, instantaneous burst. It fits my fighting style rather well. Well, no sense in remaining here. I already know what I want to do. Bzzz. With that said, Gravis transformed into lightning and shot towards the Mountain of Pride. Gravis arrived at the Mountain of Pride, but before he could climb it, the Grand Elder appeared in front of him. Since you are now a king, you no longer have the status of a mate to the Empress. Therefore, you are not allowed to climb the Mountain of Pride as casually as before, the Grand Elder said with an even voice. Gravis looked unamused at him. Okay, Gravis said evenly. Then I'm not here as a mate, but just as myself. I'm going up. The Grand Elder held his hand out to stop Gravis. Gravis, your status has changed. We have to keep up the rules. Gravis rolled his eyes in exasperation. Oh, shut up, Gravis said in annoyance. You think I have only been able to visit you guys so many times because of my status? How about you ignore this useless shit about status and accept the reality for what it is? If any other beast had told the Grand Elder to shut up, even if it were only meant as a joke, he would have killed them. Yet, for some reason, the Grand Elder didn't get angry at Gravis. It was just how Gravis was. And what is this reality? The Grand Elder asked. I like you guys. You guys like me, Gravis said with a shrug. We're companions. What's the problem with me visiting one of my companions? The Grand Elder remained silent for some seconds as he looked at Gravis with narrowed eyes. Then he sighed. Nothing goes as per protocol when it involves you, the Grand Elder said helplessly. Gravis only smirked. Don't act like my conduct doesn't feel refreshing. Don't push it, the Grand Elder said with a cold look. Is it, or is it not refreshing? Gravis said with a smirk. Come on, you can tell me if it bothers you. The Grand Elder groaned. Just go up, he commented as he flew up the mountain of pride. Gravis proceeded to do so and arrived in front of the Empress quite quickly. She seemed just as neutral and absent-minded as usual, but Gravis had had enough contact with her to judge her mood based on subtle clues. Gravis was pretty sure that the Empress felt quite amused right now. She had probably seen the interaction between him and the Grand Elder at the base of the Mountain of Pride and felt some mirth from the Grand Elder's helplessness. What brings you here, Gravis? She asked neutrally. Yet, this neutral tone meant that she didn't mind his presence at all. If she were annoyed, she would have used her icy, prideful tone. I feel quite comfortable with my battle strength right now, and I want to make use of it. If I increase my level once or twice, tempering might become awkward for me again. Right now, fighting a level 4 king should be just perfect. The Empress narrowed her eyes at Gravis. Do you know how powerful a level 4 king is? No, but I'm pretty sure that I have a good estimate, Gravis answered. What do you think, how many laws has the average level 4 king managed to comprehend? The Empress asked. Probably between 4 and 5, Gravis answered. The Empress was quite surprised when she heard that. She had expected that Gravis would underestimate the increase of battle strength between the different levels for kings. Yet, Gravis had been pretty accurate with his estimation. The Empress nodded. 4 laws are the average for a level 4 king. You know this, but you still think that you can fight such a foe? What makes you so confident? She asked. For one, I have comprehended 2 additional laws since my last fight, and both of them are very useful to my fighting style. If I had only comprehended the law of lightning speed, I wouldn't be so certain, but by understanding the law of suppression, I have become much more powerful, Gravis explained. Law of suppression? The Empress asked with furrowed brows, glancing at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder also hadn't heard of that law before. I've never heard of this law. Gravis scratched his chin. Well, I think it only makes sense that not many beasts learn the law of suppression. After all, it's not something you can just comprehend without coming into constant contact with different kinds of suppression. Want me to show you? Gravis asked. The Empress leaned forward. I'm intrigued. New laws always interest me, she said with a sparkle in her eyes. The Grand Elder was also very interested in this new kind of law. Gravis nodded. Then, he activated his will aura but only made it so big that it touched the Empress and the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder and the Empress remained silent as they felt Gravis' will aura. Their powers were far superior to his, which made Gravis' will aura feel barely stronger than the wind, but they were still interested in the feeling of pressure that Gravis unleashed. That's my will aura without the law of suppression, Gravis said. The Grand Elder furrowed his brows while the Empress looked a bit surprised. That was without the law of suppression? This aura already has the same power as the inherent superiority of a level 4 king, she said. The natural aura of a level 4 king would not inhibit other level 4 kings but would demotivate and suppress level 3 kings. Gravis being able to unleash an aura equivalent to the power of someone 3 levels above him was already nearly unbelievable. There was more? Now, let me add the law of suppression. The surroundings turned gray and dull. This will aura exhibited the same feeling someone felt when they saw an overpowering army marching towards them from a distance. The army wasn't here yet, but it was only a matter of time. It was the feeling of an imminent catastrophe. The Grand Elder fell into thought while the Empress looked with interest at her surroundings. The change in color was something new to her. Normally, one could feel the color of someone's aura, but she hadn't seen an aura that actually transformed the colors in the surroundings. With the law of suppression, you can exhibit the same amount of pressure as a level 5 king, the Empress said. If the enemy knows that you are not a level 5 king, they would still be willing to attack, but their instincts, emotions, and speed will be suppressed quite a bit. Whoop! Gravis retrieved his will aura again. Do you understand now why I think I'm ready to fight a level 4 king? Gravis asked. Instead of answering, the Empress furrowed her brows. I know your power rather well, and even with this law of suppression, a fight between you and a level 4 king would still be up in the air. There is still a high chance that you would die, she said after a while. Gravis nodded with a grin. Yes, exactly. If I knew that I would win, this wouldn't be tempering, would it? He asked. The Empress nodded once more. Correct. Fighting a level 4 king is a bit riskier for you than the normal tempering for a beast, but this willingness to take these risks is probably one of the reasons why your battle strength is so powerful. Right? Gravis said with a nod. If I don't keep going at it, my battle strength won't increase anymore in comparison to my realm. As a lord, my battle strength allowed me to fight the levels above myself, but as soon as I fought my first king, I felt the difference. The average battle strength for kings is way higher than for lords. With the boost of my 2 new laws, I think I have barely reached the ability to fight 3 levels above myself as a king. If I don't use that boost right now, I might regress to an awkward spot for tempering, which would then force me to regress to only being able to jump 2 levels. Additionally, I should be ready to understand a couple new laws, Gravis said. The Grand Elder nodded from the side. You have this feeling on you, yes. You are about to understand more laws. I presume that they have something to do with lightning, the Grand Elder said. I think so, but I can't know without comprehending them, Gravis answered. Then Gravis turned back to the Empress. So, do you know of any fitting areas or missions for me? The best-case scenario would be a singular level 4 king as an enemy. The Empress thought for a bit since this was quite a stringent requirement. Even one additional level 3 king could ruin the whole experience. Then the Empress got an idea, and her eyes sparkled. Hi, I'm Gravis, and I will be part of your squad from now on. Gravis introduced himself politely to a group of 4 beasts sitting in front of him. Hello, Gravis. A friendly but demotivated chorus came from the beasts. Gravis only laughed when he heard that demotivated echo. Oh, come on. Show some more spirit, he said encouragingly. Instead of answering, most of the beasts remained silent. Some of them even sighed. Gravis, I'm happy to have you in my team, a small silver wolf said from in front of Gravis with friendliness as he stepped forward. Don't mind the squad's lack of enthusiasm. We simply had a rough patch for the last couple of years with a lot of deaths. But hey, bad things can't keep happening forever. At some point, our luck will turn for the better. This was Gravis' new team. The whole squad was made out of previous mates to the Empress. This meant that every single beast in here was mighty. Some of them were barely able to fight 2 levels above themselves in the king realm. One had to understand that fighting 2 levels above oneself as a king was way more impressive than fighting 2 levels above oneself as a lord. So, even when all of the members were made out of previous mates to the Empress, not every member of the group could fight 2 levels above themselves. However, all of them could jump 1 level. This was the Empire's elite striking squad. The squad would travel to one defensive line after the other and attack the enemy's defensive line together with their own defensive line. Of course, the sea beasts also had several such striking squads. This squad was under the leadership of a silver wolf with the lightning element. The wolf was a level 3 king, and he could fight level 4 kings without any issues. He was pretty powerful. In the last couple of years, this squad had had a lot of casualties in the fights. Because of that, all the members were disheartened. They didn't want to stay in this squad anymore, believing it to be a place of death. Yet, they had made their choice and they needed to go through with it. The critical lack of success of this striking squad was one of the reasons why the Empress had sent him here. With Gravis' power, the success of the squad should turn for the better quickly. I've heard of how the past few years went, so don't worry, I can understand, Gravis said with a smile. Don't worry, with me here, the success will surely turn for the better. Humans might find such words to be arrogant, but beasts didn't mind them. Additionally, weren't all of them the most elite of beasts? After all, they had all been mates to the Empress in the past. This was the best proof of battle strength. Stop being so self-absorbed with misery, the Silver Wolf shouted at his squad. We just got a new member. We need to be happy for every new member we get. What's the point? A red lizard said from the side with an annoyed tone. We have had so few successes in the past several years, and someone always dies. There's no reason to get close to someone who will soon die too. The Silver Wolf groaned. Oh, come on. It's not that bad, the Silver Wolf said. Yes, it is, the lizard answered. I'm the most senior member in this squad, excluding you, and I have only been in 2 raids. Everyone that has joined this squad before me has already died. Chances are that I will be the next one. The Silver Wolf found it quite difficult to establish a positive atmosphere with all this depression polluting the atmosphere. His squad needed to be motivated in order to bring out their full strength. I will prove it to you in our next raid, Gravis said. I'm not confident in keeping everyone alive, but we should be able to get through the next raid with only 1 death. Yet, the group didn't echo Gravis' sentiment. They felt like beasts that had lost their will to fight. It was like they were on death row. Anyway, Gravis, the Silver Wolf shouted, trying to distract the squad from their negative thoughts. How powerful are you? He asked. I think I should be able to fight a level 3 king, but I haven't had the opportunity to confirm that thought yet, Gravis said. Something was wrong. Any person or beast that knew Gravis would know how he would normally answer such a question. He would say something like that he had a 50% chance of killing a level 4 king or that he was confident in fighting a level 4 king. Yet, Gravis had said that he only thought that he should be able to fight a level 3 king. This was not how he normally spoke. Gravis Lightning grumbled a bit when Gravis said that. Technically wasn't a lie, but it also wasn't stating the whole truth. This could be seen as a small form of soft manipulation. Yet, the more powerful Gravis grew, the closer his connection with his lightning got. By now, Gravis was able to transmit quite some complex concepts to his lightning, and it also became more reasonable in its demands. The lightning knew why Gravis said that and accepted Gravis' soft form of dishonesty, but only because of the current situation. The Silver Wolf seemed quite impressed. Not bad. You're not underestimating the powerful kings. That's a good quality to have. I would have almost believed that you would say you would be confident in killing a level 3 king, the Silver Wolf said with a laugh. Gravis only shrugged with a helpless smile. Anyway, the wolf said as he turned to the rest of the squad again. It just so happens that we got a mission for a new raid. Instead of being happy about the tempering, the atmosphere became colder and more depressing. The members believed that at least half of their members would die again this time. The death rate was way too high for them. When the Silver Wolf saw their reactions, he sighed. I know that you don't want to, but we have to do our jobs. Think about it this way, the more dangerous the mission, the better the tempering for the survivors. A lot of beasts would be envious of our tempering opportunities. No beast answered him as they simply looked to the side with disinterest. Gravis saw this and also could only sigh. There is really no fighting spirit left in the whole squad. The squad leader is the only one who seems willing to fight, Gravis thought. Get your affairs in order. In one day, we will leave for the battlefield, the Silver Wolf commanded. 2 of the beasts left while the other 2 just stayed there. It seemed like not everyone had companions outside the squad. The two that left were probably the only ones with companions outside the squad. They were probably telling their companions what they should do in the worst-case scenario. The two beasts returned quickly, and a day later, everyone left. It was time to attack a defensive line. The group traveled for a couple of days. The journey that had taken the invasion force months to complete had been completed by the striking squad in a couple of days. Obviously, the reason for that was the power of this striking squad. Every single member of the striking squad was a level 1 king with an exceptional battle strength, and they all also had an above-average speed for their level due to the laws they understood. The speed difference between these members and the level 3 and 4 lords in the invasion force was huge. They quickly arrived at the appropriate defensive line. This defensive line was closer to the continent's core than the last one, which also meant that this territory was more valuable. Of course, this also meant that the defensive line was more powerful. Instead of having only 1 or 2 level 4 kings, this one had 5. Yet, this defensive line also wasn't important enough to station a level 5 king here. Those were stationed even closer to the core of the continent or had entirely different tasks to complete. The striking squad had been sent here due to the bitter battles between the defensive lines. Many of the members in the defensive line had been killed in the skirmishes over the past few years. Filling up the ranks of the defensive line was a huge expenditure for the land beasts. So, instead of filling up the ranks, they decided that it would be better to just destroy the troublesome enemy defensive line. Just like the previous defensive line Gravis had visited, this one also resided on a huge mountain range. Earth movers built these mountains to act as a natural barrier for sea beasts. If the sea beasts wanted to transform the environment into water, they would need to use way more water makers. Gravis was a bit surprised when his spirit sense encompassed the defensive line. There were over 200 kings present, which was quite a big number. However, over 150 of them were average level 1 kings. The remainder were level 3 kings, with 5 level 4 kings leading the whole defensive line. "We have been waiting for your arrival," a black panther transmitted to the group as she appeared in front of them. Gravis looked at her and felt a dark and oppressing aura coming out of her. Yet, he was sure that she wasn't the commander of this defensive line. After all, Gravis didn't feel the unique aura of a beast able to fight a level above themselves on her. Someone with the capabilities to lead 4 other beasts on their same level should be very outstanding. Beasts were never willing to follow anyone weaker than themselves or someone equal to them. They only followed someone if they admitted that they were weaker than them. This was also the reason why the leader of the striking squad was a level 3 king while the members were all level 1 kings. Every member of the striking squad had an exceptional battle strength, and a level 2 king might not be able to lead them with confidence. Additionally, their leader also needed to have a powerful battle strength themselves. That was why a level 3 king with a powerful battle strength was the leader. "Sorry to keep you waiting," the Silver Wolf transmitted back casually. The Silver Wolf had the capability to fight 1 level above himself, and he should also be more powerful than this Black Panther. That was why he didn't need to show any respect to the level 4 king. "So, how is the commander doing right now?" the Silver Wolf asked with a friendly and casual tone inside his voice transmission. "Commander Rhyme is currently trying to find traitors among our ranks. As you surely have already heard, the number of traitors has skyrocketed in the past decade. We have no idea where they all come from, but the fact is that there are way more than before," the Black Panther answered. The Silver Wolf nodded. "That sounds good. We can never be careful enough about traitors in our ranks. So, does Commander Rhyme have a plan in regards to the assault?" the Silver Wolf asked. "Commander Rhyme is very careful with his plans and information and always keeps them secret. The recent rise of traitors has made him even more guarded regarding his secrets. Because of that, I don't know if he already has a plan or not," the Black Panther transmitted. "Then I think I should speak with him at our usual spot," the Silver Wolf transmitted back. "Go ahead," the Black Panther answered, making way for the Silver Wolf. "Guys," the Silver Wolf said as he turned to his members. This whole discussion had been done via voice transmission, but he had kept his members in the loop. "I will be meeting up with the commander for a bit and plan our assault. Please remain here and wait for further orders." The squad nodded in confirmation. Then, the Silver Wolf left with the Black Panther to meet the commander. While the squad waited, they used their senses to keep track of what their squad leader was doing. Meeting the commander face-to-face was only a formality to show the respect that the squad leader had for the commander of this defensive line. The Silver Wolf was powerful but probably not as powerful as the commander. The squad leader flew to a blue crab together with the Black Panther. Apparently, this blue crab was Commander Rhyme. The squad was actually quite surprised when they saw the commander. Wasn't that a typical sea beast? Why would a sea beast lead the defensive line of the land beasts? This truly seemed suspicious. The three kings looked at each other for several minutes while they talked to each other with voice transmissions. The squad had no idea what they were talking about, but that was understandable. If these three didn't keep these things secret, every member of the defensive line would know their plan. If there were a traitor among them, this could become disastrous. After some minutes, the squad leader returned with the Black Panther. "All right, we have finished our planning. So, what will we do?" The red lizard in the squad asked with a voice transmission. "Well, I can't exactly tell you the specifics. After all, the more beasts that know about our plan, the likelier it is to reach the ear of a traitor. I can only tell you that we will form a small hitting squad with Jesse over here." The Silver Wolf transmitted while gesturing to the Black Panther beside him. "Glad to be working with you." The Black Panther transmitted with a nod. "Jessie has the darkness element, which allows her to hide herself very well in the dark. We will be waiting until it's dark and then proceed with the plan." The Silver Wolf transmitted. The group sighed. They would already be attacking in less than 12 hours. Judging by previous experiences, in 12 hours, over half the squad would die again. Every beast wondered if their time had come. Gravis didn't really mind the wait. To him, this was no different than any other battle. He would risk his life in every situation that he considered as tempering. After all, if there weren't a high chance of death, it wouldn't constitute as tempering in his mind. Meanwhile, the squad felt like the time was progressing way too fast. They felt like they would die in 12 hours, and they wished that these 12 hours lasted forever. They weren't ready to die. The 12 hours passed way too quickly for the squad's liking. Yet, the time had come to move out. The sun had already fallen below the horizon, and the night was beginning. "Time to move out," the Silver Wolf transmitted to his squad and Jesse. Jesse and Gravis were already prepared to move out. Meanwhile, the remainder of the squad stood up with hung heads. They were the absolute elites of the land beasts, but that wouldn't change their fate. The chances were high that they would die tonight. Could such a devastating death rate really be considered tempering? The Silver Wolf and Jesse flew towards the west, away from the defensive line. The group was a bit confused about the direction, but that was probably part of the plan. Commander Rhyme, Jesse, and the Silver Wolf all didn't seem to mind that the group took this direction. The group traveled for a couple of thousand kilometers until they could no longer feel the defensive line. Then the Silver Wolf and Jesse stopped. "This should be an adequate distance to the defensive line. We are still within Commander Rhyme's sense, but he won't be able to come here fast enough. If we move further, we will enter the range of the Blue Flame Empire. Let's do it here," the squad leader said to Jesse. The squad felt confused and shocked when they heard that. What did their squad leader mean? Jesse nodded. "Hurry up. We only have so much time until the commander arrives." The Silver Wolf turned to his squad with his usual positive smile. "Sorry guys, but you have to die now." The squad felt a cold shiver run down their spines. What did their squad leader mean? On one side were 4 level 1 kings, while on the other were 1 level 4 king and a level 3 king that was more powerful than the average level 4 king. Was their squad leader a traitor? They could understand that the Black Panther was one. But their squad leader? He had been part of the squad for a really long time. Additionally, hadn't he been a mate to the Empress? How could someone like that be a traitor? Bang! And then, the Silver Wolf exploded as the lightning inside his body went wild. In no time at all, the lightning consumed the body and entered Gravis' body. All the beasts felt like their eyes were falling out of their heads. What had just happened? "Huh, the Empress has been spot on," Gravis commented with a bit of surprise. Then he looked at the shocked Jesse. And sure enough, I have one average level 4 king as an opponent. Meanwhile, Jesse fell into a panic. This wasn't how this was supposed to go. Whoosh! Jesse immediately fled into the distance after she managed to get a grasp on the situation. The plan had fallen flat, and her fellow spy, who had been even a bit more powerful than her, had died instantly. She couldn't stay here. Not so fast, dear. A voice came from behind her suddenly. Jessie felt shocked, and fear raised its ugly head as she realized that she didn't recognize this beast's voice. The terrifying thing was that she hadn't felt the presence of this beast before. This meant that this beast was very likely even more powerful than her. Grrr. Thick walls of earth rose in front of her, cutting off her path of retreat. Just with her experience alone, Jessie was able to feel the hardness of these walls, and she knew that she wouldn't be able to crush through them in a timely manner. Additionally, there was a bigger reason why she didn't continue. Right in front of her, on top of the newly raised wall, sat a beast casually. "Why don't you listen to what I have to offer?" the small badger said casually. This was the same badger that had welcomed Gravis when he had been in his first invasion. This badger was the master of the mantis that acted as the commander of that one defensive line. How did all of this happen? When Gravis asked the Empress for an opponent, she had thought about something. In the last 10 years, the number of spies had risen significantly. This gave her two options to consider. Either the sea beasts had always had so many spies previously, and they were only now managing to uncover them, or something in the sea beasts' conduct had changed drastically in the last couple of years. The Empress had enough knowledge to deduce the correct answer. If the sea beasts always had had so many spies, the battles wouldn't have been so even over the past few centuries. Spies gave an incredible amount of intelligence, which would allow the sea beasts to triumph more. Because of that, the Empress was sure that the sea beasts just recently started pushing in more spies into the land beasts' territory. Another reason that made her come to this conclusion was the average outcome of the battles that had been happening over the past decade. For hundreds of years, the battles between the land beasts and sea beasts had been even. The land beasts won a battle, and then the sea beasts won a battle. This entire dynamic changed a little more than 10 years ago. Right now, the sea beasts were winning more battles than they were losing, which hadn't happened in an incredible amount of time. The fact that the sea beasts won more battles broke the entire balance in the war. Something like this didn't just happen randomly. Interestingly enough, the reason for the sea beasts' higher number of victories wasn't their power. In actuality, it was more about the place and the styles in which the battles have been conducted. When the land beasts attacked, the sea beasts often had a minor edge in numbers and power. If that happened in only one battle, one could simply attribute that to bad luck. Yet, that had been happening for a frightening number of battles. There was only one explanation that the Empress could think of. There had to be a great commander and strategist in the sea beasts' ranks. Someone that knew a lot more about war than nearly every other beast. Due to that, the Empress started to change her approach. In the beginning, when the balance was still there, she could get away with not handling things perfectly. Yet now, every decision had bigger and more far-reaching consequences. If this continued, the sea beasts might gain an additional, huge chunk of the continent. The Empress remembered Gravis' tales and had asked him more about how humans fought wars. Gravis had told her more about how human societies functioned, and he also told her that the strategies that the sea beasts used were unusual for beasts. Beasts cared more about the individual than about the greater collective. Due to that, when an empire attacked, they sent in about as many troops as the enemy had. If they managed to come out victorious, they would get a lot more powerful beasts. Yet, humans thought and fought differently. To humans, everything was about resources and numbers. Humans weren't as willing to send in an army that would be about equally as powerful as an enemy. They would send in an army slightly stronger or overwhelmingly stronger, depending on what their goals and resources were. The sea beast's way of fighting resembled the human way of conducting a war way more. It was almost like an experienced human was leading the sea beasts. With all of this considered, the Empress asked Gravis how he would deal with spies and traitors. Judging by what Gravis had told her and by how he had described the humans' way of thinking, she saw that their war style had a certain advantage. Humanity's way of conducting a war was safer than the beasts. They would take way less risky battles but would immediately overwhelm a weaker force. Due to that, there would be many times fewer casualties in these wars. Of course, the drawback was that there wouldn't appear so many really outstanding humans. After all, the battles were safer. Additionally, even though traitors and spies existed for beasts, their number wasn't nearly as high as if they were humans. The sudden increase of spies supported the fact that someone very familiar with the human way of doing things helped the sea beasts. Gravis told the Empress that humans wouldn't directly kill the traitor or spy but feed them false information to lead the enemy into an ambush. Another usage of spies would be to use them to find even more spies. After all, the spies generally knew the other spies. After a lot of talking, the Empress told Gravis her idea. The striking squad had an unrealistically high death rate. Such an elite squad shouldn't have so many casualties, and all of this reeked of a traitor in the squad. The Empress was 90% confident that the Silver Wolf was a traitor. Yet, instead of confronting him, she decided to change her approach. Gravis would enter the squad. Gravis was the juiciest bait the Empress could offer to the sea beasts. Gravis' battle strength was monumental, and killing him would probably be worth about as much as killing an emperor. The sea beasts wouldn't be able to withstand such a juicy bait. Additionally, it just so happened that the Silver Wolf had an affinity towards lightning. As long as Gravis was there, the Silver Wolf wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Additionally, not the entire squad could be traitors. This meant that the Silver Wolf needed to get another companion to guarantee success. A level 3 king would be too weak to guarantee success. Because of that, the Empress would be sure that the Silver Wolf would either get a level 4 king or a level 5 king to help him. If it were a level 4 king, Gravis could kill the wolf and get the opponent he wanted. If it were a level 5 king, the badger that had secretly followed the squad would deal with them. This was how all of this came to be. Yet, one last interesting thing should be explained. What did Gravis think about the fact that the sea beasts suddenly started conducting war like humans? Funnily enough, Gravis was probably the only being inside the land beasts camp that knew the reason why everything had changed so drastically. His father had told Gravis that there were absolutely no humans in this world. Was his father wrong? Definitely not. What human would be able to hide from him? Even if this heaven tried to hide the human, the opposer would easily notice. So, the only connection that this world had to humans was Gravis. Only knowledge originating from Gravis would be able to make the sea beasts conduct so human-like. When Gravis heard all this, he genuinely felt happy. Why was that? Because such a commander and strategist had to be supremely intelligent, a sea beast, and would have needed to have been in contact with Gravis for an extended period of time. There was only one beast that Gravis could think of when he thought about it. Gravis felt really happy. This was the best proof that Orthar was alive and doing very well. Jessie looked with fear at the badger. She could feel that this was a level 5 king, and on top of that, she knew that this badger had an above-average battle strength for his realm. This badger would be able to win against 90% of level 5 kings. Jessie herself only had an average battle strength for a level 4 king. This meant that she was completely helpless against him. "Finally calmed down, have you?" the badger said casually. "Well, that makes things way easier. I have kind of good news for you, but it depends on your power." Jessie had no other option than to comply. "Yes?" she asked nervously. "It's simple," the badger said with a smile. "You will fight our dear friend Gravis over there," he said as he pointed towards the distant Gravis, who was only waiting for the badger to establish the duel. "If you manage to kill him, we will let you escape to the sea beast's territory." Gravis needed the badger to establish the duel. If Jessie decided to retreat, he wouldn't be fast enough to stop her. Gravis had already realized that Jessie obviously had an affinity towards darkness. This meant that she could hide herself very well and retreat. Gravis had no way of stopping her from fleeing. Jessie was surprised when she heard that. Then, she turned and looked at Gravis to inspect him. As a spy, she had heard a lot about Gravis, and she knew that the sea beasts saw Gravis as an incredibly valuable target. Yet, there was a 3-level difference between her and him. She knew that Gravis had outstanding battle strength, but would he really be able to jump 3 levels? Additionally, if she managed to kill Gravis and escape to the sea beast's territory, she would receive rewards equivalent to killing a level 1 emperor. This would secure her future and would allow her to rise to the ranks of an emperor. The more she thought about it, the better this offer was. Obviously, none of the other beasts would intervene in the fight. Otherwise, they wouldn't want her to fight him since that would not serve as tempering. This would make this whole situation pointless. Actually, this offer was even better than if the original plan had worked. If the original plan had worked, she would have had to give the Silver Wolf the majority of the reward since he had planned everything and was also more powerful than her. With this offer, if she managed to kill Gravis, she would get the full reward herself. Had the Badger lied about letting her escape after she killed Gravis? She was certain that he hadn't lied. Someone with the power of an above-average level 5 king would find it beneath them to lie and con a weaker beast. After all, if he wanted to kill her, he could just kill her without any problems. "I accept," Jessie said with cold eyes as she didn't let Gravis out of her eyes. Meanwhile, Gravis smirked coldly. Finally, he had a worthy opponent. As an average level 4 king, Jessie probably understood 4 laws, which was an incredible difference from the moray eel Gravis had killed. The moray eel only had comprehended 2 laws. The difference between this opponent and Gravis' last one was vast. Yet, Gravis also wasn't the same being anymore. Right now, he had comprehended 2 additional laws. The law of lightning speed had an incredible affinity towards his fighting style, and the law of suppression would also close the speed gap even more. With these 2 laws combined, Gravis could close the speed gap so that he wouldn't need to pre-dodge anymore. However, since Gravis couldn't continually use the law of lightning speed, he would still be slower than her on average, but that was what he wanted. A slower opponent wouldn't be able to offer him much of a fight. "Immediately stop what you are all doing." A new voice suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. A second later, a new beast entered their senses. Surprisingly, it was Commander Rhyme, the crab. "Commander, this is the business of the Inquisition Department," the Badger said. "I don't care. This was one of my officers, and I will kill her for her betrayal." Commander Rhyme transmitted with fury as he came closer. Jessie became fearful again as her previous commander charged over to her. Even though Commander Rhyme could be counted as a sea beast, he was fiercely loyal to the land beasts due to his past. The reason why they had traveled so far away from the defensive line to kill the squad was because of Commander Rhyme. The Silver Wolf had told Commander Rhyme that they first needed to get familiar with each other since Jessie would join their operation, which would take place a day later. They had told him that they would do some practice fights in secret, away from the defensive line so that no potential traitor found out their plan. It had taken quite a bit of convincing until Commander Rhyme finally relented. Commander Rhyme was so incredibly careful about traitors that it bordered on paranoia, making him the biggest issue in pulling off the plan. Commander Rhyme quickly arrived and immediately attacked Jessie. Error! A wall appeared in front of Commander Rhyme, but his shears punched through it easily. Gravis saw some strange vibrations coming out of Commander Rhyme's shears, and Gravis was sure that he had used a law with that strike. "Commander, immediately stop what you are doing," the Badger shouted with authority. His casual and friendly demeanor was nowhere to be seen. "I don't recognize your authority, Badger," Commander Rhyme shouted in rage. "I have heard the offer you have given, and you are obviously in cahoots with the enemy. You are only putting on a show to let this traitor escape today, while giving her the chance to fulfill her goal." The Badger became angry when he heard that. "How dare you!" he shouted with rage. "I am an Inquisitor of the Inquisition Department. We all go through an intense amount of screening to ensure that there are no traitors among us. I have killed more traitors than you have ever seen in your entire life. Every system has a flaw, and you are one of them," Commander Rhyme answered. "There is no way that you are not a traitor. You are sending one of our valuable members to their death." "Commander Rhyme, this is my own wish," Gravis said from behind him, making the commander stop. "What?" Commander Rhyme asked in shock. "I have asked the Empress for an average level 4 king as an opponent, and we have already known that the Silver Wolf had been a traitor. Yet, instead of just killing him, we decided to use him to unmask other traitors," Gravis explained calmly. You might remember that the silver wolf exploded just now? That is one of my abilities, and it only works on beasts with a lightning affinity. Because of that, the silver wolf wouldn't have been able to serve as my opponent. That's why I needed another one. Commander Rhyme's mind went wild. This was all a conspiracy to find Gravis a fitting opponent? But that was a level 4 king. How was that anything but suicide? Do you realize the difference in power between you and the traitor? Commander Rhyme asked. Gravis nodded. I have spoken at length with the Empress, and her evaluation is that the fight would be up in the air. Could go either way, and that's exactly what I'm looking for. I need to take advantage of my current battle strength. Right now, I should barely be able to fight a level 4 king, but if I don't fight one before reaching the next level, I won't be powerful enough to fight 3 levels above myself anymore. That's why I wanted this fight. Commander Rhyme heard these words while the badger glared at him. The squad only listened in shock. Their new member was powerful enough to fight someone 3 levels above himself. This was ridiculously powerful, so much so that it just didn't seem real. I'm uncertain and unconvinced of the battle strength you have claimed to have, Commander Rhyme said. But the Empress of the Icy Pride Empire has much more experience than me. If the Empress says that the fight is up in the air, then I believe her. But, Commander Rhyme said with cold-killing intent as he glared at Jesse again. If you manage to escape to the sea beast's territory, I won't rest until you are nothing but digested dung. Even though Jesse knew that she would be safe in the sea beast's territory, a cold shiver still ran down her spine when she heard these words. She knew how powerful Commander Rhyme was, and being chosen as one of his targets was not something to be happy about. Inquisitor, Commander Rhyme said while looking at the badger with respect. I have misjudged you and hereby retract my earlier words. Well, I guess that's as close to an apology of a beast as it can get, Gravis thought. Don't judge the situation before you know all the background information, the badger said with an icy voice. Obviously, he was still angry about being called a traitor. In my position, it is imperative to know all the details first before jumping to conclusions. That's something you should also try to learn. That's why I'm an inquisitor, and you're just a commander of a defensive line, the badger said coldly. Instead of being angry or insulted, Commander Rhyme accepted the criticism. It was the truth that he had jumped to conclusions, and there was no falsehood in the badger's words. After some seconds of silence, the badger turned to Jesse. By now, his smile had returned. You can start whenever you want. No one will get involved. Jesse released a breath to calm down and then concentrated on Gravis, who was already slashing with his saber, just a couple of meters away from her. Shing! Gravis' saber went through Jesse's entire body. Yet, obviously, this had not been the real Jesse. Gravis knew that cultivators and beasts with the darkness affinity had quite a talent for trickery. If he had believed this Jesse to be the real one, he would have unloaded the preloaded lightning crescent into her. Jesse was a level 4 king. Someone with that power would not make such a rookie mistake like preparing themselves mentally when a fight was about to start. This had been bait laid out by Jesse to get Gravis closer to her. Gravis didn't mind the trap and jumped right into it. The bisected body transformed into shadows as it vanished. Shing! 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 Several blades out of darkness appeared around Gravis as they shot towards him. Gravis' spirit destroyed the will upon them. But since they had been created by Jessie herself and not by some external material, Gravis couldn't retrieve them with his spirit space. Suddenly, a powerful, red suit of armor appeared around Gravis. Would Gravis have fought a level 4 king without preparing his armor first? Of course not. Defeating such an opponent required all his power, including his armor. Luckily for him, this time, the ore he had used had a color he actually liked. Clank! 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 The darkness blade behind Gravis was blocked by his tail, while his saber blocked the other two. These darkness blades had an incredible sharpness, but they weren't fired with a lot of power behind them. As long as they hit him, the darkness energy inside them would eat all of Gravis' life energy anyway. Jessie appeared directly behind him in her true form. Kings could control their sizes freely to a certain degree, but if they wanted to unleash their full power, they needed to show their true form. Jessie was over 20 kilometers long, and her coat released some shadowy energies that combined with the darkness around her. One shouldn't forget that it was currently night. A long and thin tail that ended in a thin blade shot at Gravis with incredible speed. This attack wouldn't be as weak as the darkness blades. The surrounding darkness turned gray as Gravis activated his will aura together with his law of suppression. Even though the other beasts weren't inside Gravis' will aura, they still felt the overwhelming power of suppression. Yet, they couldn't even think about this powerful pressure as the fight continued. Bzzz. Gravis used his law of lightning speed to evade the attack. Jessie was shocked when she felt the suppression and saw Gravis' speed. She had prepared herself for a dangerous fight, but when she saw Gravis' speed, her feelings also realized her opponent's power. Boom! Gravis immediately unloaded his preloaded lightning crescent into the tail beside him. This was the enemy's most powerful weapon. Normally, Gravis wouldn't target his opponent's weapons, but if he tried to hit her torso or head from his current position, she would very likely manage to evade. Jessie was 20 kilometers long while her tail was even longer, and it would take a small bit of time for his lightning crescent to travel that distance. The tail was completely consumed by lightning as Jessie felt a burning pain. Even some parts of her hind legs were burned, but the injury on her legs wouldn't impact her battle strength. Yet, the loss of her entire tail was an issue. She had created that tail to act as her most powerful and decisive weapon. It was very fast, very strong, and was filled with the darkness element. With the tail gone, she lost her main weapon. Bzzz. Gravis immediately charged at her with his full speed and attacked her again. But just like the last time, her body vanished into thin air. That tail had been too flexible and powerful. She has probably comprehended a law related to her tail, and she hadn't used her entire strength with that attack. If she had, evading it might have become troublesome. Dealing with that weapon is the only way I can ensure success. I can't rely on luck, Gravis thought. Shing, shing, shing. A lot more blades of darkness appeared around Gravis as they shot at him. They were fired with more power this time, and Gravis' body was thrown around as he parried them. Luckily, his armor was powerful enough to not get damaged by such attacks. Yet, the outcome would be different if Jessie actually managed to hit him with her claws or teeth. Any other beast would have had some issues in dodging these blades, but Gravis had gone through a lot of evasion training. Even though his body was constantly thrown around, he always managed to barely angle his body appropriately so that the blades would miss. Shing, shing, shing. Yet the blades just didn't stop. Jessie summoned more and more blades of darkness, and it became increasingly difficult for Gravis to dodge as Jessie learned Gravis dodging patterns. Of course, such an avalanche of blades also consumed her energy. If the situation continued, it would be up in the air if Gravis failed a dodge first or if she ran out of energy first. Gravis tried his best to find Jessie in the darkness, but no matter what he used, she just didn't seem to exist anywhere. It was like the night was protecting her, and Gravis wasn't even able to find her with his spirit. Additionally, by using his concentration to find his opponent, he couldn't concentrate fully on dodging. Since Jessie was taking him seriously now, the blades could only be dodged or parried now. Blocking was out of the question. CRK. Gravis misjudged one of his parries, and the armor on his tail cracked. Additionally, the blade of darkness that had hit his tail also drew a slight amount of blood. Bzzz. Gravis transformed his tail into lightning. If Gravis hadn't done that, the darkness energy inside his tail would have consumed his entire life energy. Now, the darkness energy fought with the lightning, and after a split second, only a tiny amount of lightning was left. The effect of darkness energy wasn't nearly as devastating on lightning as on a body. Bzzz. Gravis quickly transformed into lightning and then immediately transformed back with a new tail. The injury of his tail had cost him some energy, but Gravis hadn't used much energy in the fight yet. Otherwise, it would have been problematic to transform into lightning. Jessie suddenly appeared on top of Gravis and attacked him with her claws. She had chosen the perfect moment, and Gravis couldn't evade this attack. Seeing no other option, Gravis could only use his shield to block the attack. Boom! Gravis was shot into the ground with ridiculous force. They had been fighting several kilometers in the air up to now, but Gravis hit the ground in just a split second. His shield exploded as the bones in his arms cracked. When Gravis hit the ground, he felt his torso shake violently. Fortunately, Gravis had changed the composition of his torso with his last evolution. Otherwise, he would have received some pretty serious injuries. Bzzz. Instead of standing up, Gravis transformed into lightning and transformed back in a standing position. This was the fastest way for him to stand up. Bang! Gravis' decision had been the correct one as Jesse directly attacked him again from above. Gravis' feet exploded with lightning as he used his lightning acceleration and law of lightning speed to evade the attack. Bang! Gravis slashed at Jesse's front leg as his elbows exploded with lightning. Using his lightning like this would have been very wasteful, but by using the pulse inside his body, he hadn't used as much lightning with that move. Shing! Gravis felt a lot of resistance as his saber buried itself into Jesse's body. Jesse's body was so gigantic that this couldn't even count as a small prick. Yet, Gravis had a mad grin on his face as he saw his chance. Bzzz. Gravis suddenly vanished into nothingness as the sound of lightning could be heard for a brief moment. Boom! Jessie immediately bit off her own front leg just in time. The severed leg exploded in lightning as Gravis had transformed himself into a lightning crescent and had entered his own weapon to explode inside her body. The gigantic explosion in front of her burned the fur and skin off her head and torso as she was thrown into the distance. Clank! Clank! Gravis' armor fell to the floor since he couldn't transform his armor into lightning as well. Half a second later, the severed leg vanished in the lightning as the lightning explosion gathered into a small ball. Bang! With an explosion, the small lightning ball shot directly at the retreating Jessie. Shing! Yet, Jessie had replaced her body with darkness as she vanished again. The lightning transformed into Gravis again as the armor on the ground vanished and appeared around him. Gravis had used his absolute full power with his lightning crescent, even using the pulse. He had used up all his resources with that attack, but as soon as Gravis had seen that his saber was inside Jesse's body, he knew that he wouldn't die. If Jessie hadn't severed her leg, he would have traveled along her body and killed her with his lightning, consuming her body. Like this, he wouldn't have died. Yet, if Jessie decided to sever her leg, Gravis could simply absorb the leg since it wasn't associated with a will anymore. Eating the severed leg was no different from eating a corpse. Jessie gritted her teeth as she narrowed her eyes at Gravis. Then, there were suddenly 10 of her as they all charged at Gravis with speed no slower than herself. The 10 Black Panthers immediately charged at Gravis, eliciting quite some nervousness from him. He had seen how Jessie replaced her body with a shadow body before, and he knew that these had to be fake. If they weren't fakes, she would not be an average level 4 king. Additionally, she would have used that ability before she got as heavily injured as she was now. She was only trying this approach since the others haven't worked up to now. Yet, this approach proved quite effective. Gravis had no way to discern the real one. The copies emulated even the dripping blood from Jessie's exposed flesh. By all intents and purposes, the copies were flawless. There was only one real body, and any attack from a fake wouldn't injure Gravis. But that was never Jessie's intent. All 10 copies charged at Gravis from different angles, and they all used the same attack, which was a swipe with her remaining claw. If Gravis couldn't block the real attack, he would receive a devastating injury. Boom! Gravis summoned several shields around his body and protected himself. One shield on his right was hit, and its fragments bounced off Gravis' body. Yet, since he hadn't used his hands to block, the claw wasn't stopped by the shield. Bang! Gravis turned to the real one and summoned another shield between himself and her. Gravis transformed his arms into lightning and barely managed to grab the shield with that move. Sadly, he couldn't put much strength into that block and was thrown into the distance. Gravis shot through one of the copies while his arms broke. He hadn't been able to get a stable grip on the shield in such a short amount of time. The only thing Gravis could do was to restore his arms with his lightning, which decreased his power. All copies of Jessie fused together and then split apart again. With this, Gravis wasn't able to discern the real one again. Then they charged at him. This method had proven quite effective on him, and Jesse finally saw an opportunity to win this fight. Gravis gritted his teeth as he made a decision. Bzzzzz. Minuscule bolts of lightning swept over the surroundings and hit the Black Panthers. His lightning bolts shot through the copies, but the slight darkness energy inside them destroyed a lot of lightning. Yet, with this method, Gravis was able to spot the real Jesse. Bang! Gravis charged directly at the real one, but instead of attacking, Jesse retreated. It was almost like she had expected such a move from Gravis. Luckily, thanks to Gravis' fast acceleration, he reached her before she could run too far. Jesse immediately stopped and simply looked at Gravis with cold eyes. Then, several more copies appeared. Gravis had been prepared to unleash a devastating strike, but he couldn't be sure which one was real again. Obviously, creating these copies took up a bit of time, which was why she had retreated instead of directly summoning new ones. Yet, by retreating, she had gained enough distance to ready more of them. Bzz. Gravis unleashed more lightning as he charged at her. A lot of his lightning was used up again, but instead of retreating, all the copies charged at him. Gravis saw the real one and readied himself to dodge. Whoosh! Gravis dodged the attack, but something didn't feel right. It was almost like Jesse wanted him to dodge. Bzzz. Bang! Out of instinct, Gravis transformed into lightning and made himself as long as possible. One of the presumed copies swiped its claws through Gravis' lightning form, destroying a lot of it by absorbing the lightning. Gravis had been sure that this Jesse had been a copy, but the power of this attack had proven real. She can switch places with her copies. Gravis thought in panic as he felt half of his being vanish. His body was currently lightning, and half of his being had been absorbed by Jesse's claws. Yet, absorbing so much lightning still took its toll on Jesse's remaining front leg. The front half of it had been turned into dust, leaving her with only a bloody stump. Gravis transformed back as the attack passed, but he felt frail. By having had so much lightning before his breakthrough and by absorbing the Silver Wolf, Gravis had been at the cusp of becoming a level 2 king. Yet, right now, he was only barely a level 1 king. If he lost some more energy, he would become a level 5 lord again. Fuck! I have barely any energy left, and if I don't use it wisely, I will die, Gravis thought. His mind was going crazy with trying to find a way out of this. Jessie had lost her front legs and tail, but she could still use her fangs to attack him. She hadn't done that up to now since that would bring her head too close to the enemy. If Gravis managed to counterattack by evading a swipe from her, she would only lose a leg, but if she used a bite, she would die. Yet, there was no other way left since attacking with her hind legs would be too cumbersome. Meanwhile, Gravis was also with his back to a wall. He only had enough energy to unleash a single attack powerful enough to kill Jessie. If he judged incorrectly, his attack would get wasted. What about a wide-range explosion with a lightning bomb? That was also too risky since Jessie could simply decide not to attack at all and only send copies. What about summoning weak copies of Gravis to attack all copies? That would weaken him too much, and if Gravis copies were too weak, they wouldn't even be able to destroy the darkness bodies. Additionally, Jessie had a way bigger storage of energy than Gravis due to her level advantage. Using the environment was also a no-go. The stones or metals would simply bounce off the copies since there was not enough power behind them. Gravis was thinking crazily about all his options, but reality didn't wait for him. Jessie immediately summoned more copies and charged at him. Gravis also charged at them. Whoosh! All attacks went through Gravis as the copies were all destroyed by his saber. Gravis had taken a gamble and bet on the fact that Jessie would feel him out with this attack. His gamble had succeeded, which forced Jessie to sacrifice 10 of her copies without any result. Summoning 10 of such copies took a lot of energy. Jessie gritted her teeth as she realized that she had made the wrong decision. If she had decided to attack, she would have killed Gravis. She was running very low on energy, and she only had enough energy left to summon another 8 copies. She would have liked to use another feint, but she simply didn't have the energy for another one of those anymore. Gravis and Jessie both were low on energy, and they both knew that the other one knew that. Both of them knew that this next strike would decide everything. Jessie sent 4 of her copies at Gravis. If she used all of them, Gravis could unleash a large-scale attack that would kill her. Like this, Gravis couldn't be sure if this was another feint or not. It's a 50-50ths, Gravis thought with frustration. I absolutely hate betting on my luck. Gravis tried to find a way to discern the real one, but there was just no way. He also couldn't use his will aura to destroy the will upon them for some reason. It seemed like all the copies were connected to Jessie. There had to be a way to sever this connection, but Gravis just couldn't feel the connection. In no time at all, the 4 copies reached him. They all tried to bite him, and Gravis just couldn't decide if he should unleash an explosion now or save it for later. Will I die? Gravis thought with gritted teeth. I don't feel like I'm about to die. Suddenly, Gravis' eyes widened. He simply stopped moving as all copies bit him. Clank, 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 clank. All 4 copies had been fakes. Why don't I feel any danger? My instincts should have plenty of experience with danger, Gravis thought. Gravis suddenly understood something as many experiences from him fused together into a single concept. Suddenly, Gravis felt a feeling of danger from his left. The remaining 4 copies had shot at him simultaneously. Yet, Gravis only felt a feeling of danger from one of them. The law of danger, Gravis thought as his mind exploded with battle intent. Now I've got you. You're left. Commander Rhyme suddenly transmitted to Gravis. Boom! Gravis unloaded all of his energy into his saber and shot a lightning crescent at the Jessie to his left. He had felt the danger of her, and he knew that this one was the real one. Jessie's eyes widened as the lightning consumed her entire being. A huge explosion echoed throughout the surroundings as the squad shielded their eyes to not become blind. The sound reverberated throughout the horizons, but the explosion disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. After the bright explosion vanished, silence returned to the land. Jessie's body was consumed and entered Gravis. Luckily, her body was still complete enough for Gravis to achieve an immediate breakthrough. Gravis had managed to comprehend the law of danger and also managed to become a level 2 king. The Badger looked with a smile at the evolving Gravis while Commander Rhyme sighed in relief. Gravis was still alive. 1 minute later, a 10-meter-tall Gravis looked at his hand in interest as he felt the power. Suddenly, the surroundings turned gray as Gravis turned to Commander Rhyme. Commander Rhyme felt a cold shiver run down his carapace as he saw Gravis' eyes. With Gravis being a level 2 king now, his will aura was powerful enough to suppress a level 4 king to less than 50% of their power. Hatred. Pure essence of hatred and anger radiated from Gravis' eyes. It was like the cold feeling of hatred hit the hot feeling of fury as they became a single, unstable whirl. Commander Rhyme had endangered Gravis' tempering. If he hadn't already known which Jessie had been the real one, Gravis' whole path forward could have become unstable. By interfering, Commander Rhyme had stepped between Gravis and his path to power. This was absolutely unforgivable.